I just cut that man.
But that's not the
Yeah.
situation.
He kept some fit as you did, but yeah, see.
Oh,
Well, that's good, that's good.
Well, I give him an example last night.
I can't remember about the name, but I mean, that's first, I mean, your wealth of your country is being destroyed.
I believe the letter.
Well, I gave him some examples the other evening last night. What was the place you was on? You remember a lady who you was on strike? Who you been on strike for about?
See, we worked this room since we've been
And,
here.
the place
Where's Bill the one we were
where you was
on?
working,
We was in
where you on
this,
strike
this,
from,
I mean,
moved in Newport and started operating the plant, wherever you might be. And the mayor of your town,
We got, two board members that won't be here and two we think probably will later on. Due to the fact that we've got so much business to handle, I think we ought to go ahead and try to get started on it. So I'm gonna ask you to stand and ask Brother Taylor to lead us in the word of prayer.
Our Heavenly Father, we thank Thee that it's not inappropriate to call upon Thee in all of our assemblies, all of our occasions, all of our meetings together. And at this time, we would ask Thee to guide us and direct us in all that we undertake to do. May out of this conference come good for the people that we represent and bring honor to Thy name. Bless us and keep us and guide us ever by Thy Spirit to do Thy will. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Well, we want to welcome all of you to Jackson. And advise you before we get started that it'll be up to you as to how long this meeting lasts, because we do have quite a bit of work to do, things that we need to bring to your attention and get action on. Since the last full board meeting, the executive committee has met several times. You've received the minutes of those meetings. You got some to pass out, she said. And we can report to you that the retirement program has been put into effect. The details was worked out on that with First Federal, and that is out of the way since our last board meeting. Another thing that the committee has been looking into since our last full board meeting was the proposal or suggestion that we began to think about the possibility of building a state council office here in Jackson. And they instructed Tom and myself to do some investigating on that as far as sites were concerned, and some maybe a proposed plan and what it would cost and things of this kind. And we will have a report for you on that this afternoon, and would seek some action there. We located a piece of property up here on Lamar. It's about a block away from the Capitol building. It would be an ideal location for an office, there's no question about that. The executive committee at the last meeting was all time enough to go up there and look at the property. It's right down the street there from the Sun and Sand in that corner across from that graveyard. There's a little building on it, an old furniture store. The building itself is not any good. It'd have to be torn down, and you'd have to start from scratch. There's a ditch that runs down through the middle of the property. There would probably have to be a culvert put in and a ditch filled in and leveled off and stuff like this if you got into it. The man wants $40,000 for the property, and we estimate it would cost, best we can figure out, around $7,000–8,000 to put it in shape to build. We have engaged a architect, I guess it's an architect, or at least a draftsman. Tom and the girls worked on some plans around there for some time to come up with something we thought would be ideal as far as an office building was concerned. And we asked this guy to sit down and work the plans over and give us an estimate on the cost of a building. And then we have also checked with the banks and the monetary institutions to try to find out what the possibilities were as far as long-term financing was concerned. So we have all this information to report to you here today, and I'm going to ask Brother Knight to take over now and to go into it with you in more detail, and then we'll see if we can make a decision on what we need to do, what we want to do. The man that owns the property told me the last time I talked with him that explained to him our situation, that we had a scheduled board meeting, and that we'd try to let him know something after this date, and he assured me that he'd stay where he was until after the board could act. You want to take over from here, Tom?
Well, as Mr. President told you, there's a piece of property on North Lamar Street, up the same street where we were located back on the north side of town. And let me pass this map around as I talk and let you look at this piece of property. See the general shape of the thing. You can't tell much about it. This is hold it with the Lamar Street side next to you. Would be the front. Now the property is it's not a square piece of property by any means. It's it's square, the front part, and then it's got a sharp,
looks like a salamander
angle all off at the back, and there's a creek. You can't call it a ditch. It's a small creek that runs right through the middle of this. You see where this property is located? It's kind of like being in the bottom of a big bowl. It's low right there, and water comes in from every direction. Well, there's a bridge under Lamar Street, almost in front of the property. And that bridge is 10 feet wide and 4 feet high. This meets city requirements to carry off the water in the case of a big rain. Right down through the middle of this, you'll see the creek indicated there. That creek is some 202 feet from the Lamar Street bridge across to the little dead-end bridge to the west side. In other words, at the back, the sharp corner of the property, back at the back. Now, the lot is in a real crude condition right now. The city has gone in there and trimmed out the bushes on the sides of the creek. We conferred with the city engineering department. The engineer told me he was familiar with the particular location. I told him what the specifications would be on a culvert. We had a contractor, a union contractor that does concrete, steel, dirt work, who is one of the fair contractors here. We're building and trades, to give us an estimate. And his estimate is $50 per lineal foot, 202 feet, which means $10,100 to be exact, to get the property in condition to even move on. This is a necessity, even though the building that we have been talking about would not be directly over this creek for the time being. I don't think it would be a paying proposition to put anything in there less than something substantial, because in time to come, we might want to extend the building, or at any rate, we'd have a parking lot there. And as Claude told you, we've had this draftsman working on the plans for a proposed building. There's been considerable time and effort put on this building, trying to come up with a building that we thought would meet the needs of this organization for a long time. Trying to properly space the building in order that we would have ample space for the operation and arrange it in a fashion where we get the most out of our money. And of course, this guy consulted with the electrical contractors, with the plumbing contractors, and whatnot. And the building that you see there, Marvin, you can look at it and pass it around. This is the building. This is the front here. It's 40 by 80 feet, 80 feet long, 40 feet wide. Brick veneer all around on the outside with a flat roof, and of course there's some changes on the inside. It's nothing elaborate, it's just a nice office building. The approximate price, construction price on that, this doesn't include any fixtures inside or anything like that, other than some cabinets, built-in cabinets, $45,485. So we're talking the property, the guy has $40,000, $10,000 work on the property, that's $50,000, $45,000, we're talking about $95,000 there. Now, as Claude told you, we have consulted with the Deposit Guarantee Bank, which
By the way, that guy called me that while ago.
they can't handle a loan. We talked to him about a loan for approximately $100,000 over a period of 20 years. And he told us at the time he didn't think they could go into a loan of that size for that length of time. And we have contacted someone at First Federal, and they're reasonably sure they can handle this. And the rate of interest would be 7.5%. Say $100,000 principal and interest for 20 years would be $805.60 a month. A 25-year loan, the same amount, would be $739 a month, and of course a 15-year loan would be $927 a month. Now at the present time, we are paying $360 a month parking for 4 automobiles and rent on the facilities that we now occupy. And of course, as you see, this is some $500, $400 and some odd dollars, considering a 20-year loan, more than output per month, more than we are now putting out. Not to even mention the power bill, which would be, we could probably get Mississippi Power and Light to give us an estimate on heating and air conditioning, which I think would be close to $100 a month. Water bill probably $50, and janitorial service, I think you're talking about another $200. Just roughly in round figures, $1,000 a month here. And gentlemen and ladies, that's the situation where it is right now. In addition to that, the little old building that Claude spoke about is not worth anything. It's not even a decent chicken house. We're told that it would cost about $500 to get it knocked down and hauled completely off of the property. It really is of no value or whatever. Now this is, I say, this property is very unsightly. I think would be a good term to use at the moment. But it is in a good location. It's close to the Capitol. It's about as close downtown as you can possibly get. And I'm not so sure that but what is closer than we can get. So that's the situation roughly.
Tom, I missed that rent and car parking figure,
360.
360 even?
Yeah.
And what's the size of this proposed building now, 40 by 80?
40 feet wide, 80 feet long.
We'll try to let all of you see the plans of that thing.
We, as I say,
They needed a picture, that's what
How
we'd
much-
like to have.
How much,
It's on the
area
property.
y'all occupying now? What's the approximate area y'all occupying now?
We had that,
Well, we've got it, but it's around now on the lease, which gives us
Well,
the
I
exact
mean-
footage. It looks
I don't-
like, you ever been up
just-
there, brother Shoemaker?
Well, I know where it is, I've never been up
Yeah, I've
there.
been up there.
Well, those
To see
of
how
you
much
that
area
up
you
there,
have.
I think will agree, it looks like we've got a lot of room, but it's so ill arranged, you know.
What I'm getting
walls
at
and stuff.
is approximately, how many square footage of area are you using now?
it's about, how much you say is in this building? Huh?
This is 3,200 square feet.
3,200 square feet.
80 times 40 is 3,200.
Right.
Yeah, 3,200. We are,
Nothing like that.
You about half that much?
that place we're in over there, if I remember right, it's around 2,500 square foot in it now. I could be off on it a little bit, but it's probably ain't
I'd
quite that
estimate
much.
about 2,000.
2,000.
You think it is?
Yeah, that's what I do.
2,000.
Well, in planning the building, we took in consideration the growth of the prospects of growing and making sure we had plenty of room for storage and things of this kind. Right now, we having to, did you rent it, did you own it to you?
Well,
He's having to
paying a little something.
rent another place down there to store stuff for the fair. Right
Well-
now, we don't have anywhere in the office to store it, see.
Is that conference room large enough time that you can
Large
have a
enough
meeting
for board
like this?
meetings and everything. That's what we propose to have, a
Does it-
conference room big enough to accommodate.
Well, that
board
would save
meetings.
something, because when you have
Yeah.
this meeting.
I might
you
say,
have-
let me
Yeah.
reemphasize
You
again,
talk about
that
the park?
there's been many hours put in coming to that drag, you see that. There's been many hours devoted to that, trying to design this thing to fit the operation of this organization. It's not only for now, but for many years to come. And it was all a number of things taken into consideration.
Well, the building is built in such a way, or will be, that it could be added on
Oh,
to.
yeah.
And
Oh,
you
yeah,
will
yeah,
have
you would
like-
add it
Be added
from
on.
any direction,
Yeah.
actually.
Well,
This is I'd like, we still have, all of you could see the property. You might, those of you that haven't seen it, after we adjourn the meeting, you might wanna walk over and take a look at it, those of you that, have not seen it. It's a real nice piece of property, it's real valuable. Put in shape, and there's much more there than we need. We could probably sell a piece of it, or we might rent it, part of it for a car parking lot. Now, they got a lot of, new office buildings going up just north of the Capitol. It's gonna take up all that parking room over there for a lot of employees, and there's gonna be a big demand for parking space in this town when all that's over. So that in other words, there's a possibility here of having some income, that could be applied to this cost as well. I don't know just how much this would mean, but there'd be a possibility there.
this building gonna be air conditioned.
Yeah.
Got one unit.
It would be central heat and air conditioning, yes. And the conference, we'd have a conference room big enough to take care of board meetings and, any other meetings that might be necessary, see. Which again, that would be a savings itself, just because we have to rent this thing. They got where they charge us rent, used to, they give this.
They don't even want
complement
your
for the house.
business now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's hard to even get in the place now, that's right.
Be surprised how the attitude here has changed.
There would be some savings, frankly, in owning our own building in this area, that, there would be some, but it wouldn't be a great, large amount. The advantage to the thing is that it's close to the Capitol. It's not too far away from the central business section, from the banks, the post offices, and things like this. All of these are the kind of factors we have to take into consideration in trying to locate the office that we're building. More and more of our activities are centered around the legislature. It's especially convenient for that. And as time goes on, I expect we'll be doing more and more of this kind of work probably for members of the legislature. It's most convenient for that.
Bob, there's one other point that I'd like to point out in that, in as much as we're renting now, regardless of how long we stay in the present facilities, when you get ready to leave, why, you ain't got nothing to carry with you.
That's true.
In this project, you're building every month that passes, you're building an equity
Yeah.
in the name of organized labor in the state of Mississippi.
Yeah.
And the fact that labor is in its own facilities, will mean a whole lot in Mississippi.
Oh, yeah, we think so. I don't think there's any question about the need to do this. The only question is, how do we finance it? How do we pay for it? As Tom has outlined to you, the rent that we're paying now would amount to less than half of what the payment would be. Which means that this would entail a dues increase to finance it of about 3 cents, probably a number a
3
month,
cents would do it.
which would call for a special convention to get this kind of action, and that's frankly what we wanna know here this afternoon. If you wanna get into it, this is what it'll take, you see. If you don't, then we won't feel hard at you. We will still have the plans if we find a cheap lot somewhere, we can drag the plans out again. But we had to get into all of this in order to give you a report as to what this project would cost, you see.
Did you say, Tom, you had found somebody that would finance it, is that right?
First Federal will, we're reasonably sure they will.
They'd have to
Now,
process it. We'd have
was they
to-
talking about
certainly, I know
financing
that.
the total project of how much?
100,000.
Yeah, we say 100, it'll run a little less than 100, I think probably, 90 to $95,000.
Well, if
You
you went
mean
into the
they-
possibilities of building this thing just a little larger and renting some office spaces, cause it's gonna, apparently it's in a good location.
To do that, you lose your tax pay.
Right.
This is, I was gonna bring this out, this is the problem here, and this will be the problem with this lot that I was talking about. We would probably have to sell the property instead of renting it.
The minute you do anything that you take in money, from your own source, then you're no longer nonprofit, and you're subject to the income tax.
That's right.
And your taxes will be more than you'll get out of your rent or your car parking, I'm telling you.
Be better off to
Be better
keep it
still.
just for parking there.
Good Lord, my experience.
Right.
You mean on that
Get into
margin
that,
on
you-
7.5% the best interest they give you?
See, labor
Well, we checked it
organizations
out
now
in
is
two
exempt
places,
from many
first
taxes.
federal and
And they
the
wouldn't be able to
depository.
make money with it.
There might be a possibility of getting a lower interest rate, I don't think so.
I doubt it.
We're in a tight money market right now, you know, and,
Not out of what, Tom?
Not out of anybody that can handle that much money, you know what?
Or read McGee.
Well, based on the remarks made at our last executive committee meeting, I wrote Joe Keenan about 2 weeks ago.
did you? Good.
I haven't had a reply from him yet.
Yeah. We asked Jack to check in, and the IBEW has some kind of a program that they help finance projects such as this. I don't know exactly the details on it. We asked him to check into it.
Well,
Actually,
don't the government have some kind of
Tom, could you give us
organizations that we
some
wouldn't
sort of a
come
current
under,
reading on our finances? I know you sent us out a
they
report,
built a
but that was
separate club
probably,
off of money they
the end of
borrowed
last
from the
quarter.
You mean, cash on hand?
Yeah,
there?
balance.
About 6,000
So,
in
right,
the general fund.
We
right.
spent 4,000 in the legislature and 3,000 in convention this year.
Of course, actually, about all you could use to pay this kind of a bill would be general fund
Yeah,
money.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So what you're saying is, you got a $6,000 balance, if we made such a loan, then before 2 years is out, we'd be bankrupt.
Yeah, that's about right.
Unless
With
we
the
got a
present-
bigger affiliation, or
with the
got
present
higher
income,
taxes,
yeah.
or done something.
Right.
Your 6,000 would be enough, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This runs between 3,000 and 4,000 a year, or more than you're paying now. So in the first year on payments,
We
we
got,
building on our current finances, we'd be out of business.
We spent, $7,000 on 2 items that won't be recurring.
Next
Next
year.
year, we hope, of course, there'll probably be a special session, but I don't anticipate it running 7 or 8 months. But we spent, 3, I believe, on the convention, and about 4 during the recent legislative session. That's $7,000 there that will not be recurring this
Yeah.
year.
It'd still catch up with us awful fast.
Yeah, it'll catch up with us
Then
anyhow.
something
Still
else,
think that this money spent legislative session and this convention and banquet we had was money well spent.
Well, I don't think there's a question about that.
Yeah.
We got our money's worth both ways.
some of these things you was just talking about like janitorial service and your lights and your water, you gonna still have them down there with that
Yeah.
larger note. So,
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said that you had about $200 a month on to your payment on your loan.
Actually, I've done a little figuring here, if you take the 20-year loan at the $805 payments a month, that's $5,340 a year more than you're paying now.
That
So
would
you
be-
within less than $1,000 of your surplus in your first year of payment.
Yeah. Well, that can't be handled, I don't think, without a dues increase
I don't
right
see
now.
it.
The only way you can finance it is with
You
a
have
dues
less than
increase,
$700.
which would call for a special convention. you know, we don't have the authority to levy a dues increase, it would actually have to be special convention to deal with it.
Everything else is going up, my salary go up on
Personally, I'd be willing to raise my nickel for mine, in other words, I'll pay my nickel. But
I think, I
95%
personally-
of my members would wanna cut that nickel.
yes, mine too.
I personally believe though that the wise thing to do would be to try to bill.
Well, you got something for the council, then you're not just paying
And
rent.
as this brother said, it would add to the prestige of labor in the state of Mississippi.
It would.
And actually, the only way to have anything, you have to pay a price. And, you say it would naturally mean a dues increase, but, everything else is going up.
What I'm studying about, if we increase the payment 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents a month, and half of the affiliated locals dropped out, how much better off?
It'd be worse
Well-
off actually on that day.
Yeah, well,
In other words, I'm.
Really, how many though do you feel like you would lose?
I don't
You
think-
feel like you would lose that many,
I think this is
dues?
something that
You
should
lose
be
a
carried
third
back
of it.
home and
Would
talk to the people about
You
it.
lose some of them, there's no question.
Well,
I don't mean to say, I don't mean to say hours to drop out, I'll do everything I can to keep it in, but I don't know what to do. But
Well,
I'll do everything I could to keep it
I
in.
know you, a lot of times you can control.
Thing we do then is go up about twice what you need, go up about 10 cents then. To start with.
Bargain with them, in other words, thank you.
I
Go
think
about
that-
10 cents.
Go up 10 for dues to nickel.
The Tennessee Labor Council is having a special convention up there, you
raise dues?
or you heard it, not at all.
Yeah, I know, I read.
There's one question here I think we ought to consider, we are continuing, as far as I know, to get subsidy from the National AFL-CIO.
Yeah.
If we went up on our per capita, would they continue that subsidy? If not, we'd be,
Now, all this will have to be cleared.
right. What is our subsidy in a year from them now?
$10,000.
$10,000.
It's 10.
$11,000.
$11,000. So the National AFL-CIO is giving us $11,000 a year the way it is. And my question is, if we go up, say, 3 or 5 cents on our per capita, will they continue that?
I think probably they would, but I couldn't say yes
How do we,
without checking it out first.
how do we,
Well, Mississippi can't exist no way without somebody supporting it.
Somebody.
how does our capital tax stand in comparison with other states?
Well, we are kinda in the medium category. We got that, information over in office.
We're about 4 from the top.
We got several that's up higher than that.
We are 4 down from the very most.
In other words,
States pay.
In other words, there's a lot of them less than ours.
Oh,
Yeah, a lot less,
See where that goes.
quite a few of
90%
us.
of
There's more than 4 state councils above.
Yeah, but some of them same thing, we in about 4
Yeah,
spots.
fourth category,
That's
we're
what
more
I'm
than
saying,
4
yeah,
states
about
paying.
4th category.
About 19 councils above.
19 of them would be was higher than us. I believe Louisiana's the highest, I think, was 30 cents.
There's 2 30 cents and then there's a lot of 25 cents.
Quite a few at 25,
And we're 20,
and we at 20, several at 20,
and then several at 15.
several at 15. And then several moved all the way down to about a nickel. New York, I think's got about 3 cents, hasn't it?
No, but you.
Yeah,
Purchase
because
small.
they have
They got
them.
such a big membership, see, that they don't have to
Small.
do the structure.
Large locals got put on the capital tax and small locals. Large locals 10 cents per
Well,
pound on large locals go. Small
There
locals.
is another possibility here that, you might wanna consider. And that's, a location further out that would be cheaper. You might wanna consider that. You wouldn't save all that much money, but, you could save some that way. I'm convinced this piece of property we're looking at, when it's put in shape, the guy wouldn't have any trouble getting $50,000 out of it. That property in this area over here is expensive as all get out. You know what I'm talking about, and there's gonna be a real demand for it. We buy it and fix it up. I don't think we'd have any trouble in cutting the cost of that thing in half. A piece of property over there. Which means, you see, that if you went outside town and and found a lot for $25,000 or $30,000, you'd be just as well off to have bought this and sold a piece to have paid for it, and still have an ideal location. So, I mean, you know, I don't think there's enough saving there to get outside really to amount to all of that.
Is it actually a big enough lot, though, Claude, to sell part of it and then have you room
We
for
fixed that
expansion?
ditch up, and smooth that over. Those of you that see how, Evie and James and Schaefer, I don't believe you was down when we went over there, where you didn't get to that meeting. Yeah, Robbie was here, he made it. All went over to see it, and they can give you an idea, I think, about the size of it, that there'll be plenty of room for parking. This is something else that would be convenient for you folks and any other visitors we might have when you come in, that you'll have a place to park.
The lot's big enough to sell off a piece of it.
That's right.
The problem there would be initial cost of getting into shape for sale, and then
That's right.
finding a buyer soon enough to do us some good before we run out of money.
Yeah.
I wouldn't plan on that.
Well, I tell you what our problem
Other than
is.
that, you'd have to have another source of income to keep the notes up.
I tell you what our problem is. Our problem is convincing our members to pay a nickel more a month.
Well, I believe it should be done, though.
Well, I think it'd take a selling program. I think we'd have to go at it like we did the program of progress, that we'd have to go into the locals and sell it in advance of the convention. I don't think we could just come up to a convention and introduce a resolution and get it passed.
I think it'd fail if you did that.
Yeah.
That's right.
It
Well,
might
yes.
even matter your education program.
Here's another point too on income. I've just been handed a sheet here showing the unaffiliated locals in the Tupelo area.
Sure, that's right.
If we, as consecrated union people, did our job, I'm including myself, we wouldn't be handed this list here. They'd be in there paying dues like the rest of
But
us.
every one of us got a list just like that, every area in the state.
I've got one here,
Well-
I didn't even know a local existed.
Well, let me tell you this, I've got the affiliation thing on the program for discussion. You might want to table the discussion on the building for a few minutes and go into the affiliation thing, if you'd like. This, of course, is where the major problem is. If we had them all affiliated, we could finance the program without paying.
One other angle on this bill, on this property clause, where you say call a special convention, I'm not sure that, a convention just to handle this item would be smart.
No.
I think you'd have to do it over a more long-range plan and do it at a regular convention.
Yeah.
But my next question is would the property sit there that long? I mean, or would you get faced with paying some sort of an option on the property to hold it to our next one?
I'm sure that we would, because the guy wants to sell, he wants to get out and retire, is what he wants to do. But he's not in that big a hurry, you know, that he'd wait till we could act. Now, if we can come up with some kind of a way maybe of buying the property, and then later on, the building, you see, we might think about doing this, which,
Well,
give
of
us
course,
time.
actually, then you'd be faced with notes on the property and your present rent, which
That's
would be
true.
about as bad to handle as the notes on a new building, wouldn't it?
Just about the same thing. Yeah.
My opinion, Mr. Chairman, this is a bad time to really, go into a program this expensive anyway.
Tight money, high rent.
Presidential election
Yeah.
coming up,
Yeah.
first of the year,
Yeah.
and the money situation might ease off.
Yeah.
And, 1%, just assuming that after the
Yeah.
first of the year, you could get it for 6.5%.
Yeah.
This would save some money on $100,000.
This is very true. This is very
The
true.
only real pushing thing is the piece of property.
Yeah.
That's the sale out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know where there's a piece on Claiborne Street, you're talking about moving out to be bought.
Your
Now,
present location?
We want near a shopping center, if we could get them anywhere from downtown, they won't leave.
I've been trying to get them put it up out of the Van Winkle section myself.
There's all kind of places out there right by my house.
Sound like everybody wants to build close where they are to be, don't you?
We've had quite a bit of discussion about where it ought to be located out there.
Center located.
Could've bought one of those motels down on the Gulf Coast.
I move that we take no positive action in this meeting, but continue to explore the possibilities and let it simmer for a while.
We have a second that motion. And that means that we'll talk with the guy and tell him we're interested, if we, I don't think we're in a position of swinging it right now, and we hope he will hang on to it a little while longer and we'll come back and see him again. Yeah, I think that it's, impossible to get into it right now, so maybe we might wanna be thinking about being ready at our next convention, maybe to move into it. Do we have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Well, since we've touched on the affiliation problem, why don't we go ahead and take that one up now? We've got, some plans and suggestions that we wanna make and, seek your cooperation and things of this kind. Tom and Carolyn have been working, quite a bit in trying to put together some information and setting up some file cards and stuff like this, on this particular project. They have prepared for you a list of, locals that's not affiliated, in your particular section. And we're providing you with that information, in the hopes that maybe you can make contact with them and not necessarily affiliate them yourself. If you can, fine and good, but, see if you can arrange to get an invitation for Tom and myself, wanting to meet with the local union along with you. That's what we suggested. So I'm gonna ask Tom to, talk to you a few minutes about this problem. Of course, we've been working on it all we can, time to time, and with some success, as you can see by the affiliation increase.
I might add at this point that there is another concentrated drive on the part of Stanton Smith's office. Most of you are familiar with Stanton Smith, coordinator of state and local central bodies. He works directly with the international union. And then, in turn, they work down through the organization through the proper channels. There's a push on also by Stanton's office, and we felt at this time, since there is an special effort being put forth with many of these unions, particularly where the affiliation is at first with certain organizations, that it would be a good time. Now, Ms. Phillips has, as you have there, prepared a list for you in your area. We realize that all of you are busy, you have as much to do or more than you can do. And she's now passing out some little forms, little blank pieces of paper, which, has a place there to put the date and the local union, the organization, and your name, or the name of the person you contact, and a place for remarks. What we'd like for you to do is, as best you can, in addition to your other duties, when you come in contact with any of the officers of any of these local unions, is for you to make a notation of that on one of these forms and just sign your initials. We'll know who it is. Fill out the heading up there so we'll know what union it is. And see what the prospects are, as Claude pointed out, for one of us to be invited to the meeting. I find this sentiment in some of these locals for somebody to talk to them, but yet and still we can't go on that. We have to be invited through the proper channels. We can't just go barging in on anybody's local union. They can throw you out, You have to get an official invitation from some officer.
These rat contractors can do.
That's right, and, if you would kindly, when you make a contact, indicate such on that little form and send it to us. Ms. Phillips has a big, large book that she has, designated solely for this unaffiliated, file. And in, she will enter your remarks and, the information that you give us in this catalog on unaffiliated organizations. This will give us quite a bit of information, namely, who you contacted, when you contacted them, who contacted, and generally, just in 2 or 3 words, what the reaction was. If it was friendly, if they've given you some indication as to whether or not there'll be an invitation forthcoming, or whether you actually got the invitation, then she will transfer this into this big, large notebook that we have, where we have a complete file on all of these. And as far as our file is concerned, we have a card file set up, and we're establishing phone numbers. And when I go to an area myself, me or Claude, we carry the cards on these various unaffiliated locals. It's got the telephone numbers on there, and we try to contact them. And we also fill out one of these forms when we come back to the office. We feel like in this week, this will provide us with more up-to-date information as to what the various situations is with various unaffiliated unions, and help us to more or less close in on them, and really put the heat on them, so to speak, and try to get more of them interested, at least in inviting somebody to meet with a membership. Now this is unfortunate, but it's true, and I'm sure you'll agree. You'll be surprised how few people in some, and I'm not thinking about any particular union, but you'd be surprised how few of the rank and file members in some of these local unions could actually tell you what the state AFL-CIO is and what it's all about. Did you know that? Absolutely, very few. Now I'm going to tell you a little story. If we got just a minute, I won't take much time, but this is a good illustration of the loose knitness of and the poor communications in this labor movement. There was a guy called me. Some of you may have heard this. You have to excuse it, but I think it's a good illustration. A guy called my house one time last year, and I have a son, Thomas Jr. They called and asked to speak to Thomas. Who answered the phone said, "Well, you want to speak to Junior or Senior?" He says, "I want to speak to the bus driver." See? Well, now this is no reflection on the man or the organization. This was a member of the bus driver of the Transit Workers Union here in Jackson, and he wanted to talk to me. I was the one he wanted to talk to. But now this poor guy knew so little about the way this labor movement's put together. The central bodies is related to the locals, and one international is related to the other, and how the state council comes. So he figured, he knew I was a union man. He figured I had to be a bus driver. See? That was the only union there was. When he wanted, when my daughter asked him, said, "You want to speak to Thomas Jr. or Thomas Sr.?" He said, "I'll know which one's the bus driver." See? So in spite of ourselves, we've made a little progress, but what I'm trying to say is this is a good illustration of how very little some of the people know about this labor movement and how it's put together.
And it ain't just all rank and file. There's some local union officers in that state that because they are a member of an AFL-CIO local union, they assume automatically that they're part of this organization. When up at Mississippi State College during that first meeting we had on the Department of Industrial Relations, we had the guy from Grenada with the one of these transit unions, the telegraphers.
Yeah,
telegraphers, something.
I know who you are.
And he approached me. Well, I was citing something or other that was sent out. He wanted to know how come George, he wasn't on our mailing list receiving that information. I said, well, it's, are you affiliated? Well, he says, we're an AFL-CIO union. I said, yeah, but you're not affiliated paying dues to the state council. And he wasn't aware of the fact, you see, that he had affiliated and pay dues to the organization. I don't know how much of this we got, but apparently we got quite a bit of it.
I can't get $7.95 in for that same reason.
They think because
they keep telling me the same. Oh, I said, but you're not. Yeah, but we are. And I can't convince them. I've been trying.
We believe that if
honest, there isn't. I can't get them.
Pursue this little system we have here, it will help us, and then we solicit your cooperation in this effort. It'll at least, these little forms, if we file them correctly and accurately, it'll help us keep a little closer, tab on the situation and know what the reaction of these various locals are, in an effort to try to get into these meetings and talk to them about the program of the council, what it really is.
A lot of this, problem centers around the fact that the international union does not push this affiliation. Whether the affiliation is good in those unions that push it, and it's bad in those unions that don't. This is how simple it is, see. Now, we probably are gonna, we're hopeful that machinists are gonna affiliate sometime in the near future. I was down at the state meeting a couple of weeks ago, and they promised me they're gonna take it up and see if they couldn't get back in.
As the upholsters at Pontotoc, have
Yes,
they
we got,
affiliated?
yes, sir. Yeah, and, also the carpenters is,
We're working on the
gonna meet with
woodwork
them
before
also
we-
for long.
I
Plus,
believe
the
we got
woodworking.
wage and hour department.
Discount that one.
We got that wage and hour men too.
Got them? Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, and, what you do to your, regional director, J.X. Barker, he wrote a letter to some of these IBEW unaffiliated locals and pretty well laid it on the line to them. We think that we'll probably get 2 or 3 of those locals in as a result of that. John Gillespie was in the other day. They've changed officers, and the Vicksburg local that, we had some problems with, and he thinks probably we'll get them back in.
Well, John told me last night, CLU meeting last night, that, every unaffiliated, well, every, IBEW local in the state that was not affiliated was being advised that they must affiliate.
Yeah.
Well, while we're putting that must in that for the AFL, state AFL, let's get a little
CLU.
plug in somewhere for the CLU.
CLU. By all means, we do. When Tom and I go into a meeting,
We've got local.
we don't talk about just the state organization. We stress the need of affiliation all the way up and down the line. We never talk to them without doing that.
We got locals at home that's affiliated with CLU, not affiliated with state. We got locals affiliated with state, not affiliated with CLU.
That's the Meridian
James already
situation.
promised me
We're
2 or 3
working
years
on
ago,
those
he's
woodworkers,
involved.
but they're hard. Tom can.
Well, we got something now.
Cause I ain't chosen to go.
We got something now that we can sell these people with if you, you know, up until this point, we've been forced to mark progress for the lack of damage done, but we can point to this legislative session this time, where we made some definite improvements that's gonna benefit their members, and that they'll ride and agree. You know, we got unemployment up to $40 this time. We got workers' comp up to $40, an increase on maximum death from 12,000 to from 12,500 to 15,000, and maximum total benefits to 17,000 from 14,500. You know, now, Brother Jackson and his committee is gonna give you a report here after a while on,
May I ask a question, Tom? Claude, while we're on this affiliation, on this, Superior Coach at Kosciuszko, you know, they're on strike.
Yeah.
Is that a legal strike?
oh yes, yes. Tom and I went up and visited with them last Friday night. It's one of these situations, yeah, it's very definitely
Well, they're
legitimate
threatening to
strike.
send our telephone boys across the land.
Well, it's actually an unfair labor practice strike.
Yeah,
Those
well-
people are subject to, you know, they can't replace them. It's one of these deals where the board certified them, the company refused to recognize the union, and they struck. I mean, just to simplify it for you. And they got a good solid group, and by the way, the bargaining committee's down here today, saw Clayton Moss, they're meeting right now. They got a good, strong, solid group of people up there, and it's a real important group to.
Well, I just wanted to know, 'cause see, we can honor a legal strike.
Oh,
They're
actually.
threatening to send
Well,
our
that-
boy across the
Well,
land.
you advise
He's
them
going
that
to
it is a
find
legitimate
sure
picket
out-
line,
find
ain't
out
no
for
ifs
sure.
and ands about it. It's more legitimate than a lot of them, as a matter of fact, because of the unfair labor practice nature of it, yeah.
Might have been a shatter of a doubt prior to a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it was his
That's
understanding
removed.
that they went out before they ever were legally.
They went out before they were certified.
That was what was confusing to the men, I think.
I'd like to bring to your attention, at the recent International Association of Firefighters Convention, they removed from their constitution entirely the no strike clause. It's no more even mentioned in the Constitution. And by that, might be able to get more fire departments with the state too.
We got Vicksburg now.
When we got them their vacation back, now they done pulled out.
Well, we are making some progress here, but, it's not enough. Now that the legislature's out of session, I hope that I can have more time to work on things such as this myself. But, what we need is some help out of you folks, just setting up some meetings is what we really need here. And let Tom and I come in, we'll do that.
Well, there's a couple of locals here that you might maybe.
We got,
Yeah, but then the
brick masons.
information you got on them that are not, it's not correct.
Here in Corinth, now, we got the brick masons, they may have 12 members.
Yeah.
We got the laborers, I figure they got around 50.
Yeah.
We're
The
working on
plasterers
this.
has got 5.
Yeah.
And, this other carpenter's local, of course, I got to find out about it, I didn't know.
He
it
don't know
existed.
about one.
I
What
didn't
is
know
it?
it existed. I thought.
Well, this-
Corinth and Tupelo carpenter's local.
We come by this
Carpenter's
information, largely, well, we scrap it up in
That came
different
out of
ways, but
national
most of this information here, secured through the Lanham Griffin reports that, come in and where these locals have to report.
Well, did the carpenters ever, get a charter set up on that seating plant they're building?
I'm not sure, do you know, Marty?
No, I don't know.
We, of course, the organizing program is continuing, and we getting new locals charted all the time. This is what's building up the affiliation board and everything else. We got a rubber workers local, it'll be affiliating not long from now to Tupelo.
Entire?
Yeah.
How about, jogging the international AFL-CIO's attention to when organizers come into the jurisdiction that they do try to work through the CLU and AFL-CIO.
Every
Now, we are
conference,
having lots of trouble
Crawford,
with the
I stress
machinists.
that, every one.
We having trouble with the machinists at home now, they don't make.
Is that Bill Presley?
No, Bill's not the organizer, I forget what
I had his name, but I forgot what it is.
Well, this is the problem. I don't know how you go about correcting it. We work on it constantly. You know what I'm talking about. And of course, we'll have get a call in here once in a while about a situation that we don't know about ourselves. They just like you, they slide us low. And I don't know what caused it, but we had an election in Aberdeen yesterday, I believe, where District 51 blasted thing over the rubber workers. So we got that problem.
What
to worry
was
about
that?
also. That Conco, I believe is the name of it.
Conoco.
Conoco.
And,
Give you an example of what, these are talking about. About a couple of months ago, I had a call one night, about 7 o'clock. Wanna know if I could get a meeting place for, chemical, one of the chemical workers is, ceramic, these people that do the ceramic.
Glass and ceramic.
Yeah, glass and ceramic. They wanted a meeting, they wanted a place, wanted me to help them get a meeting place right now for a meeting for tomorrow night. That, next day they're gonna have a NLRB vote. They wanted a place to meet, and I didn't even know they was in the area at all.
And you know how you got that telephone call? The guy called me, and I asked him if he had contacted you. Well, they didn't even know you existed. So I gave him your telephone number and suggested you get in touch with him.
No.
He knew there was a state council down here, but he didn't know anything about there was any central body in Tupelo. You know, I don't know why these organizers do this. If I was working as an organizer now, the first thing I do when I went in an area is to contact and find out who the local labor leaders were and seek their help. You know, James, you remember that's the first thing I did when I come into Hattiesburg was to meet with the local labor people when I was organizing.
You can't help them.
You almost have to do that.
You can't help them if, one organization has already got a campaign on and they coming in and get in on it too.
Oh, no, well, of course, no, you can't
That's
do
what's
that.
happening in Corinth now.
Well, you have to stay out of
That's
it.
what happened to me in Keesler outfit, so
Yeah.
I couldn't get them people starting together, cause the AFG,
Yeah.
already got in there. But what I wanna know is, local 199, the glass blowers.
They're out.
Has they ever been in?
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's because.
They got delinquent, when they had the strike, they dropped
Uh-huh.
out then, we wrote them and told them we'd exonerate them while the strike was going on, they didn't even answer our letter.
Well, The reason I ask is because, every time anything's going on, convention, anything that we have, and I always contact, Adam.
Yeah.
And, well, I guess I'll go, I think I'm going, I'll probably go, but I never see him lately, but I
Yeah.
used to see him up here. And that's why I was wondering if they were still
Yeah.
affiliated.
Well, that's the situation. They
Well,
dropped
I mean,
out
I can
during the
work
strike.
on, the reason I ask, I can work on him, I don't know what I can do with Oliver, cause every time I tell him, he says he's in it.
Oliver needs to polish up on his knowledge
Maybe I
of the
should
labor
send him a
movement a little
statement for
bit.
dues, reckon he'd pay it?
No, but he might, no, but he might realize, see, I gave him an application blank, I said, well, just fill this out and send it in, he wouldn't do that. So maybe if you did send him a statement, maybe he would realize the fact with me telling him too, that, it's not, and he said, oh yeah, we're in it, we're with the AFL-CIO, yeah, but then.
We'll write him a letter. Who's that, John French, is he still?
No, Harold Oliver.
Harold Oliver, do we got his name down?
Yes,
Oh,
he got
yeah.
his name and address. Yes,
Well, we'll write him,
right in.
and you can nudge him up too. Now,
Well, I
anything.
keep talking to him,
How many members he got?
Robbie, one?
and,
I just,
firefighters local, I didn't even know they had one in Gulfport.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, yeah.
We had him affiliated one time. Matter of fact, I helped organize that local union.
Well, you know, in
I mean,
Meridian-
most people in Gulfport's pretty cooperative, they'll talk with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think, I can't do any harm unless I go there with, Humphrey sign something on my car. I don't think I can do any harm by talking to him.
Robbie, did you,
And I know Morris and Biloxi.
well, how about that group of American Federation of Government Employees?
They got the same thing Oliver got. I keep telling them, they say, we're affiliated, they're not.
They know they're not affiliated. I met with the executive board of 4 different organizations
but-
at the same time.
But the subordinate thinks they're affiliated. I've talked to the secretary. I talked to him, he said, oh yeah, I said, you're not. You know, he pulled the card out. Yeah,
Well,
I said, that's a different thing. In AFL-CIO International, I said, but you're not affiliated with the state. And I can't get them to understand that.
Well, you get us another meeting. Now, this is what happened
They got-
last year.
They got an
When-
office now in Gulfport.
Yeah, well, they had a raid down there, and the independent union is in there trying to raid them. They were organized.
I was with
And the regional director, in charge of organizing, called me and asked me if I could come down and give them a hand, see? So I went down and had dinner with him and a couple of his organizers, and we set up a meeting of the executive boards of 4 of those groups on those various bases down there. I got up and talked to them, and the guy recommended them affiliating. I left them affiliation blanks, and every one of them assured me they're gonna take it up with their local union. Well, we haven't heard from the first one.
Because they think they're affiliated, that's why.
Well, them officers know better.
No, they don't want to. But the subordinate, the union itself thinks that they are affiliated. I've talked with.
Well, I think probably
talked
we need
with
to start at the
recording
top
secretary.
again, maybe, and write the International Union and ask them to push it.
Which that's the best way, because they think they are.
Brother Robbins has been wanting the floor here. Let's hear from him.
I just wanted to report on a couple of locals down there that, the situation has changed tremendously on this big local, the Boilermakers down there since we had the election.
Yes,
I've had indication that they are wanting to come back in.
that's good. I hope to be able to get on and see you. That's one important board
Yeah.
in the station. Now, please, we'll get cooperation out of that.
Walter Thornton there.
Yeah.
He wants to
These
cooperate
are not up to date.
Yeah.
And I noticed here on your painters local 1225, Howard Odell there is, no longer business agent there. He's forced out.
Yes, who do you know the business agent?
No, they haven't settled it yet.
Haven't settled it?
No, it's,
Yeah.
actually what this amounts to, we got some federal charges against the man. He's
Oh.
resigned to stay out of the penitentiary, that's what it amounts to.
Well, you
we got some, the addresses are out of date, yeah.
When
You got one here.
Gaston did, GS did, I can see him, and I can see this, J.D. Crawl, and see, but now these people in Hattiesburg,
Yeah.
I had no way to go over there.
Yeah, well, James.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as spots, yeah, I can contact people. I saw Gaston this morning in the bank, about an hour, and I stood there and talked to him.
Yeah, well, that's the reason we're bringing all this out here. Now, this is what we plan on doing, whenever we get around to it, is Calvin's gonna bring the directory up to date, fix up a new directory, which will have all of the locals, whether they're affiliated or not, you know. Now, we send you out a quarterly statement of affiliation, and by having the two documents, you can check them out and keep up with who's affiliated and who's not. Now, the old director's completely out of date now, there's no point in us trying to use it now, but as soon as we can, we'll update that directory, send each one of you a copy of it. Now,
A point of information, here, Mr. Chairman, on the Tupelo list here, we have, Bricklayer's local number 9 listed for Union, Mississippi. Union, Mississippi is not,
over here.
it's not in Tupelo jurisdiction.
That's an area, that's in Meridian.
Probably should have put that on Beth's list.
You want-
Give it to me and I'll put it on my
Of
list.
course, we know, as you do, that a lot of these locals are listed just like those that, Brother Dees is talking about. Some of them only have a handful of members, and some of them might even be out of existence.
Well, this Plaster's local, in about 2 weeks, or a month ago, I said, Mike, we sure need you to come to CLU meeting where you're affiliated or not, but let's attend the meeting.
Yeah.
And, he said, well, it won't amount much, there's just 3 of us now. That's what he told me, he said, there's just 3 of us.
Well, we got a lot of these little post office locals like that all over the state too. Well, now, do we need to discuss this matter anymore? Can we move on? We still have quite a bit of business to take care of. Any help that you can give us will be appreciated. And, if you affiliate them out, it's fine. If they want us in a meeting, try to get us an invitation and let us know, and then we'll try to work something out with Tom and myself and get on there.
One other thing in regard to this, I don't know how much it's mentioned in the monthly, don't you have a monthly,
Yeah, we do.
organizer meeting?
Yeah, monthly organizer meeting.
Is this a question of affiliation, pushed in there?
Always, every month, they have to listen to me every 4th month.
Yeah.
Goes in 1 ear and out the other.
Yeah, we both stay with them pretty good on occasions, and frankly, we're not having too much trouble with these new locals.
No problem.
We affiliate them, most of them.
Well, the main thing I was talking about, you have international reps in there.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It has jurisdiction over a lot of these unaffiliated now.
Yeah,
That's the point that I was trying to bring.
yeah. I ordered some coffee before we cranked up and be up here at 3 o'clock. I thought we'd take a little break, get some coffee, in the middle of this thing. Think we discussed that enough? What'd you say, Tom? Oh, let's smoke out over there. Let's look around out there and see if they're out there with their coffee too, maybe. Don't see any sign of them. Well, what I thought I'd do is just give them a brief report on the recent session of the legislature. That's for the benefit of the board members. The executive committee has been praised for this already. We made some what I consider significant progress in this session of the legislature, and Brother Jackson's has come up with a good suggestion that I intended to follow through on, that should help us some on the affiliation problem. And that is, I intend to do a report, a summary of sorts concerning the program of progress and the parts of it that's been accomplished since the thing was put into effect in 1961. And it might surprise quite a few of you to know how many points on that legislative program that's already been accomplished. and add to what has happened, prior to this session and what's happened here, we've made significant progress, believe you me, more than I thought we had after I got to looking into it. But the two most important items, I guess, that we got action on this time was on unemployment insurance, where we got the maximum weekly benefits up from $30 to $40, which will mean quite a bit to some of these industries, especially yours, where you have these periods of layoff. And the workman's compensation up from $35 to $40, and then the others, as I've already outlined to you. This was a real battle. I want you to know that I had to stay and sleep with some of those birds night and day, especially on the workman's comp bill. And had it not been for me and my perseverance on the last couple of days, would have lost it. The manufacturers were out to kill it. And the history of the thing was that they were late in bringing it out of committee. This was delaying tactics to stall it off. The bill they brought out wasn't too good, and we got it amended a little on the House, and I told them to let it go. We get it to the Senate, we clean it up, because I knew we'd get a better committee over there. We got it amended and got in good shape when it come out of the committee, and Purvis done us a good job there.
I was gonna give you a report on that. He addressed our Kiwanis Club, Silvertown Club recently.
Yeah.
And he gave credit where credit was due.
Yeah.
On the works comp bill.
Is that right?
He did.
Well, if it hadn't been for us, it would have never passed. I mean, he knows this.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I just kind of, I could give you an awful lot of, spent a lot of time on this and how this all happened. But what I'm telling you is that the manufacturers of the MEC and these other groups, when they didn't get the bill through, in other words, the bill that was originally come out of the House Insurance Committee was a manufacturer's bill, is what it got on to. And when we cleaned it up in the Senate, they went after killing it then. And the roll call vote that I want you to look at when we get this final report together is the vote on supporting the Senate amendments, not on final passage. The fight was on supporting the amendments to the bill to improve it, which the committee come out with. And we finally got the bill amended, and then it got to the House again, went back to the House, and we were running late into the session then. It was actually about 2 weeks before the session closed, but we didn't know when it was going to close at that time. But I was afraid if that bill was put in conference, that this would, we'd lose it, sure enough. This was more delaying tactics. So I got to some of our friends over there when I found there's going to be a move made to put it in conference by the committee chairman, instead of adopting and go along with the Senate amendments, that they was going to move to, not to concur and put it in conference. And I got to some of our good friends over there, and Eldon Bolin is the guy that led the way on this one. He does a fine job, don't you know? He's real capable. Yeah. Well, you want to remember he was with us this time. But anyhow, we organized some opposition, try to keep it out of conference, but we lost the fight because, frankly, we didn't have time to get to everybody. This is the reason for it. But anyhow, they got the bill in conference, and then the problem was to getting it out of conference, getting an agreed bill, and getting it back before both houses for a vote. This was where the real fight was. So they got the conference set up, and the problem was getting these two committees together and work out a compromise, and this was my job, was staying with them. So the last few days of the session, they were meeting continually, and recess for periods, for their committees to meet and come back in. So I wore out a pair of shoes between them two chambers, catching them birds in recess where I could get these committees together. That's how we got the bill out. And it's the bill is not what we want by any stretch of the imagination. it likes an awful lot of being what we want. I was hoped we'd get $45 a week and about 18,000 maximum death this time around, but considering the problems of doing anything with that stacked deck with those committees over there, then I think that we've come out of it in fairly good shape. At least we can now point, that we've made some progress.
Mr. Chairman, just
yes.
one point. Would you, brief us for just about a minute on the occupational
Yes.
phase of that, measure?
Yes, I'll do my, that's, of course, something I should have touched on as I was reporting. There's three areas here actually where the act has been changed some. One, of course, is the occupational disease section. Our current law did not have any provision to cover occupational disease. The law, as it was amended this time, will bring occupational disease under the act. A person that incurs occupational disease in connection with his work will now receive the same coverage as the person that's injured on the job. This probably is something that we ought to be able to sell the shipyard locals with, because the lead poisoning danger and all that kind of stuff in those ship bombs. It ought to be a good selling point to them. The only thing that frankly bothers me about this section is one word. We had quite a bit of discussion about it, and after finding out, that the only way we was going to get that bill out of there and get it voted on was to agree to that word, and that is that the person must prove that there's a direct relationship with the job and the occupational disease. I'm afraid of that word direct. But nobody really knows. It'll take some expense to find out. So, in order to get the bill passed, then that word had to be in there, but in order to get a vote off the committee is what it got down to, the conference committee, to get enough votes for it. The other place that the act was improved on, that is, as far as the House Pass version was concerned, was on the apportionment section. When the bill come out of the House, it was rigged in such a fashion that it would have been possible for an injured worker, after the settlement was made, they had to go back and repay some money that maybe where he might have been overpaid. So we got the bill amended whereby the guy has to reach the maximum recovery point before any apportionment takes place. Under the old deal, as they attempted to do, the guy could have been, his benefits could have been apportioned before he reached maximum recovery, and then to establish the fact that he had been paid more than he was entitled to. This is this pre-injury condition thing we're talking about
Yeah.
now. See,
That's even a little more strenuous than that, though.
Yeah.
Patterson came out with a decision reaching back to 1960,
Yeah.
4 case in
Yeah.
Greenwood.
Yeah.
And he set up apportionment in his Supreme Court decision.
Yeah.
That it starts immediately the day of injury. Well, this being the case, it leaves all medical injury.
Yeah.
You take a man that's been compensated 100%.
Yeah.
Accepted on the job and working.
Yeah.
Is he covered at all? And you've got lots of those people in the state.
Yeah, you see, this is the
So they cleaned this up.
clean this up, yeah.
And it does start with the doctor's decision of
Right, maximum recovery.
I had quite a battle with Ted Millett on that, just after this last, committee meeting on that deal too.
On that bill?
Yeah.
After it was over with, or?
No, that was, just after our last, executive committee meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you must have really worked on him, man. I run into him over there one day and he was really shook up. You wanna know what the devil I told Robbie? I said, well, it's very simple. I told Robbie to come talk to you. That if we lost that bill, I was gonna consider it your fault. We wanted out of that committee. That's what I told him.
It's very evident that you talked to him.
It was very evident you worked on it, but no question about that. You'd be surprised at how the bearing that has too. We sent a delegation from here over to see Mr. Sutton Marks, who was chairman of the Labor Committee, you know, on our Department of Labor bill, and that brought some results. He finally put W.A. Stevens on the committee, but they still kept the thing in there, you know.
It does
Now, of
give
course,
you a report to our last CLU on that, said that one man against 10, you had to fight against him, you just didn't have much chance.
That's about it. The secretary wants to make an announcement.
I just wanna announce that if we ever have a building with a board meeting in it, I promise to make better coffee than this. Yes, sir. We'll learn how for sure.
Plus, the other areas that we made improvement in this time, you know, I sent out a report on it, so I think all of you are familiar with it, the annual sessions thing with a limited time, and, you know, I think that we can justly take credit for this one. The vote was close enough in the referendum. It passed by less than a 5,000 vote majority with the Hedemans going all out against it. You know, I think that, you know, I wouldn't give you 2 cents for it passing with all of the, after it's been in here so long and everything anyhow. And I was beginning to wonder myself if it was wise to do it. After 7 months of it. But I'm sure it could have improved. Sheriffs, of course, we got 2 bills still over there that would separate the office of sheriff and tax collector and tax assessor, assume the duties of the collecting taxes, and the sheriff then would be able to run for re-election. And women got the right to serve on juries this time, and that, Phillips, for that, is now a first-class citizen.
They killed one of the first when they got the chance.
And of course, another thing that I think was significant, especially in certain areas of the state, this applies especially on the coast, was the voter residence requirement. We was able to get that lowered from 2 years to 1, and in the district 6 months precinct. We can't claim a victory in the taxation field, I don't think, but we can claim that had it not been for our efforts, we'd have got socked a lot worse. We got socked pretty bad like it was, but we were able to keep the sales tax down to a half cent instead of the full cent that's passed by the Senate, I believe it was originally. And we were able to modify the original income tax bill that passed the Senate. It's not much pleasure here. Most of our people will be paying more taxes, but the only pleasure is that it could have been a lot worse, is what I'm telling you. Now, we got another matter here this afternoon that we'll need to act on, another constitutional amendment that will be voted on. We haven't took a position on it. And when we get through with our coffee, I guess this will be another good item to take up at this time while we're on the legislative item. I think that pretty well hits a high spot, so I'll
You do plan to put out a
I will,
resume, you might say?
yes, I will, put together a comprehensive report on the full session, as I always do, and provide some roll call votes of some of these individuals, and try to pick out the crucial roll calls that way you can judge a guy by. Yeah, well, and then we hope you file these and keep them when the guy's up for re-election. Now, we got a couple of birds over there that need special attention, in my opinion. And we'll just cite a few for you. Sutton Marks in this county, for instance, who's chairman of the House Labor Committee, who stacked the deck on us with a subcommittee on the Department of Labor bill, which we couldn't get it out with a team of mules, you know, a wasted effort. They give us a runaround. I think we're gonna have to make a special effort in this county, Brother Dunlap, to find a good man to run against Sutton Marks and single him out. Same thing applies up in Clarksdale, where this fellow Neblick, who was chairman of the subcommittee, lives, you see, where you got a rubber workers local up there. Marvin's got a senator from over in Monroe County, Senator Foster. who's the most pleasant old man you ever seen. He's a friendless fellow. He'll pat you on the back and shake your hand and go right down there and vote against you every time. Senator Stone from Harrison County needs some special consideration. Senator Stone and Senator Foster led the opposition over in the Senate to the committee's amendments to improve workmen's compensation. In other words, they were supporting MEC in the manufacturer's position. And Foster led the move at the request of the manufacturers, I'm sure, at least it was what they're doing to do it, to cut the unemployment insurance bill that we got through the House from $40 back to $36. This was Foster. He offered this amendment. This is the kind of thing that we've got to remember, you see, where we can point out to our people what's really happened here. And of course, we got some other people that fall in this category as well. Senator Pittman, for instance, down in Hattiesburg, can't seem to make up his mind whether he's our friend or not. One day he's out there pitching, and the next day he's introducing a bill to prohibit strikes on the part of public employees.
Like a little goose, he gets something and you know, level more.
Mayor
Yeah.
Far and Far, that's
But-
a three-county district.
I think we worried him so doggone much that I think he's responsible for helping us kill that bill in committee. I worked him over so hard.
Well,
We
apparently,
got so many people on
anything
it.
you want passed, just get him to be against it.
Well, the guy, he's one of these guys, like I say, that on some issues he's with you. For instance, and this is something we haven't ever acted on, but we're gonna have to come up with some, amend our legislative programs and incorporate some more objectives, but I'm sure everybody here would be in favor of it. And that's legislation whereby these banks will have to pay interest on the state money deposited in them, see? Well, here Pittman is one of the floor leaders on this one. They was trying to kill over there, but Pittman was on the right side of this one. This is what I'm talking about, you see.
But did him also introduce a bill prohibiting sample ballots?
Yeah.
Directed directly at organized labor.
He didn't realize this, and I had something to say about this in the report, and apparently some of you guys in Hattiesburg got on him about it. And he come back up the next week and he says, what the devil you say about me in that report of yours this past week? I said, well, I mentioned something about that bill you introduced that would prohibit anybody from taking a sample ballot in the polling place with it. Well, he said, that wouldn't affect you folks, would it? I said, well, hell, yes, it would affect us. I said, most of our people, and I said, I do. For convenience sake, I'll mark a ballot and have in my pocket as a guideline before I go in there. Most people do. And I said, for your information, we had one in Forest County that had your name on it. Well, he didn't realize it. Yeah, such youngsters. Well, you wanna take up this constitutional amendment now and get that out of the way? Be as good a time as any, I guess.
Claude, in connection, before we get into that, was there anything in the hopper over there this time about changing the election date from Tuesday to Saturday?
Yeah. We got a bill introduced, didn't even get out of committee, of course. We got a bill introduced over there that would've done that, and would've,
Tennessee is doing something about that.
that would've, provided for these Democratic Party precinct meetings to be held on a Saturday, and things of this kind. We had Theodore Smith introduce this bill, by the way, the other days, and, I read that. Yeah, I tell you, we need a few more Theodore Smiths over there. We don't have nothing to worry about, we had a few more guys.
Also lost the absentee ballot too.
Yeah, we lost the absentee ballot there in the shuffle. And I'm not too sure what it might be just as well if we did lose it, the way it was drawn, because it didn't go as far and cover all the people it ought to. And if it had passed like it was, I'm afraid we'd have trouble coming back later on in a minute. I think our chances are better, frankly, to get a good absentee ballot bill passed, maybe in the next session. The bill that they reported out covered all field workers, it covered, college students, but it didn't provide for construction workers, people that, be away from home on work like this, you see.
We got a little something there in the contract that's gonna help that, through that. We got a 3-day, vacation, 3-day overtime pay, so. No, wait a minute, I'm getting mixed up in.
3 days off with pay?
3 days, off, for election. 3 hours off for election.
Mean to go vote.
Let me get it, 3 hours off for election with pay.
With pay, that's
Yeah.
to go vote.
To vote.
Yeah,
Now,
give you time to vote.
if it was on a Saturday, we have very little work on Saturday, and that's where it will help.
Yeah.
Because the employee would much rather have it on a Saturday than he would.
They had to pay you 3 hours to go down there.
No, he wouldn't have as many to pay because they don't work as much on a Saturday. Where if it was on, like on a Tuesday, they would have maybe, 500 men to pay. On Saturday, they may have 15 or less. See? So that's where, that's.
Yeah, well, of course, we're gonna keep plugging at this thing, and eventually we hope to improve the election laws and make it more convenient and all that stuff, but, we didn't do it this time. Now, the legislature, you might not have thought about this, the legislature will be reapportioned again before the next election. In addition to having some people they need to be shooting at, some of these counties like Jackson and maybe Harrison, maybe even Hines, that have increased population quite a bit since the last census will receive more representation, and we're gonna have to put forth a real effort there. But we'll keep you advised on this, and, when the time comes, we'll hope everybody be able to roll up their sleeves. Let's take up this constitutional amendment, see if we can get it out of the way. This, I had hoped that I could get a competent senator over here to, explain this, amendment to you a little bit, and, well, you'd be in a better position to make maybe a wiser decision, but I wasn't able to. Theodore was in an automobile accident, and
He got out of the hospital last
yeah,
Saturday.
he's not able to get around. He would have come down, and Bill Bergen was tied up, trying to get Bill. Marvin thought that he'd be a good man. But anyhow, let me just as briefly as I can explain the situation to you. All of you know that the highway program died because the Senate, by a 2-vote margin, failed to pass the gasoline tax of 1.5 cents increase. A number of bills were enacted dealing with the highway program designation and things of this kind, but they all went by the wayside when the bill failed to pass to finance the program with. The legislature enacted a constitutional amendment that in effect removes the highway bonds from being considered as part of the state's bonded indebtedness. We have a constitutional limitation on the number of bonds, the amount of bonds that the state can float, and the state is not too far from that maximum. I think they've got about somewhere in the neighborhood of about $95 million that they can go, and then they will have reached the maximum point. I've talked with a number of people, and of course, you've got to remember this amendment passed both houses by 2/3 vote. I've talked with a number of people that I have confidence in, and all are of the opinion that this is a good constitutional amendment. It again has got some safeguards there about that they can only go so far. I might ought to read this thing to you. Let me read it to you, it's not too long. Section 115, the fiscal year of the state of Mississippi shall commence on the first day of July and on the 13th day of June of each year. And the auditor of public accounts and the treasurer of the state shall compile and have published a full and complete report, and so forth, but that is basically it. Now, I think all of us agree that there is a definite need for highway programs. You know what I'm talking about? But they also, there's no question in my mind of what the governor went overboard in this highway program that he proposed. The only thing that I can see, I think frankly that we need to support the amendment, but we should also let it be known that we are not in favor of any boondoggle such as that come up by the governor. You know what I'm talking about. Now, I'm advised by a reliable authority that the state can finance a highway program of about $300 million, a bond issue of about $300 million, and retired out of existing revenue, which would entail an increase in the gasoline tax. And this was frankly the reason it died in the Senate, because people over there, some of what I consider the more responsible people, took the position that we'd have reached the saturation limit on taxes, you know, and it was going far enough that they ought to try to finance a highway program, and it would have entailed a bond issue, and this would require this to even do that, see, without another increase in the gasoline tax. So if we agree to support it, I would certainly recommend that we take a position that we don't, by recommending this amendment, do not propose any massive highway program that would involve an increase in the gasoline tax, and I think we're gonna save ground.
Well, is he gonna, so-called governor gonna get sober long enough to call that this extra special session that he's talking about?
On this?
Yeah.
If this amendment passes, I think probably he will call a special session, you know.
Is that amendment to be come up in November?
This will be voted on November the 5th.
Well, yeah, last CLU meeting at home, we invited our senator and two representatives to discuss the last legislature session. Like Tom, you brought up that our bill of trade meeting, just get the highlights on it. And Senator Smith was still unable to attend, but he assured us he would be at one just quick as he got able to.
Yeah.
And both the representatives were there, and they asked us there at CLU meeting to support this amendment when it come up in December.
They explained it pretty well as I have here. What were their comments on
They
it?
said it wasn't any question of what the state wasn't financially able to do it by doing it this way.
If they were?
Yeah. But they
I
were
see.
financially
Well, I'm interested in Laura getting that information, that their position was that it could be financed out of incoming revenue.
They just wanted us to support this amendment,
Yeah.
and they didn't read the amendment or go into it detail like you did.
Yeah.
In other words, Representative Burns, one of them asked him a question on it, said, well, how's that gonna read on the ballot, how we know how to mark it? He said, well, you just vote for it.
Of course, the northeastern part of the state, back up in there, is where the real problem is. When you leave Jackson and head north, man, you got some bad roads. I know
45 north from Meridian
45,
on up,
yeah.
and we got some people around Meridian really interested in that highway program.
I noticed editorial in the paper of Theodore Smith had in there a week or so ago, something about something coming up around Hines County and Jackson, that all it was doing was just putting the cream on the pie.
Yeah.
They already had the highways, and just dress them up a little more. Said we needed this part of the state.
That was really something over there, that highway program. I got accused of killing it, you know. The governor told a meeting over there one night that the damn Claude Ramsay was working against this highway program. They'd seen me talking with all these boys on this comp bill around there, and I was trying to get it out of there, and I hadn't said a word to anybody on the highway bill. And matter of fact, Sam Wagner come ask me to help him get it through, and I told him, I said, Sam, I can't do it. we gotta get this comp bill out of here, and if I get involved in this thing, we'll lose it, you see. But the governor thought that I had been working against him on that, and I hadn't said a word to anybody on it. See, we had people on both sides of that thing that was with us, you see.
Senator Purvis said the other day that in a speech that he recently was out of the state with his family in the car, and his daughter, teenage daughter, was riding in the back seat, and she said, "Daddy, how much longer would it be before we beat the Mississippi State line?" He said, "Not very long." Said, "Well, I want to blindfold myself and see if I can't tell you when we get to Mississippi." And said that she hit it right on the nose. Sitting in the back seat, blindfolded, and she told him exactly when they got to Mississippi line.
Well, Claude, in this editorial, Smith went ahead and stated that, felt like the people around Jackson, representing senators, had a good highway program here, and it was going. But there wasn't foresighted enough to see that if people didn't have good roads to get into these good roads, there would be no tourists coming through.
Yeah, very good. I think the constitutional amendment's all right, but I think we need to make our position clear that but that by recommending it, that we're not recommending an increase in the gasoline price. I think we need to make this clear.
Seems to me.
Yeah. What'd you say?
Seems to me that it was mentioned by some of the financial leaders during the discussion that they could go possibly as high as $400 million.
I think there's a possibility myself, but, conservatively speaking, everybody agrees that they can go up to, no trouble in financing $300 million. Of course, there's a lot of money involved here, and the people that was pushing this monstrosity over there weren't all of them interested in highways. There's a lot of money made on bonds. There's a lot of kickback on road equipment, and all this stuff was involved. Well, can we get a motion here on this thing, or you want to discuss it some more?
I still think that they need to get a little money out of the diesel fuel too.
Well, we certainly agree with that, and frankly, that's what killed the thing over there, when they cut that diesel tax out, that's what killed it. Of course, there's another possibility here, is, legislation's been introduced in the Senate by Eastland, I believe is the main sponsor of it, that, will put up about 75% of the money for this road building program, which means that, they'll be safe then, sure enough, you see. I really think we're safe here, and it is a good amendment, and I would recommend we support it with a proviso that by asking people to vote for it, we're not endorsing an increase in the gasoline tax. We expect the program to be financed out of incoming revenue that exists already.
I'll make a motion that we endorse the
Amendment. Support. We're recommended to amendment, Sheriff. All right, we have a second on the motion. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known, saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Takes care of that. James, you want to give your committee's report? We've set up a subcommittee chaired by Brother Jackson, made up of Brother Schaefer and Brother Robbins, I believe it was, to kind of review our program and see if they could make some recommendations for improvement. Are you ready, Brother Jackson?
Yeah, I'm ready when you are.
All right.
Our report covered several items. The items that we were to study was the card file system as outlined in the program of progress, study the total coat program in the state, study the problem on who has authority to call meetings of the Mississippi AFL-CIO upon the death or disability of the President and Secretary Treasurer, study the affiliation problem, and study the legislative progress program for the Mississippi AFL-CIO. We broke it down by item first and sort of listed what we thought our problems were, and then the second part of each page will sort of be our recommendations on what we think might cure it. we've been working on this some time now. We've had a couple of meetings since that we've given no report on it, even though I did send copies to Claude Ramsay, what the committee was doing. Some of the things that I'll read to you, the council's already beginning to do, and some of the things they've done, of course, is probably even better than what we recommended here and would replace it. The first one is the card file system, which we thought was probably the biggest problem that we had, the lack of having a card file properly carried out at all the local union and central body levels. And the problems we listed on this study, and for the benefit of the secretary, I'll give you copies of all this because there's several pages, you won't have to take it down. The problems we listed, not all CLUs on our investigation even kept card files, period. Some of them didn't even know what they were. Some CLUs keep files but don't keep them current. You know, they started and they just sort of fell along the wayside and they hadn't really done the work on it for a year or two. Some local unions are not even covered by CLU, and of course they had no way sort of participating in this. Some CLUs do not have a specific person responsible for the card file. Found that some CLUs at occasion, if they could talk somebody into working 30 minutes or an hour, they would work, but since it didn't really have anybody responsible, they didn't always do the right work on the card because they didn't understand even what's supposed to be done because there's nobody around to show them. Some local unions do not keep the Mississippi AFL-CIO advised of change of name and address of their members, which again makes it almost impossible to use the card file. If the address and all you've got is inaccurate, then you're just wasting money. Some CLUs do not have a list of registered voters for the counties that they're chartered for, and that still exists. Central body may have 5 or 6 counties that may have the voters on one or none, or 2 or 3, but very few cases have got them on all. Some CLUs do not have active COPE committees, and some CLUs don't have any WAD chairman or committees at all. We felt the problems connected with the card file. Our recommendations was the following points. Points to consider that would improve card file system. Number 1, set up additional CLUs in areas of the state where several local units are located near each other and no CLU exists, such as Winona, Grenada, Water Valley, and Charleston, Mississippi. Now, since this report was written, Brother Knight has worked on this. I'm pausing here, and this is not a part of my recommendations, but just an observation. They have met in Winona, Mississippi, and agreed to extend the jurisdiction of the Clarksdale Central Labor Union, which will probably take care of this recommendation and include the locals in that area that had not been covered. They also agreed to elect new officers and to rotate their meetings down to different towns, so I believe that is probably better. An established Central Labor Union that will take it over and take in the locals that's not covered, in my opinion, is probably better than developing a complete new one. The number 2 point was set up county COPEs where CLUs have not been formed and where we have one or more local unions. And that was in areas where CLUs hadn't been set up at all or either was too far out of reach of the present one to set up a county system that would work on the same order. The number 3, discussed with the CLUs the possibility of, and of course this would be at their discretion and we couldn't force them, this is just a request. Discuss with the CLUs the possibilities of them paying their regular secretary a small monthly salary with the understanding that the secretary must keep the card file and voter registration list current. And of course we wouldn't talk about a lot of money, just something that would interest the person enough to work at it, and even some of it of course would still have to be volunteer. And we don't have in any of the central bodies in the state any paid officer. We felt if the secretary of the CLU had the responsibility of a little money to compensate them for this, they might be real interested and would keep this stuff up to date. The number 4 suggestion was that the Mississippi AFL-CIO appoint or elect a statewide director, which we now don't have, I believe, since a couple of years ago. And if we thought it would pay off to pay her or his salary, should be a woman since it's gonna be wide, to go into the different CLU areas and help them reestablish their card file system. That means see if we could get somebody trained on the local level to do these cards. The fifth recommendation comes out of our program of progress. We listed in that, and most of this study was based on the documents we've been dealing with and the recommendation. In our original program of progress, the council set forth the idea that if any CLU didn't have the proper equipment, like typewriter, card file, so on and so forth, to keep these records, that the council would make these available, and we just made a passing comment because they are such needs still exist from some CLU, and we thought it would be worth the investment to give them some equipment to get them going on it, that we should do as we stated in the program that we would.
Well, let me interrupt you there
Yes.
just a minute. It might, the problem has been that of lack of finances.
Right.
It might be that we've improved enough now that we can do just what you were suggesting.
Right. Well, this is only based on where there's some central body would make the request and say that if they had this, they would use it for that purpose. The last suggestion was a last resort suggestion, and when we made that, we realized there was no funds to bring it about. The last resort, Mississippi AFL-CIO consider adding an additional office girl in the state office to do all the card files. But that suggestion was made in the light of knowing there was no finances to employ an additional
Move the whole card file in the main office.
If all of these other things sort of fall through, in other words, then as a last resort, if you're gonna keep the card file in existence, then move it to the office and pay a full-time person to do it.
Sure.
That pretty well closed our report on the card file coach program. Some of this may be a little bit repetitious since it sort of overlapped. The problems, district coach, and I'm talking about congressional district coach here, does not exist in all congressional districts. I believe there's only one left in existence, and that's in the 5th district. CLUs are not available to all local unions, which of course has been stated before. Existing district coach does little or no work between congressional election years, and that includes the one in the 5th district. The committee's thoughts on this was that you can't really do coach sort of piecemeal. You gotta work at it all the time and have a continual program year round, and you can't wait till 2 weeks before you're trying to elect a congressman and go out and get the guy elected. It's just not that simple. You gotta do more legwork than that. The points to improve this that we listed are as follows: set up district coach in all 5 congressional districts, set up additional CLUs where possible, set up as many county coach where possible, develop year-round programs for CLUs, county coach, and district coach to involve themselves in. I honestly believe, as an individual and as serving on this committee, that we won't really have an effective organization until we do this at the grassroots level, unless we've got an active year-round group that concentrates all the time on this question of political action, that we'll really never be successful. We may get lucky and elect a guy one place one time and miss a lot of them. But eventually, we're gonna have to come to this, in our opinion, if we're gonna be successful to the degree that we always say we'd like to be. The next problem we studied was the authority to call meetings in the absence or inability of the president and the secretary-treasurer of the council. And after giving it a lot of thought, we're not sure that we made the best recommendation, but it was the only one we could see that had some possibility. The secretary-treasurer, of course, should call meetings if able. In other words, if the president was enabled, then the secretary-treasurer, the other officers, should automatically assume this, in our opinion. If the president and the secretary was unable, of course, then you get into a different possibility. And what we envision, and certainly we hope it never happens, but say both the president and the secretary-treasurer was riding an automobile and had an accident. Both could be laid up in the hospital for 6 or 8 weeks and not be available to do any business for the council. So we made the following recommendation in case something like this ever develops. that one of the 5 vice presidents should be elected by the executive committee after each officer's election as the executive vice president and be empowered to act until the necessary action to name a permanent person by the group could be taken. And all we're suggesting here is that you have somebody designated after each officer's election. It would be one of the 5 vice presidents designated by the executive committee to have the power to call a meeting in the absence and an inability of the other 2 officers. Then, of course, when the meeting was held, the body assembled would decide who would carry on until the person could resume the job. And that's all we're suggesting here, but we felt that would be a better way than just leaving it open.
Well, now, I wanna, are you through?
No, I got 2 more areas to cover, I believe. You know, you give us quite a bit of work. I don't wanna get on one of these committees this time soon. The next thing that we studied was the affiliation problem. That's been covered already, and I think the council, maybe the thing you put into effect would probably be as good or better than anything we were recommending here, even though it's along the same order, same line. And we have heard that, but I will read you what the committee had to say. Our study of the problems with it, according to our count, of course, which stands to be corrected by current records, we have 224 local unions in the state that's unaffiliated. 9 trade or statewide councils unaffiliated. And among this number, some hold crags within the state that are unaffiliated, where you don't have even a single local union out of a whole crag. If we are to make any dents on the outcome of the problems facing labor movement in this area, we must correct this problem of affiliation. And this is not in the report, but in my opinion, if we had the proper amount of affiliation, then we wouldn't be talking about trying to raise per capita or making a bank loan build a building.
Right.
We apparently got about 20-something thousand people, I guess,
23,000 probably.
affiliated, and apparently there's about 70 or 75,000 organized workers in this state. So it sounds like we've got less than a third of them. And I think if we could do more on this, we could solve all of our problems, or an awful lot of them. Points to consider on that was that all officers of the Mississippi AFL-CIO should be furnished with a list of all unaffiliated local unions, and this list should be kept current at least quarterly. And of course, I noticed the council began to do this today, and I appreciate it, because taking the quarterly standings and unaffiliated locals, then as Claude said, we can't see who they are. And I noticed it was obvious around the table today that several of us had locals in our area, had people that was unaffiliated even we wasn't aware of. So the committee must have done a pretty good job on this one. But to go on, that the President, Secretary Treasurer of the Mississippi AFL-CIO should keep written records on work done by them on affiliation, and the executive committee be provided with a copy of this record, describing the nature of the work done, like attending meetings, local unions, letters, written reports. Should also include any results along with any remarks or comments they would like to add. Now, I believe the catalog or the book that Carolyn has developed would pretty well meet the need of this recommendation, because as I understand it, this would be available to any officer of the council, and she would have in that catalog a list of every unaffiliated local, plus whether or not they'd been contacted, if they had been contacted, what they had said, whether they were willing to affiliate or whether they told us to go away or what. Right. And that was sort of the committee's recommendation on that. The last one's on the legislative, and it's fairly short. And there, the only thing we listed under problems, we said we were not sure that it was clear to all concerned labor leaders, officers, local unions, so on and so forth, as to what part of the program of progress in the legislative field we have accomplished. And of course, as Claude's told you, he's already got in the works a system to bring up to date what has been done.
Very good idea.
Right.
I think that this would be a good document
Right.
to use in this working on affiliation
I
problem.
think it can be used in
Yeah.
conjunction. The points to consider that we listed under that particular problem: ask the president and legislative officer to make up a report showing the points, which he's, of course, more than willing to do. The executive committee to review this report, and if they agree and approve that this report should be printed up and distributed to all labor organizations, leaders, officers, so on and so forth, in the state of Mississippi. Also, that the president and legislative officers should at the end of each legislative session make a report as to the points accomplished, using as a guideline the program of progress and convention resolutions, and submit said report to the executive board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO for discussion and evaluation. And Claude's always done that. I was just, as the committee here was elaborating a little on this so that we actually get a written report that could be available to other groups. Then one other point that after all our discussions, Brother Schaefer made, and it certainly was met with my approval as a member of the committee, and his suggestion was that we get a list of the names and addresses of all the unaffiliated locals and write a covering letter inviting their affiliation, include a brochure of what our program's going to be in the future, what we're trying to accomplish, and that when the session of legislature is over, that the summary of the accomplishments mail this along, and in this communication solicit an invitation to appear at a local meeting. And this is all directed at the affiliation problem here, what he's saying, and I agree that we ought to make available to these unaffiliated locals some of the stuff we've done, what we plan to do, and ask for an invitation to come talk to them about affiliation. And this should be mailed out with a covering letter requesting their affiliation or asking them.
That's very good.
So that concludes my report as chairman, but if Brother Schaefer or Brother Robbins wants to add to it, they feel free to do so. We've done the best we could under the circumstances.
Sound like you did a lot of work.
The only comment that I might have, since the question came up today on organization, misunderstanding of organization, would it be possible to get a small diagram of labor structure in the state of Mississippi?
Yeah, we can develop one.
And include it in this.
Now, that's what I've been thinking about doing, and I would like to get your opinion on this. It ties in with, I think, some of your recommendations, and it will involve the expenditure of a little money, and would take board action here to do this. I'd like to develop, or have developed, a brochure on the council and its programs to assist in this affiliation thing. This would pretty well be in line with some of your recommendations, but some of the state organizations have developed brochures outlining the program and what the council's doing, you know, in legislative action, public relations. We could get some pictures made of the fair booth down here, you know, and about some of our visits to the university, the project at the university, areas such as this, the total program, not just the legislative program. Some of the state councils have found that by approaching it like this, that it does actually help on the affiliation thing. I don't think it would cost over maybe a couple of $100 to develop such a brochure, and of course, we're going to have to come along now and revise the legislative program and develop another brochure since this has happened, you know. So in your deliberations, I would like to have this kind of authority also, and not just confine it to the brochure. Now, there's one question I want to ask here on your recommendations. It wasn't too clear in my mind. You made a recommendation about a WAD director.
Yeah.
And was your recommendation on a full-time basis?
No.
No.
No, the recommendation.
This is going to involve some money. This is what I want to make sure.
No, the recommendation was that we appoint or elect a WAD director that would hold the title.
Yeah.
But this person would only be employed upon the authority of the two top officers if they decided that she could be of assistance to some particular central body for a week or 2 weeks or whatever they determined. And then, of course, once you made the round of the central bodies over a period of time, then I wouldn't see any need. We were not suggesting full paid WAD director.
No. In other words, you want to
only pick up the expense when you assign them to a particular property.
Then that person would be assigned, you could pay a lost time
Right.
expenses, right?
But just during the
I just wanted
period
to
when
make
you made
sure
the
that-
assignment.
Yeah.
It was, no.
Now, you heard your report. Are you moving that the report be adopted, Brother Jackson?
As chairman, I do move that the report be adopted. Please, yeah.
Now, That was a pretty good report, and it covered a lot of ground. I appreciate the work you've done on it, and if the board adopts it, of course, Tom and I'll do what we can to carry it out.
I'm gonna type this as is and put in the minutes, for
President,
everybody's record.
before we have
Yeah.
a vote on it,
Yes, we're gonna have some discussion.
there's one, phase of the, report that I would like to comment on. It's COPE.
That's why.
COPE. We have our Secretary Treasurer as the COPE Director of the state of Mississippi. And, that's set aside out of, the national office. We get more COPE dollars back into the state of Mississippi in this area than the whole state of Mississippi contributes. Now, pardon? Now, a lot of our members, rank and file members, don't even know what COPE is. They don't know, when you say COPE, they don't know what you're talking about. I would, recommend, in connection with COPE, that each local that we take back home, and I'm speaking from experience, that each local devote a certain portion of their every monthly meeting, the year round, at least 15 minutes of that meeting to COPE. We do it in our local meetings. And we've had good success from it, very good. As James said in the report, you can't go out and COPE activity and decide you're gonna support somebody and just come out the day before or something like that and support them and expect to get them elected. You can't be done. And it takes money. Now the COPE dollars are here in the state. We got about 70,000 members in the state of Mississippi now. Those COPE dollars are here. They can be gotten. And I don't think we'd be in the position politically in the state of Mississippi right now that we are had we been carrying on a thorough COPE campaign in the past. And I would recommend to this board that you take back to your simple levy unions and to your locals a COPE educational program. If you don't have the literature, the state office can furnish it to you, or you can get it from National COPE, Al Barkin's office in Washington. There's all kinds of literature on COPE. And why? Why does the National AFL-CIO make certain endorsements of certain candidates? What is their voting record? Why are these endorsements made? That all comes through COPE. The money expended to elect these candidates out of the COPE fund, of which we contribute to. That's all part of COPE education. And we in Mississippi are doing the poorest job of COPE of the 50 states. We collect less dollars in the state of Mississippi than is collected in any state in the nation for COPE.
I think everybody agrees with that.
Now, when I say it can be done, I'm not trying to pat Local 3517 or CJJ and Tupelo on the back. But at our international convention this year in Washington, D.C., I was presented a trophy for our locals having contributed $1 per member to to cope for 10 consecutive years.
He's doing an excellent job on it up there, ain't no question
So,
about it. And
for
of
10
course,
consecutive years, we have contributed $1 per member for cope. Now, I don't mean to be throwing that out as a slap on the back or anything like that, but I know that it can be done.
well, you need to be patted on the back, not slapped on the back.
I'd like to say something right just a minute. Our local contributed last year 100% too. And I'm sure that Brother Edwards has the same one or two in his local as we have. 2 weeks ago, or, you know, 2 weeks ago or a week ago now, the third Saturday night this month at our local union meeting, one of our radicals got on the floor and made a motion that we don't send any more money to COPE. And he says, I'll make a motion that Brother Dees does not attend that meeting down that Friday, the 6th. And I said, well, now, for your information, you don't have any say-so over what somebody else voluntarily turns in here to be sent to COPE. And you don't have any say-so on whether I make this meeting or not. And I'm going. But I'm sure if you've got the same same type of membership in there.
Everybody.
Well, of course, I appreciate very much what you're doing up there, Brother Evans.
And he has a hard job of getting that done, I know, otherwise.
I know that's the only way it's gonna be done,
That's right.
it's the, yeah, that's right. Well, I call the attention to the fact that it's just on the way.
One more thing that I'd like to say on that is that we are all members. We are all union members. We are for the objectives that we sit down here and we write ourselves objectives. Now we want to get from this end of the table to that end of the table, and we're going in that direction. And we got a wagon and 2 mules to it. Now that's our objective down there at the other end of the table, and we all agree what our objective is. But we'll never get to the other end of the table down there when we get out about here, if one of them mules starts to go that way and one starts to go that way. We'll never get to our objective, because we're going to stall right there. So that is what COPE will do for you. It will give you a political education. And that's what we all need in the state of Mississippi, is political education.
Agreed. Do we have any other discussion on the motion now? I'm gonna ask you to try to confine your.
I'm sorry it took so long.
To the motion, yeah, I got a couple of other items that we gotta get some action on. It's all right, it was very appropriate. Do we have any further discussion? But the motion is to adopt the committee's report. Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Well, I was gonna, at this point, call on Tom to get into the fair project with you. He wanted to talk to you a few minutes about that, but since he's not here, we'll take up this other item. I'll ask you all of you to pass this around and take a copy of it. I'll give you a few minutes to read it, and we'll discuss the matter.
I didn't have a piece of paper, so I wrote it on.
you stick a copy of that letter I wrote to the local union in your pocket over there a while ago? Anybody? You pass it up there, I don't wanna, read it, I thought I had a copy of it here. I tell you what, I'll just ask you to read it after they've got through, reading that statement.
Yeah, okay.
Give them a chance.
You wanna do it at this time?
No, let's get them
Okay.
finish reading. Does everybody finish reading the statement?
Yes. He took the solemn oath he'd miss no more meetings. Yeah, we covered that while we.
Has everybody got through reading it? You ready to take the matter up? I was, approached, as the statement points out here, by the Vice President's office to assist in managing this campaign here in the state. And, I never had to give anything any more consideration than I did this one. I don't think I've ever wrestled one like I did this one. I realized all of this and sundry implications that went with it. I wasn't able to reach all members of the board, but I did talk to some, and I did talk to each member of the executive committee before I made the final decision. I think the statement you have is self-explanatory. There's much more that can be said about it. Now, I'm sure that some of our members will not think too much of it. And it's for that reason that I am requesting a leave of absence to take this assignment. We have discussed it with the executive committee, and they're in agreement with it. They're in agreement with me taking a position, and in agreement with that it would be best if I took a leave of absence for this period of time. And we are recommending that in this period of absence on the payroll, that Brother Knight would be in charge of the organization of the office, and that Brother Schaefer would assist him as the need might arise. I, of course, talked with the people in Washington, cleared the matter with them. I wouldn't have done it had they not okayed it along with it. And that's pretty well it. Now, it's up to you, the board, for discussion, approval or disapproval, whatever you want to do.
I'd like to ask one question here. If this is for the state of Mississippi, that's not gonna take you out of the state
No.
that much.
No.
Well, I mean, what is the need for you
The leave of absence.
to not,
The leave of absence idea is simply this, that it was our feeling that this might placate, we might say, some of our membership that might disagree with this course of action.
well, anything you do will do that with some of them.
Well, this is true, there's no question about that, but,
Well, my particular reason for that is, if, should something arise or something, I mean, it's customary that you'll be called on. I mean, you would be free to say, well, I'm not working, I can't tell you. Maybe you might be the principal person to tell us that particular thing, I'll be the one to do it. Matter of fact, what I'm trying to say is, I just can't see, if you're working in Mississippi, I can't see any reason for a leave of absence. Why can't you work on the Humphrey program and still,
on the
with
council payroll?
with the assistance of your,
well, again, you see, we would probably, depends on, now we're gonna have to make a decision, a recommendation for the meeting tomorrow before we leave this meeting, about what we're gonna do in this particular election. That's a little bit side and apart. But anticipating, this thing in advance, we set this meeting today and the one tomorrow, following the national conventions, when it all be over with. We felt that there'd be very little time to develop our program in, and if the sooner we could have this meeting behind the national conventions, the better off we'd be. But unfortunately, the National AFL-CIO has not took any formal action yet, which means that we can't ourselves adopt a resolution supporting any particular candidate for president until they've acted. That's the position we're in. So I want you to keep this in mind. But again, keeping in mind the shortness of the time, that if we were going to develop a program, we only had about 2 months to do it in, and that's the reason for setting the meeting. We had to do this in advance and had no way of knowing all these things.
Well, let me make myself clear. I don't think maybe everybody quite understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is this. Any time that your office, the AFL-CIO office is contacted and you're not available, well, the night is always the next man we talk.
Right.
I mean, he's doing the job anyway.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say is, what's the idea of the leave of absence? He's already doing the job. Why not you continue and do what you can do, and also not neglect this, because this is a vital, most important thing of being a campaign manager.
I think I can answer a lot of that. You're gonna lose affiliation if you do.
Yeah, that's
If
what
you're
I'm
gonna-
trying to say.
But you would lose a number of affiliations if you remain, in your office and campaigning too. You're gonna lose affiliations all over the state. You would lose ours. If you're going to, do this, to campaign for, which personally I'm opposed to, but, in any manner, but I think it's the wise thing to do. If you're going to do it, take a leave out.
Cut down on criticism.
That was our thinking on it.
Well, I mean, I wasn't looking at it from that
That's why we
standpoint.
recommended it from the
Well, I'm sorry, that's what I said. See, I'm looking for it from the standpoint that, well, we're just going out in the light conference, but, I forgot we've got 2 other parties involved, and, it would make criticism.
This is the reason for it.
I'm sorry, I understand now, you cleared it up quite clear for me.
My prediction on, the 3 parties running, that, Wallace will carry 90% or better of the votes in the state of Mississippi.
Well, you might be right.
And, I'll have to go along with, brother, you talk about, losing affiliation. If you stayed on the payroll, it'd be lots of our members would hit the floor and say, let's get out of there. We don't want him, supporting, working, spending our money for Humphrey.
They're gonna say that anyway.
Well, I know they are. But let's do everything we can to keep them in here.
Let me advise you fellas of something. Again, you know, I've given this an awful lot of thought and, talked with an awful lot of people about it. I'd much rather preferred to seen somebody else with it, but it looked like it was to be me and there wasn't much else I could do about it. The, anticipating and knowing how the press handles, these things. You've got a copy of the statement, before you here, and you haven't seen too much of this statement show up in the press, or I read this statement before the TV cameras, and I was told that I did an impressive job, but they didn't care one cotton-picking thing on this statement on the news. The CLIR Legislator this morning did make some mention, brief mention about the increase in the minimum wage. Now, realizing this, and the fact that, we've got a real educational job to do with our members and getting the real facts to them, I sat down and wrote a letter to all of the local unions and sent them a copy of this statement. That letter has been put in the mail today, and I'd like to ask Brother Edwards to read that letter to you.
This was dated on September the 6th, 1968, to all local unions. Dear brothers and sisters, enclosed you will find a statement released by me to the news media on Thursday, September the 5th. The statement is being mailed to you in order that you will be fully informed. Unfortunately, the press as a whole has completely ignored this statement and, as usual, is attempting to mislead the people of this state. Hubert Humphrey has a long and distinguished record as far as organized labor is concerned. It is for this reason that I have elected to help guide his campaign in our state. This was a tough decision to make, and I do hope it meets with your approval. It is further hoped that the members of your organization will see the need to support this friend of long standing. If Nixon wins, and if the Republicans gain control of Congress, organized labor will have had it. You should have already received a pamphlet from this office describing their plans. Fraternally yours, Claude Ramsay, President.
Steve, I anticipated some of the problems that would come up. That's the way I felt that it should be done. I didn't know of any other way of doing it.
Mr. Chairman, you made a request for a leave of absence. I move that it be granted.
Second motion.
Do we have any discussion on that motion?
I'd like to, see if I'm clear on it now, that your duties of office will be turned over to Brother Knight.
Yes.
He'll handle the whole thing, any assistance he needs, Brother Schaefer will.
If it's necessary, yeah, because I don't propose to, completely disassociate myself with the organization. I don't want to be misunderstood here. But, if anything comes up that, Tom needs any assistance on, then, he would call in Brother Schaefer. This is what he gets down to, and you know what I'm talking about.
One of the main things that we do a year is just taking you off the payroll for 2 months.
That's the main thing. That's the main thing.
I think
At his request.
while you're gone, Mr. Knight ought to have, to see the difference in compensation between his office and yours for those 2 months. It's nothing but morally right.
Well, I guess that could be worked out.
Amendment, for your motion.
No, I'd like to offer it in the form of motion, man, while you're on this, or if you would incorporate that in yours, it would save some time.
I don't object to incorporating it. I just thought about it.
Brother Knight, like that word to say.
I appreciate, Brother Shoemaker's thoughts, but I don't really think this is appropriate, at this time. I would prefer to not do this. I prefer to leave it just as it is.
Well, Brother Knight, for what you're saying would, work better with what Brother Lass said, because if it shows that you are receiving the difference in that salary, it would make it look like, that, you are in charge and that.
That he was legit.
Yeah, he's not out, but as it is, it looked like a front. You understand what I'm trying to say? It looks like you, it's just something that we're just saying.
Now, my contentions are that for these
It's,
2 months, of course, now, if you need Mr. Ramsey for anything, of course, we know you'll call on it. But, just these 2 months, I think it'd be appropriate that we do this.
You offered an amendment to that, effect. Yeah.
I think he was gonna incorporate it in his.
Or you are
I don't
actually gonna put
object
that
to
in?
incorporate it in the motion if that's the will of the board.
All right, just get it all.
Try it with me, I don't have.
All right. We have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried and so ordered. Now, we will have the state coach committee in here tomorrow, which is made up of this group and the office of the central bodies, and we've asked the international union reps to come in and meet with us also. you, I don't think we're in a position to make an endorsement or take a position in the race until after the executive council has acted. And I would recommend to you here that we in turn recommend tomorrow, that the state council be authorized to support the recommendations of the National AFL-CIO when they do act. I understand they'll be meeting about the 17th of this month. That would be the only course we could possibly take here. We're in a position that we can't come out in opposition to them. You know what I'm talking about. That we can only support their recommendations. Anyhow, the state council can, because we're chartered by the national organization. And I don't see hardly how we can take action before they do.
Either support them or sit on your hands.
That's it. That's the course you got. Yeah.
We'll have a central labor union meeting now, every kind of election we have one.
Yeah, y'all come alive and do a good job.
I just want, we'll have one.
You had it on Monday night before we vote on Tuesday?
Harrison County. Well, we have
Do we
about
have,
two audits.
do we have a could we get a motion here now to dispose of this matter? Because we're gonna have to make a recommendation tomorrow at that meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I offer a motion that the Mississippi AFL-CIO support the action of the National AFL-CIO.
When and after they've acted.
Second motion.
Any discussion on that motion?
I think it's a mistake. I don't think we should. I think we should let the membership decide for themselves what they want to do and not try to control the thoughts or the minds of the membership. Let them vote as they please. I'm opposed to it.
Well, it gets down to a lot of things now as to what the council is authorized to do. It's not just supporting the nominee they'll recommend. Without any action here, we can't do anything at all. It's not just one of trying to convince the members. It's the fact that we won't have any authority to work at all. That's what it gets down to. I just want to make clear you understood this.
Well, to put it honestly, our local is opposed almost 100% to Humphrey. I'm in the group. They just wouldn't like it at all to have Humphrey up there as a man that we were backing or even in any manner. So, in that situation, I'll have to be opposed to it.
Mr. Chairman,
Chairman.
As I understand, our support is only a matter of putting records before people.
Yeah.
It's vital for the labor movement. Anything outside of the labor movement, as far as purposes served, this is individual action.
Right.
But I have a feeling that all of our people needs an education on what national members of Congress actually have done from every standpoint as far as labor is concerned. I've never been any great admirer of Hubert Humphrey. There's lots of people that I admire from a national standpoint a lot more than Hubert Humphrey. But he's one of the few that you can't find a blemish on his record as far as labor issues are concerned.
Right.
Since 1954. Now, Dick Nixon, I was resident in the state of California when he first went to Congress. And his one pledge in the state of California to Standard Oil was to destroy the labor movement as far as he could congressionally do this.
Right.
Now, this is not hearsay. This was his pledge to people in the state of California as a Republican member of National Congress.
Right.
And he was supported by Standard Oil. And he hasn't let the people down and put him up there yet. I don't know how many of you know it. I'm quite sure if you follow your book, that he was very instrumental in the writing of Taft's article.
Oh, yeah, he's very author of it.
One of the authors.
Right. So this in itself tells you what kind of a person labor is. And as far as Wallace is concerned, if you wanna know something about him, you ought to spend a little time with Barney Weeks, right over in the state of Alabama. He came just as close to destroying the labor movement in the state of Alabama during his administration as governor as anything could. He just about disaffiliated the steel workers in the state of Alabama. And a lot of other internationals where he had a toehold into basic local unions.
That's true.
This is, again, not hearsay.
Well,
And I
you
wouldn't
see,
ask anyone to take my word for it. Just about 3 weeks ago, I spent some time with Barney Weeks. And of course, he's very depressed over the situation that we're confronted with now.
At our last national convention, we had, the Alabama delegations there, and the presidents of the locals, Kelly Bowers, which you know, Claude Ramsay, and some of the others, which there were against Wallace. But almost the entire membership, the delegates there, almost to a person, were backing. So the unions there are not opposed to them apparently, are not the membership anyway. I don't mean that by that endorsing anyone, but I'm just, as a matter of point of information that.
And just another little added information too along on that, when Nixon was in, Congress up there, private industry in California was supplementing his salary to the tune of $19,000 a month. Ike Eisenhower liked to throw it to the fish at that time because that came to light. And when a guy, getting off him on the Wallace, when the guy pulls in to me, surrounding himself with such guys as Mustache Bill Simmons, who was a fascist, my word go, just did get out of Europe in time to keep from getting shot over there because of it. And then also the press last week reported that Ezra Taft Benson was being considered as a running mate for vice president, who is a full-time organizer for the John Birch Society. Brother, I don't know how far out you can get.
I wonder how many people here representing local unions and central labor unions, make an effort to get the memo on coke out to the members where they can get some of this information through that mailing from the AFL-CIO office. We order 100 each 2 weeks. We get the 100 each 2 weeks issue, and most of our membership has to be contacted by mail, and we're not financially able to subscribe for it to each member, but we do take it and mail it back to them. And of course, I get cussed for mailing it to them. They wad it up and throw it down. Some of them do, and some of them read it and appreciate it.
well, you see,
I'll pass it out.
I realize,
I got numbers I've never seen.
No.
I think I realize probably as much or more so than anybody present here what our problem is. And my primary reason for accepting this position, that directed campaign, is that I hope to be able to review a lot of these things and many more with the people, not just the union members, and try to show them where a vote for Humphrey will be a vote for their own welfare. I realize that George Wallace has got his hooks in a lot of our people. A lot of our people are going to be supporting Wallace, and it'll take a supreme effort on our part to change this. But I personally feel that the effort has to be made. We got too much at stake in it. We can be set back in this nation, the labor movement for generations. If Nixon is elected, and if the Republicans capture the White House, and it might well happen this time, and these 7 electoral votes in Mississippi might well be the difference. Have you ever thought about that? And I think if we can get the message across to the people, that they will vote to return a Democratic administration. That's my personal views on it.
Mr. President, there's one other angle that we haven't discussed here. There is in Congress right now a very vicious anti-labor legislation.
We
bills.
sent that pamphlet to all the locals should have got that.
There's, some of the bills already have been, given numbers, and they're laying there,
Right,
ready to be passed
right.
by a Republican Congress. Some of those bills, one of them in particular, would do away with industry-wide bargaining. You could not bargain industry-wide. I mean, it would abolish industry-wide bargaining. What would that? Multiple union bargaining. What would that do with our organization? It'd put our organization out of business. Out of business entirely.
Out of business.
There's bills up there that Nixon is committed to recommend to the Congress to pass. He helped write Taft-Hartley. One of them is a nationwide right-to-work law.
Well, all that's in that pamphlet. We sent that pamphlet to all of the local unions and have advised them that additional copies are available. That's the pamphlet, that's what I'm talking about in that letter there.
Incidentally, as many as anybody needs, that we've got them, and if we hadn't got enough, we can get more. I've got them in my car and in the office.
Well, what I'm talking about is how can a consecrated labor person, anybody, any of our members, if they know the facts, how can they support a candidate that is committed to destroy them?
It's like Brother Schaefer said, it's lack of education, and I'd love somebody to explain to me how we can get it to our members when some of them I've never laid eyes on, all those but me. And then when you send it to them, part of them I'll get read, part of them I know don't.
Well, it amounts to this, all of us are capable of thinking of ourselves. And this is where we get in trouble, when God made us and made us capable of making our own decisions, why things begin to get out of hand immediately. Now, some things are more important to people than some other things.
Yeah.
And this is where your different opinions comes into play.
Yeah.
As far as my views and an effort for the labor movement, I'm willing to stop it right there. But I can't conscientiously stop it before the records and issues that are vital to the labor movement are not gotten to the people. What they want to do with them after they get them is their business. I'll agree with that.
I would love.
But we are still charged with the responsibility of getting this information to the people, and I can go to bed and sleep with clear conscience then.
Well, that's my view. Well stated.
Well, you have your news media, you have your television, your national, which are all pretty well managed now and biased to some extent. And a person can watch, leave his local newspapers alone, because your local papers, your headmans, we all know about those. But leave that alone. The national media, the television, and I think a person can make up his own mind there, just that alone.
But we don't have a media that'll get congressional voting records out. Individual positions on these things that are not hearsay or not promises that have already happened. Commitments made.
Yeah.
And this is the area we need to work in.
Right.
And I'm trusting that you and your efforts will work in that area.
Yes, that's what we're gonna try to do.
I don't know how many heard President Meany's Labor Day message that they sent out where we could play it on radios or get our broadcasting stations to play it. I was lucky enough to get 2 tapes played in cars on each radio station, and I thought he had some good points in there if the people would listen to that.
Yeah.
And hear it on there.
Well, are we ready to vote on that motion? The motion is that the state council be authorized to support the position of the AFL-CIO when and if they do act. You ready to vote? You want some more discussion? We do have another item or 2 yet to act. Question. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
The, secretary will make note that there was what, 2 votes opposed? 2 votes in opposition. All right, let's set the date of the next convention. The site and the date, the place, the time. Tom has been, yes.
I noticed in the minutes where there was discussion and anyone contacted me on moving it away from Jackson.
The executive committee meeting, the last
Committee
meeting.
did as the minutes. I'd like to ask a question or two, in the Mississippi AFL-CIO, the main structure of it politically, for political action.
90% of it.
Now, why do we wanna leave the place where the politics and the political happens at? That's at our state capitol. And, I'm not opposed to it if our capital was in Corinth, Mississippi, that's where we should have it. And I think we gain more with our representatives and senators at our last convention with that banquet. And if they have a yearly session of it, I think we should have, even if we're not financially able to do it, a banquet of the same order. Even we just have to have a one-day meeting, and our local unions have to contribute something else to it, or as long as that's getting our pockets to do it, is to have the same thing again next year, every session that they have.
I think so myself.
Well, will they be in session then next time?
Well,
No, well, it'll be 70 before our convention. Our convention will be in 1970, and, the legislature will have a session in 70. The
Then-
second, the
then they're
regular
supposed to
session
have
of this
one each year.
administration will be in 70, huh?
then they're supposed to have one each year after 70.
Yeah, after 1970, they'll meet each year.
So, I think that's when the convention should be, we should have our convention. Now, even if we have one on the Gulf Coast or have one somewhere else, I think we should have that one-day meeting here and, have the banquet and entertainment forms we had before. I think it's well worth it.
Well, it's one of the best things we've ever done.
I
And
think
don't
your
think-
objection to having it here, was that your accommodations are getting harder to get here in Jackson. I think
Well, I
that's
have a
the
tent
issue.
that'll sleep 6 and we'll put it out here somewhere.
Don't you think that was the objection to coming back to Jackson?
Yes,
Discussion?
Brother Jackson and Brother Taylor, Brother Edwards, on the executive committee, you know what you got in this thing is that these conventions are scheduled so far in advance, if you don't get on it and get hotel accommodation set up a year and a half or 2 years in advance, you wind up, you can't find a place to meet, and that's the reason we're trying to do that thing now. There was, quite a bit of, consideration given this thing by the executive committee, and there was a feeling on the part of several of them that, just Beth has pointed out about the accommodation thing and the problems that's arisen here from time to time with this hotel especially. That we ought to give some consideration on taking it someplace else, and of course, the only one other place that you can find accommodations, and that is on the coast, and that's the reason for considering the coast. Brother Knight, of course, at the instruction of the committee, went down and has talked with the management of 2 of the major hotels, Edgewater, Guff, and the University, and got some dates that they now have open, you see. And then we want to talk to you about conflicts of other conventions and trying to set the date where we don't run afoul of a lot of the international union conventions.
I think that wherever they set it up, whatever what hotel it is, regardless of where it is at, that, convention committee should get a contract with the hotel on the room prices.
Well, I don't know about the contract now,
I'm talking about set prices in advance.
Yeah. Well, now, it's kinda hard to do that this far in advance. Tom has got prices here, but prices will probably be increased before.
That's what I'm talking about, get them to give you a confirmed price of the rooms for the delegates and everything to this convention, and they'll be glad to do it.
Well, now, we can do that, but when we send the call out, we can do that, we can get the price and less the price then when we send the call out, but I don't believe we can get a
Yes.
firm price by contract this far in advance.
They won't talk to you about guaranteeing.
He's talked to them about this already.
So
Well, seasonal
that's
prices
one thing I've been interested in, the room rates.
June,
Going up.
in June and August, the
They
prices.
won't
are-
guarantee you one thing in the world for 1970. They tell me they'll all go up at least twice between now and then. They're all in
About right, they've been up,
renovation, you know.
even this hotel went up once since our last convention here.
What are they
Well-
charging here now?
Now, I wanna make
Well, they
this
went up
order.
there.
Five, I believe,
I
is
came to the
cheapest room they
CWA
got.
convention in February and then over here in March, and they had a price increase at this hotel.
Yeah,
And
well, I was
that
here
one
about the
month.
same
They've
time.
had twice, how many?
I think
raised
$10 and
twice.
40-something cents, the cheapest room they got here
They're
down there.
increasingly harder to talk to here
I'm
all
not
the
stopping
time.
3 days.
Well, as long as the King Edward was open up there and they had some competition, you see, they had some competition, we got a better deal out of it. For instance, as long, as we've been meeting here, when we had a meeting such as this, we got this meeting place as a compliment of the hotel. We had a meeting, it cost us nothing for a meeting place, a victor room, anything like that. But since the King Edward's closed down, they
started charging.
they, you know, they got everybody over a barrel. And now they're charging us for this place. If we have a meeting or using the victor room or something, we have to pay for that, you see. And then on top of that, they've gone up on the hotel.
On their rooms, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, and it was for this reason that the committee, thought we ought to consider the possibility of going someplace else. Now, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as Tom Knight's concerned, it makes it easier on us to have it in Jackson. So I'm not gonna try to influence you either way. If
What
the board
I'm
wants to carry to the coast, that's all right with me.
What I'm concerned about is which is the best for organized labor.
Yes, I understand.
And, we was down at, doing a trade meeting in Biloxi a month ago or something like that, and the cheapest room I could get there was $15.
Boy, you was at the, swanky, Edgewater. That
Most expensive
most
place.
expensive place down there too, at Broadwater Beach.
Well,
That's what I'm talking about.
They charge you $12.50 for the man, man.
Places like that, our local union ain't able to pay.
All right, maybe we need to talk about the time first, then, when, what part of the year we wanna have it. And then they'll just give us an idea about the best time of the year where we won't have any conflict with international conventions. Or any other affairs that might be going on. Can you tell this far in advance?
Earlier.
Convention every day, huh?
Well, we know when some of them meet, the months that some of them meet. all
Well, ours
election
always
days.
meets in May, usually the last of May.
You usually know the May.
You get one
In
for
Third
June.
week of June is
Third week of
the
June is on road.
Third.
September, August, September, so we're safe there. We're safe there.
I say the early in the spring the better, probably, because that would get, I don't think any of them meets field earlier than that. you know.
Well, now, if,
When does legislature come?
if you're gonna, if it's held in Jackson, and if you anticipate, doing what we did before with the legislature session, then I would suggest that it be scheduled, no later than March. Because this next session shouldn't last over about 3 months. So somewhere around the middle of March would probably be your most appropriate time if you decide to hold it in Jackson.
Isn't that what the time of the year we've been holding in March most of the time?
No, this past year, the
Was
first time we met in March, and, well, I think it's the first time we've ever.
Well, don't prices go up on the coast if you think about the
Well,
coast?
first
they
time
don't
I
change.
heard it, man.
Well,
Down there, you can't get out.
To carry this out a little further, they have special rates down there on the coast, right,
Starts
Tom?
first day of March.
Starts the first day of March. So if you decide to go to the coast with it, you might wanna consider, say, around somewhere in the month of June or something like this, where you might wanna take your family down and enjoy the salt breeze or something like this. You might wanna think about this phase of it too before you make your final decision.
During all to give the available dates here.
Yeah,
Gotta make up the
this
line.
is the coast now, this is a hotel on the coast.
First, I'll give you the Heidelberg, I got them just a few minutes.
Oh, you did?
Before I come up here.
Okay.
Heidelberg, Jackson, 1970, and this is Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays now.
Is that all they got?
Well, this is
Oh,
the days we usually
okay,
have it, see,
yeah, all right.
the days of the week, all of these
Yeah.
dates are Mondays, Tuesdays.
All right, I follow you, yeah.
March, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. All the rest of March is full here. The month of April is filled up. May, 4th, 5th, 6th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 25th, 26th, 27th. June, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 22, 23, 24. July 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's the Heidelberg in Jackson. University.
What was that second date in March?
9th, 10th, and 11th in March. First, second, third, and
That's
fourth.
the Heidelberg.
This is the Heidelberg. Now,
May,
University.
wait a minute, May, what do you have on May?
May, 4th, 5th, 6th, or 11th, 12th, 13th, or 25th, 26th, 27th.
Yeah,
Got
but
it?
you're gonna consider the legislature.
And of course, your room, rate here, as you know now, is from about $10 up.
10.45,
Now, this is the
That's the
thing.
tax.
Now,
is
Buena
that the
Vista.
tax? It's something, they don't.
Buena Vista.
They don't get down to
Biloxi.
As far as,
Is full, no, wait a minute, the entire month of April, we can have our choice, or could, 3 weeks ago, the entire month. May 4th, 5th, 6th, June 22, 23, 24. The entire month of July is available, or was 3 weeks ago. And the rates there at the present now, and they won't guarantee you, I particularly dealt on this one thing, this room, if they could guarantee us anything, and they won't guarantee you a thing in the world. At present, the single rates from $10 to $17 a day, double 14 to 21. This is hotel now, and not the motel. This is in the hotel, where the convention facilities are. Edgewater Gov, 1970, April 6, 7, 8, 20, 21st, and 22nd. May 11, 12, 13, 18, 19, 20, I think we'd have to rule that out because, there's something winding up late on the 17th and we couldn't get possession of the hotel, so let's forget that 18, 19, 20. June 8, 9, 10, June 29, 30, July 1st, July 20th, I should have said, we are July 20th, 21st, and 22nd. July 27th, 28th, and 29th. Now the rates there presently are the singles begin at $9 to $15, doubles 12 to 18, where there would be where 3 women or 3 men might want to share a room is from $15, $18, and $21 for a triple. That's the Edgewater Gulf. Now again, the Edgewater Gulf operation is not too stable because that property, along with the Markham Hotel and the Edgewater Plaza Shopping Center, an attempt was made to auction all of that off at a public auction just about 2 weeks ago. But apparently the offer wasn't good enough, so the American National Insurance Company, which presently owns it, has held the property for the time being. Now, the people at the hotel, there's a full-scale renovation program going on, and if they complete it, it will really be nice. You know, it's run down to some extent, but there's considerable improvement going on. But I don't really know, I don't know, as I say, how stable the future of that outfit is. That's and they want us real bad. Now, this date I mentioned, March 29, 30, April 1st is Easter weekend, so we wouldn't want to schedule a convention on Easter weekend. So that's the date. That's the dates that we have facilities available in the 3 hotels. But I tell you, they're cooler today downstairs than I've ever seen them before. They really.
In other words, they didn't really care whether you come here or not.
They really
Apparently
just
don't, they got
assumed
more
that-
business.
Well, maybe if we left
That's
it one
attitude I
time,
got.
then maybe you could bring it back the next, maybe you reckon that?
They're so full, Eula, till they don't care.
Well,
They
it's
don't-
They don't
Well,
really
they
know
don't
about
have
it
more
either.
Tom?
But
Yeah, it's, some company, I can't remember the name of it now, that's selling stock to build one in Jackson, one in Biloxi, and to build a convention hall right
That's
now.
all we need.
And, they've done purchased the property here in Jackson.
This is
And,
the one you have.
they've purchased the property at Biloxi.
We can rent the new city auditorium for a place to hold it, for that matter. I mean, you don't just have to have it here, but it would be cost and it'd be a little more inconvenient.
Well, it involves so much car fare and
Yeah,
different
it'd be
items.
inconvenient for the
That,
government.
you gotta get out in the rain.
We just forget about this
Working your parking and all
We
that.
work for organized labor.
Well, you got a lot of motels
I waited water
with
had me
convention
get on these
rooms, you know.
lines, and I'm sure Jack did.
You have motels with convention rooms, you know, shoot on the stuff.
Oh, yeah, they got some very good facilities at Edgewater, Gulf and at the University.
Well, Ramada has convention facilities too.
Do they have a hall, they gonna have a hall big enough to accommodate us, so do it. Ramada there?
Yeah, we held one there, last week, was about, I guess 150.
You know, they had a place. that-
Half of it, I mean, and just half of it is the room they had petitioned on. And the fruit,
Well, are you folks ready to try to make a decision? Have you got all the information you want or need? Can you make it based on what we give you?
Mr. President, let me, inject one thought here. The facilities actually, shouldn't be a governing factor, I don't believe. We are in the business here for, the benefit of our membership. What good we can derive by, having, the convention and the time legislature in session. And, from the response that we had from this year's convention, of the banquet that we had and the favorable response that we had from our members of our legislature that did attend, I think that, I'm not that much, in favor of having it, in this hotel or any particular facilities, but I'm thinking in the terms of having it in the period of time that the legislature's in session and what education we can do to our legislators while we are in session and while they're in session. And, I just thought I'd throw that out for thinking of I'm not making it in the form of a motion, but,
So let's get the motion out here, let's get something we can act on, we can discuss the motion. That's, the only way we're gonna dispose of it is get a motion on the floor.
What were the dates on the Heidelberg?
Well, is that March date?
March 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 9th, 10th, and 11th.
First and second week in March.
Yeah, and then April is
Yeah.
5th, and then first, maybe 3 dates in May.
Let me throw something else out for your consideration, you might wanna think about a little bit, I don't know. Plus, it looks like you might wanna make this into a regular affair. But you'll have the same legislature here as we've got now, there won't be any new faces. Now, you might wanna think about, the shindig for the incoming legislature, which will be 2 years later. But if you think that it's worth doing every 2 years and feeding the same crowd, then that's all right too. But this was one of the things that we kicked around a little bit, was the fact that we would wanna come back to Jackson 2 years later when the new crowd comes to town and wine them and dine them again.
Well, I think in considering that, you ought to consider the cost of that banquet too, because that banquet
Well,
covers
it depends if you
the
think the
council
second meeting
quite a
would
bit of
be-
money.
Boy, it did, it cost us.
See, what they
$800,000.
bid was 1 year before.
Once every 4 years.
Yeah, we missed something.
Yeah,
cost
yes,
us,
I think it'll work well.
it cost us about $800, to put it on, that was about the cost. And of course, that was just for the members of the legislature, the delegates bought their own tickets.
Well, I had an extra ticket I could give somebody that I bought and paid for on this last.
And, yeah. 60 locals and,
We only had about 60 locals that attended this convention out of all the affiliates. Did you know that we don't have, but just about 50% of the affiliated organizations that actually send delegates to a convention? You ever thought about that? About half of those that are affiliated, you never see them on the convention floor. They never come to the convention. They don't have the least idea what happens, what goes on.
Do we have any of the reasons why they don't send?
Nobody, I mean.
He had a lot of bad.
Or some of them
Somebody
got,
that never did
got
come.
some little local guy that, probably got, lost time and expenses for hitting,
It's a
you know,
local.
a few members.
It's a local card cost out there.
Others, I don't know, that I know perfectly well their age, just nobody shows
Two
up.
bags at the.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to make a motion that we carry convention to the Gulf Coast in 1970.
we got a motion to carry to the coast.
Well, I'll second that.
Got a second. Now we're making progress. EV, you slapped the switch over there,
No, I wasn't making recommendations.
All right, we got a motion
You
and
got
a
a
second,
date?
that it be carried to the coast.
In 1970.
Any discussion on that motion?
Yes, sir, I'd
Mr.
like to-
President, only question.
Let's let him talk, he hasn't had the floor yet for a while.
I believe that, this idea got pushed in that direction somewhat, maybe by a recommendation of the committee. But after hearing all of this, pre-discussion, I, for one, would be willing to reconsider the committee's position. As far as I'm concerned, I'd just soon come back to Jackson. For whatever that might be worth, I hope that you won't take in consideration that carries too much weight at this point, inasmuch as the president and the secretary has bowed out and taken a neutral view. I would take that view also, in light of the fact of what has been said. So I'm neutral on that point also.
Anybody else?
Tommy, is there anywhere else in Jackson that has facilities for this except the Heidelberg? Is that all? That's all?
You see, here's one thing maybe I ought to mention, most of you are aware of this, but there's another very important thing we have to consider in facilities. It's not just a hall or room big enough to set it up to what we refer to schoolroom style and conference room, but also a speaker system by which we can plug in and get an absolute accurate recording of the proceedings of this convention. And of course, the Heidelberg actually was the only hotel, King Edward, purported to be set up that way, but it wasn't as good. There was considerable trouble involved. But I asked both the Edgewater Gulf and the Buena Vista if their system was so arranged, and they said absolutely. So this is one of the main things we have to consider in finding a place for the convention, is to be sure that they got a system by which we can get an accurate recording of the proceedings here.
Anybody else? Chairman Reed.
I think you considered cost. I know it'll cost the office lots of work and trouble of moving. It'll also cost the local unions from where I live in the northern part of the state twice the transportation expense. Jackson is more centrally located, and it's where our whole purpose for our organization has to work through the legislature and our politics here in Jackson, and that's where the headquarters is at. And I wonder how many state AFL meetings over the United States meet somewhere besides in the capital of their states. I think it's just plumb outrageous just to have a political organization on the Gulf Coast. And biggest purpose that our members is gonna say in it, going down there so you can lay out in the sun on the beach and watch the bathing beauties. And Well,
I
had to run office every 2 years. And I had to consider what our membership.
He think time after
I believe you got to it, brother.
I think the biggest part of them here know that I'd go along with that. But I still have to represent our membership, and we have to watch our money, and we have to do what we think is best for our members and for the labor organization as a whole. So, I'm opposed to going to Gulf Coast.
Anybody else want the floor?
Let me say this, Mr. Chairman,
I like
while
that.
they're discussing this, that I in no way left any of the hotels with any idea that we was bringing this convention to them. I made them strictly understand that it was up to this group, and I was only seeking information. So I just wanted to, for the record, to show that I absolutely refrained from leaving them with the impression that we were going any particular place. I said, this is up to our executive board. I want this information for them.
Are you ready for the vote?
Brother Shoemaker.
Brother Shoemaker?
I pass.
All in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. All opposed, please raise your right hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 opposed and 6 for, so I guess it'll be the coast. Now, what month? Give you the dates now, what month would you wanna consider them there, and if you're gonna go to the coast, then I'm gonna make a recommendation to you
Wait a minute.
on the month.
Well, I think he's going to watch the bathing beauty.
That you give the legislature time to get out of town,
I just fixed to say June.
huh?
Just fixed to say June.
June or July one, to make sure that they're gone.
June or July.
It'll really
Go
come,
down there in March.
That's right.
huh?
No point in going in March. Let's go in June.
We might have made June or July if you're going down in now. This will certainly help us out some up here with the legislature.
Third week in June is, CWA International.
Third week in June is out then, all right. What other conflicts have we got in the month of June? This means it ought to be the early part of June.
Real early in June, it would probably conflict with ours. Our international convention is usually starts the last week in May, but it sometimes laps over into the first days of June. It depends on the calendar.
What about the month of June, July? What kind of conflicts do we have there?
First week is vacation problem.
Yeah.
Is what?
In the garment industry, the first 2 weeks in July is vacation.
Well, that's good, that's a good time to have it.
Would that be a good time to have it or a bad time?
Probably a bad time.
The first 2 weeks in July?
Yeah, probably a bad time, for a
Don't
lot of
they-
people wouldn't go as delegates. They
Well,
already
don't
got
they,
plans made.
don't they get their,
Yeah,
their
but
pay?
They get their pay, but a lot of them wants to go see their family in California or something. They
That's
don't wanna
right.
go to a
That'd be a-
convention on the coast that week.
be a bad time.
That wouldn't matter to me, but I know a lot of our
Third
members
week
would
is
object.
CWA, third week in June, and you might run into the thing on the first week of June, so let's look at the second week of June.
Second week of June would be fine.
8, 9, and 10.
Well, we come back to June now.
Eight,
We
nine,
just
ten,
got the
running
last
this
week
fine.
in June,
Huh?
29th, 30th, and the first.
Huh?
I said, he said June 29th, 30th, and the first.
July
then-
the first.
Would this be all right with CWA?
June 8th,
That's fine.
9th, and 10th.
Well, that'd be just a 4-hour vacation.
I don't know, you get the week of the fourth, you can look it up.
That'd be the first
We're
week
talking
of
about
June,
June, we're talking about July.
from the second.
That's July, June.
June, here's the dates we have in June. I'll first give you the dates in June, and then you will go through that, and then July. At the Buena Vista Hotel, got June 22, 23, and 24 available. And at the Edgewater Golf, June 8, 9, and 10. And June 29, 30, and July 1st.
July,
That's it.
June 8, 9, and 10.
June 8, 9,
Sound
and
like a
10
good date
would be
to
the best.
avoid these
9, 10 sounds
conflicts.
like good.
Huh?
That's right.
That'd be
What?
June 8, 9, and 10 at the Edgewater Golf?
His school out by the.
What days does that fall on?
Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Yeah.
April,
All schools out.
that one right close in the convention.
You got a calendar there?
Now, the month of, you wanna check the month of
Well,
July?
Well, they got,
I'll check
consider the
July.
last 2 weeks.
That would be, with that weekend, we would go, wouldn't you? That week,
He's
Monday,
saying-
Tuesday, Wednesday, that
Monday, Tuesday,
weekend though,
Wednesday.
that we would, they would go
But what
to
about the last
CWA.
week in July?
So you,
then?
you won't have
At
many
Buena Vista,
CWA
the
local.
entire month is available as of now, or what? At the Buena Vista.
Yeah.
That'll hurt, cause they'll be getting,
July
that's
20,
21.
21, 22, 27, 28,
know,
and 29.
that's the second
Which
week.
hotel is,
It's only the first 3 days.
Yeah, I know, but they leave
Well,
on
either one.
Fridays and Saturdays going to the convention
Gotta have
in Kansas City, cause they got to be there by Sunday.
What kind of offer did either one of them make you on your meeting room and your committee room?
No charge on meeting rooms, convention rooms, or anything like that. No charge at all. They got ample convention space and committee.
And no charge to
No
committee
charge,
room?
right.
University
Ample registration with them and all that.
University would be better located because you have Sun and Sand right next to it.
There's plenty of
About
facilities.
three.
Well, there's one advantage to the Edgewater, there's one advantage to the Edgewater that we considered,
Yeah, well,
and that's that big shopping center there, the delegates and their wives, especially the wives, might wanna do some shopping, there wouldn't be a tent or anything, and that's
Well,
an
you've got,
advantage to
you've
the
got,
Edgewater.
and you've got close, motels to that.
Yeah.
But you get off of that Highway 90.
And it's back off from the
Set
highway
back.
quite a way, and you ain't running across that highway like you do have to do at the University, that's one thing that's an advantage there. Well, can we make a decision on the date now? What about June the 8th, 9th, and 10th at the Edgewater? Huh?
I don't think that would go with CWA.
You know?
No, cause they will be, see, that's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Yeah.
And Saturday, they'll all be leaving for international convention. See, this will be the second week in June. I don't believe you would have too many locals in representation at that time. Well, I mean, that's
We
just,
got to
that's
try
a
to, well,
personal,
that's what we're trying to avoid, that's what we're trying to avoid, if that's it, then we'll have
Because
to.
see, they're going to Kansas City this year, and they have to be there by Sunday, and so most of them will leave Saturday being going.
What about the May dates, your 11th, 12th, and 13th?
What month was it in July there that you said you could get?
All right, then we got the last week in July, 27th, 28th, and 29th.
That's good.
Or the 20th, 21st, and 22nd. Now, if we get that, we might run into the problem you talked about.
No, ours is the first 2 weeks of, July.
Yeah. Well,
We need to
That'd
count.
probably be the first week out of your vacation,
Well, let's see,
which is
20.
What about-
alright.
What about this May 11th, 12th, and 13th?
Not if
Well,
it's the
they-
last 2 weeks. of
27,
July.
28.
That'd be the last week.
didn't want to be on like the whole month, May.
See, the last week
Well, I
of
think,
July.
I think you still got the higher rates down there for the month of May, haven't you?
Well,
March will
you
be
got the
the
higher rates beginning the first day of March through October. No way to get around it.
Oh, I see. I thought there was a special rate when it affected us.
Well, their
Then
higher
what
rates
about the
aren't no higher than
27th
ours
of
right here
July?
now.
That'd be alright.
Does that conflict with anybody?
I don't know,
Sure
it
not.
wouldn't with us, it wouldn't conflict anything.
Didn't they give everybody a chance to
Which
make
one?
it?
27,
July
28, and 29 of July.
27th, the last week of
About the
July.
last week of July.
Good and hot then.
All right, I want it clearly understood now that the board set this thing this late. And that Tom Knight and myself didn't have any influence on it in order that we could serve several more months in office before the convention.
That
was
is
coming.
right, that's, we didn't think of that.
This was the story.
And it from March from March to
66.
July, we give you 3 more months, we didn't realize that.
This rumor got out in '66,
Well, let
and
me
we
ask
sent
you
it
a
later.
question. Who would have your job knowing anything about it?
That's a good question, very appropriate too.
Should we
All right.
set up one date with a tentative second choice in case one
Yeah,
of
what,
these
that,
dates
I
are
was gonna.
taken?
You see, all of this is,
Didn't he say it was 3 weeks ago you
Yeah.
checked this
About
stuff?
3 weeks, you see. and
Well, we ought to
this was
take
the
a
best
first and
they
second
have
choice.
on their
Yeah, we
book.
ought to get it down now.
All right, let's see if we can get it down to first and second choice. Is
Would
it-
this, July 20 and 21st and 22nd do?
Yeah.
Is anything, it's just, well, it's just 1 week earlier than the 27, 28, 29. You wanna use that as a second?
Use the last week as the first choice?
I make a
Yeah.
motion that we use the last week, 27, 28, 29 as first choice, with 20, 21st, and 22nd as second choice.
Good morning. All right, any more discussion now? All
At the
in-
at the Edgewater Golf
That's
Hotel.
the Edgewater Golf, yeah. All right, all in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carried, and so ordered. Well, we finally got that one taken care of.
It'd be just about my luck that they will have taken up both of these dates when I call them back.
Now, we got one other
Yeah,
item
call
here.
them.
We
Yeah,
got
you
a-
gotta
call
put
them.
it
Time to call them and know
Could
by
you verify
tomorrow.
that?
Yeah, we can try to do that in the morning. We can try to verify it in the
They're
morning.
gone, they are gone now, the lady that had
We can
them.
do it in the
No,
morning.
I'm-
But nobody else that knows anything, believe me,
Can't
she's
do
the
it in the
only
morning?
one knows. We'll try in the morning.
Try in the morning before
I was just
they-
thinking if you could
yeah.
try and
I can-
before we
yeah.
left town tomorrow
I'll
afternoon.
call
Right.
her tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we'll try to get the thing confirmed in the morning, and if there is a conflict, we'll reconvene the board. We got one more, I got one more item on the agenda, and it will be through as far as I'm concerned. Some of you might have something you wanna take up, but Tom wants to talk to you a little bit about the program at the fair, the state fair. Can you turn it off? What do you turn it off at? And it'll operate that, but okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to, if I have to latch it up in that Samsung.
We don't necessarily have to have it on the table, you know, do we?
That'll always make it stop.
What time is it?
10.
About
10, it's over at the East View Room.
About 9:50. Leave me 75 minutes after. 8:75. Of course, as all of you know, we are, gonna be at the fair again this year, and we've made, tremendous, progress, the last 2 years. We think we've done a real good job, thanks to all of you, and the many reps of the various international unions across the state and the local unions, everybody. This is a project that was entirely new, beginning in 1966. We didn't really know what we was gonna do ourselves until we did it. We just backed our ears, shut our eyes, waded in, and we've had many nice compliments on our booth at the fair the last 2 years. And we've gone whole hog this time. We've rented still additional space. In other words, we've increased our amount of space each year. And the indications are that we're gonna have more display items this time we've ever had, where we've got more plants under contract, and we're going to have even more prizes than we've ever had before. And as you'll recall, those of you who are representatives of international unions in one capacity or another have received letters asking again that you contact the employers. I've talked to most of you privately about this, and I know that you are underway with the securing the items of display and to be used as gifts. All the locals have received letters requesting again personnel. This is done by volunteers from the various unions. Of course, the full-time, those of you that are full-time people, we welcome you to come by, and there might be a time when somebody won't show and we'll need you. And certainly there has been once or twice that there was nobody left but Joe Mullins and I, whom Brother Starnes has been kind enough to make available to us all throughout the fair, and several days before and after. It takes nearly as long to move down and nearly as long to move away as it does for the whole duration of the fair. You think that you won't get there, but when you're moving down, and once you get there, you don't believe you'll ever get away alive. That's about the way it seems. But anyway, we are making progress again. However, the material, the printed matter, and the souvenirs are very slow about coming in. And if those of you that are here would take it on yourself to talk to your rep or write your international union for the appropriate printed material and souvenirs, anything but ballpoint pens and balloons, they're prohibited. And we've been in violation of the contract twice, down there. The novelty, sales down there has, been, contracted with some novelty dealer, and I'm told that, we won't be allowed to handle, balloons and ballpoint pens, which we did handle both years to some degree. Nobody said anything about it. It wasn't in the contract, as a matter of fact, but they've asked us this time to refrain. But if you can contact your organization about any other nice souvenirs or printed matter appropriate for the occasion, we would appreciate it. I have to work through Brother Joe Lewis of the Union Labor and Service Trades Department of AFL-CIO, who in turn communicates with all of the 86 internationals affiliated with his department. Of course, he sends me copies of this communication. They've been very responsive up to this point, but it is coming in slow. Last year alone, we distributed over 200,000 pieces of material and souvenirs down there, registered 11,500 people on 3x5 cards, and gave away 102 nice prizes. And as I say, this time the prospects for even more prizes are very good this time, because we do have a number of new plants on the contract, and a number of them have promised us nice gifts, plus all of those that have contributed before. Most of them are increasing the amount of things they're giving us this time. So, and again, we will, those locals, sending volunteers, we will attempt to accommodate them to the extent that we will try to use them. I've asked them to send me the number of people they can furnish and the date and the hours during the fair which they can best work. Now we're doing this. We're trying to accommodate the out-of-town people, and we asked the Jackson locals, and up to this point they've been very cooperative in that they live close by, to fill in the hours of the day when it's most inconvenient for the people out of town. We realize that they have a long way to travel, and we can appreciate this, and the locals in the Jackson area have been real nice and cooperative, and the indications are that they will be again. Let me personally ask Brother Robbins if he'll contact Ingalls about a display again. And we would like everything in this office in Jackson no later than Thursday, October 3rd. Now this is several days prior to the fair, but we like it where we can see it, get our hands on it, so it'll all be ready. And Brother Donald,
So me and him can
if
carry
you
down the
again
stairs
will,
again, that's what he
contact Armstrong about a display.
You don't
like
think that's a
hearing
job?
voice, and we can always get it down without any trouble. Brother Robbins, if you'll notify somebody will pick this up. I'm gonna ask Brother Starnes for Brother Mullins beginning the first day of October, in order that in case we have to do some traveling to pick up some of that stuff. Now I know Brother Jackson's already busy with the employers he deals with. Beth, do you know if your local is gonna buy us a gift this time?
They mentioned it last meeting, and at that time, I don't think Jim had received a letter about the gift.
Well,
But
anything you do, we'd appreciate it again.
They
We'll
mentioned
certainly
it
buy
if you wanted it again. I
Brilliant
feel
City
sure we
again
could.
also bought us a present, yes.
Are you working through Bill Stanley for some items of gift items?
Yeah. Right.
There's quite a few available, rain hats and, you know.
Yes, Bill has told me that there were several things, and heretofore CWA has come through real well. But if you have any ideas, though, E.B., to mention to Bill that he or I might not think about, well, feel free to do that.
Okay.
And I might say this, that, we've had a display from a telephone company in past years, and we put on the card, the Southern Bell, it'll be South Central this time, and all CWA locals. Well, this time we've got a new display over here, which is plugged into the wall, and it revolves, and it shows all the different telephone instruments available, and we'll have that this time so color for television, and that'll represent all CWA locals in the state.
Well, I mean, for personal gifts from locals, you still want those again?
Yes, if, for instance, CWA in Meridian last year, a virtue of the business they're in, they don't have anything, it's telephone company, they don't mind giving us a display, they don't have anything we can give away, so CWA in Meridian is kind enough to buy a nice gift. Wasn't it a toaster? You got it last year? We appreciate it very much. And I've talked to Brother Schaefer about another display at Mississippi Power and Light, and, any of you that, know of anything that you can do to help us on this, and of course, if, your local hadn't acted on our request for assistance for personnel, the fair will begin at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, October 8th, and last through Tuesday, October 15th. And this means from 12 to noon on Sunday, 6 hours on Sunday. And, the movie operators local will light the booth, which, adds considerably to the looks of the booth. The carpenters local here will help us in the construction. And of course, C&S Printing Company and the local typographical union donates all of the cards, which tells us what union and what town it's from. Everybody's been real nice, and we've had some from management. We've had some real nice compliments, because it should, because this gives them a lot of public relations as well as the union, and it gives the union members a chance to talk to the public. It gives the public a chance to see that no union members got horns, and nobody's killed anybody yet at the booth. So this, I think it's a very good project, and by all of us working together, I think we'll make it a real successful effort. So we're gonna be dependent on all of you to help us out all you can, and if you don't come down officially to represent your organization, you come to the fair, come by. But above all, in talking to the management personnel that donate these things, invite them to come by and see what we're doing. Of course, we make these pictures, but again, they're not large enough. The price is prohibitive insofar as making a color photo large enough that would depict each and every display. You know what I mean? We furnish all of them with a small color shot, but if we made pictures large enough for everybody to see what he contributed, then we'd go out of business, because the budget, well, you'd hear a big racket and there'd go our budget. Those color prints come high, and we do the best we can on it. But invite them and urge them to come by and see the booth. But I'm going to be in favor of taking a year's recess from this after this is over, I think.
Well, I don't think you're having workers from Reading, because our fair is the same week.
Same week?
And we're involved in that.
Somebody ought to get their heads together on that one, right? Well, is that pretty well it,
I think that's
okay. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that completes the items that we wanted to take up at this meeting. Unless someone else has
there's
something
one
they want to
thing
bring up.
here, and we might get locked up and stay the rest of the night. There's one
Right, well,
question
then I'll take it up then.
I wanna pose this at this board. In the past, in registering people at this booth, and I had a committee of sorts, made up of some international reps here that helped us kick this thing off, and still confer with them individually along on the phone and in person. But I want this committee, this board, to express their view. In the past, there's been no limitation on the age person that could register. In other words, if they come by, a school kid or even mama registers a card in Junior's name, who's a little bitty guy tugging in his mama's coattail, or a little girl, everybody's registered. Now, I've had some people to suggest this, that we should cut the registration off at 15 years on up. I want some quick action on this, some quick advice. What should we do?
Make people mad, lots of them.
Well, this has been my contention. You're gonna make mama mad if you don't let Junior and little Sissy fill out a
Well,
card, or let her fill out one form.
Tom, one other thing, some of the items that we'll be, bringing up here to give away is small children's items, like I've got some coats already in a size 6.
Well, we're gonna have a little child's rocket horse. You can give away.
Well, James,
this is
maybe the
something
people that,
very reason I let
signed
you
will
talk
have a
about
child
it.
and can use that.
Might or
So-
might not. I wouldn't object to
This is
either
the
way.
very reason I want you to
Yeah.
talk about this,
Yeah.
then they can't say, well, old Knight, he's so bull-headed, you can't tell him nothing.
I think you ought to encourage them to register the young.
Wanna go ahead and continue as we have that, huh?
Of
General
course,
assembly,
the general rule has been that no full-time labor representative has been allowed to register, you know, including the
Right, that's
council
right.
officers, full-time people that are on labor payroll.
Get criticism if some of us
Right.
want to.
Well, you got quick decision on that, Brother Knight, then
Well, I
please
just
go ahead.
wanted the board's, because.
That is the opinion, that
You won't get somebody mad, you just tell them they can't register their young.
That's why I asked you, I wanted you to confirm what
Well, if there's
What
no
you
objection,
said.
let's put it this way, if there's no objection, then we'll continue as we have on the restoration.
Gonna have that free ice water down there.
That's it.
That's right, Jackson Central Body will
That's the
have
most,
ice water.
that's the most popular thing you have.
Right.
That's right.
I wanna say one more word about this restoration, I guess I ought to let it alone while we're ahead. You know, we advocate many times to try to get across to the people, children coming up about the labor movement. You take a 15-year-old child already in junior high,
Yeah.
if he's been trying to learn something about labor and he shows up at a booth and somebody says, you're not old enough to register, I don't know what impression we're gonna leave with that child.
There you are.
And we've been spending no telling how much money to send out pamphlets to let them use in the high school, so we better not defeat what we're doing someplace else.
I got mine. By the way, Sheriff,
we
wish all of you take a
got the
chance now.
expense box, just take one with you, and you can fill it out, and have it ready to turn in tomorrow after the meeting. I'd like to remind you, the meeting tomorrow begins at 10 o'clock at the downtown. It's up on the 8th floor, the meeting place. You'll get the elevator and go up to the top floor. Well, it's right next to the elevator. You can't miss it.
I mean, the downtown.
Downtown is the old
Oh, I
wall,
don't think one of
right?
these.
Oh,
Across the
right.
block.
Oh, right.
The next block.
We'd be all right if we stay in the hotel.
Oh, you stay here,
downtown.
walk over the corner, half a block.
You couldn't get reservations there either.
Right.
Make a motion with your.
All
They
right.
can find better reservations out here on 80, a lot less.
I'd like to
Fill out on.
You'd have to check
just
it
make
out
the
first,
statement,
but
I won't be here.
Well, I'll have to get some help, I never have to fill out one, I don't turn in mine.
Our local union meeting, I got to see.
I may have to get somebody else that's educated, I don't.
We hate that we run into conflict, Brother Dees, but as usual, it's almost impossible to schedule anything anymore without getting in conflict with something.
All you can do is set it, you can be there and get
Then
it.
the accommodation thing is a problem too, dear. We had a lot of trouble finally getting there. As you can see, tomorrow we gotta go over yonder.
Well, I can't be here either.
You won't be able to be here, Jack?
I've got to be in Cleveland.
Well, we regret that also. Well, if we don't have anything else, we'll adjourn this meeting with an understanding it might be necessary to reconvene you before you get out of town tomorrow, okay? We'll see you.
History, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 19.
They show 264,000 Negroes registered in Mississippi. I don't believe we've got
How many?
264. 264,000.
Maybe they're going by somebody else's figure.
655,000 white. To get started, get rid of some of the, kind of incidental stuff we wanna go over with you, and, you know, in case Marvin does get you, call the meeting to order, and Brother Schaefer, will you open it with a word of prayer, please?
God, our Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the privilege of assembling as people to discuss ways to better our standards of living, to better the incomes and finances of each family. Our Heavenly Father, we pray that anything that we do or say might not prejudice our position, but it might be within thy will. We pray, Father, for the leading of thy Holy Spirit on all of our deliberations. Help each of us to put forth our best judgment. Forgive us of all of our sins, for Jesus' sake. Amen.
I think I got a number of items incidentally jotted down here, for the agenda this afternoon. I think probably the first thing we should take up is the, retirement plan. We've, laid a copy of it. I'm a faxed a copy of it for each one of you. Brother Schaefer done all the legwork for this one, so I'm gonna ask him to review this document with you, and, so forth.
Well, first I'd contradict what Claude said. Carolyn and Tom and Claude, as well as myself, put in some legwork on it. Every time we would meet with the attorney, we'd feel that we had everything that he needed, and when he would start digging into it, why, it seemed that we had forgotten something. But
Would you like to take a few minutes and let them read it?
That's what I was just
You wanna
going to
suggest?
say. I frankly think that the thing is pretty self-explanatory. And, I believe that if they read it, the question would probably be the quickest and simplest way.
Seemed to make it
There's
easier
about-
on you, wouldn't it?
Let me make a suggestion there. There's about 4 or 5 pages here. Why don't we read it aloud and, start with Mr. Schaefer over there and let him read the first page aloud, and each one of us take a turn around, and, there might be some general questions, that each one of us might.
You wanna do that, Jay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. One comment, if you notice, going through and as we read it, that they're staying away, from any language as far as annuities are concerned. Right. Severance pay agreement. This agreement entered into this 25th day of June 1968 by and between Mississippi AFL-CIO, Jackson, Mississippi, labor organization chartered by American Federation of Labor, AFL-CIO, Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, and the officers and employees of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Witnesses, whereas this agreement dated June 25th, 1968, as well as any future amendments and modifications are entered into for the following purposes. 1, to provide its employees with substantial capital savings when they retire after years of service. I like that substantial. 2, to enable them to retire at an early age and with sufficient income to be able to enjoy years of ease and comfort. 3.
Sounds better every time we read it.
To provide benefits for the family and dependents of participants who died before reaching retirement age. 4, to provide benefits for participants who become totally and permanently disabled. 5, it is a further purpose of the council as provided in this agreement. 8, to make available some financial assistance to employees who leave the council permanently before retirement, and B, to ease the burden of those who may have to be temporarily laid off at one time or another. 1, title. The fund hereby established shall be known and designated as the Employees Severance Pay Fund of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. 2, definitions. Plan shall mean the entire structure, creation, and method of operating the Employee Severance Pay Fund of the Mississippi AFL-CIO. Agreement shall mean the agreement of June 25th, 1968, constituting the Employee Severance Pay Fund of the Mississippi AFL-CIO and any subsequent amendments thereto. The employee shall mean any full-time employee of the council. Participant, every eligible employee who will hereinafter execute and deliver 2, the officers his acceptance of the terms of the original agreement dated June 25th, 1968, and any amendments thereof, shall be a member of the plan and a participant. An employee who resigns or is dismissed from the services of the council is automatically dropped from the plan upon the effective date of his severance, and thereafter ceases to be a participant.
Fund or general fund shall mean all the monies in the plan, whether in cash or invested in other assets. Compensation of employee shall mean the regular basic wage or salary which he receives from the council for each month. It does not include extraordinary payments such as bonuses, overtime pay for periods in excess of scheduled work period, expense allowances, or other such additional or extraordinary payments. Vested interest shall mean the amount due the participant at the time his interest in the general fund becomes due and payable to him as provided on the terms of the plan. Pronoun, any masculine pronoun used in this agreement shall, where the wording so demands, include the feminine. 3, eligibility. All employees of the council who have been in a continuous employ of the council for 60 days are eligible to become participants in the plan. 4, participants' acceptance. As evidence of his acceptance of each of the terms and provisions of the agreement, every employee of the council who is eligible to become a participant in the plan and elects to do so must sign the agreement of his acceptance of the terms of the agreement. 5, general fund. The fund or general fund shall consist of contributions thereto made by the council. The council agrees to pay into the general fund an amount necessary to create the fund, and thereafter 2.5% in 2.5% in parentheses of the aggregate salaries or wages paid by the council to the participants each month starting with the month beginning April 1, 1968. Number 6, payment to participants. After a participant has completed 2 years service with the council, he is entitled to payment of a sum equal to the amount he has saved up to the 2.5% in parentheses of his salary or wages paid him by the council upon the occurrence of any of the following. 1, his retirement from the services of the council. 2, his death prior to retirement. 3, his total and permanent disability. 4, his separation from the council for a reason other than retirement, death, or disability. 5, his withdrawal from the plan.
Except in the case of participants who withdraws from the plan upon leaving their employment and who thereafter duly qualifies as a regular employee after being re-employed by the employer, a participant who once withdraws cannot re-enter the plan. 7, designation of the beneficiary or by a participant. Each participant shall designate as his beneficiary or successor beneficiary in case of death the person or persons to whom his benefits in the general fund shall be paid. The beneficiary or beneficiaries may be changed from time to time at the election of the participant by the filing of a new designation. In the event no designation of the beneficiary or beneficiaries is filed, the benefit of the deceased participant shall be paid to his legal representative. If part of the vested interest of the deceased retired participant shall remain unpaid to him at the date of his death, such unpaid balance shall be paid to his beneficiary in the same manner as it would have been paid to him if he had not died. 8, management and administrative policies of the plan. The plan shall be managed by a committee consisting of the 5 vice presidents of the council elected in convention or appointed by the executive board of the council. The terms of the committeemen shall run concurrent with the terms as officers of the council. Resignation, removal, or substitution of the committeemen shall be handled in the same manner as the officer in the council. The management committee shall have authority to promulgate such rules and such rules and regulations not inconsistent with the servant's pay agreement, as it may deem desirable for the performance of its duties and the transaction of its business. The decision of a majority of the members of the management committee shall govern and control the exercises of the committee of its authority. Any 3 members of the management committee shall have authority to sign any document, papers, and disbursements on behalf of the fund. No member of the committee shall be individually liable for any action taken or omitted by him in good faith. All members of the management committee shall serve without compensation. The committee has the responsibility to see that the monies which the council is obligated to pay to the fund is fulfilled, and that participating employees create and maintain savings accounts which they are obligated under the agreement. The committee has the power to invest and reinvest the assets of the fund and the savings accounts and financial institutions insured by an agency of the federal government, common stock, preferred stock, bond, mortgage, notes, and other property, whether real or personal, in or without the state of Mississippi.
I can see now the reason Edward pulled this off, but ain't gonna get around it.
You gonna miss him?
Right there. The committee, in its discretion, may retain a portion of the fund in cash balances without liability for interest thereon, awaiting investment or such amount as the committee may deem advisable for the purpose of meeting contemplated payments under the plan. The committee, in their sole discretion, and upon such terms and conditions as they may designate, may loan to any participant upon his written application to meet an emergency or extraordinary expenditures. No such loan at any time shall be made to a participant in an amount or amounts in excess of the sum the participant has saved in his own account. A reasonable repayment period for any loan should be arrived at by mutual agreement with the borrower. 9. Title to assets. Title to the assets of the fund shall remain absolutely in the council. 10. Duration of this agreement and amendment of its terms. 1. This agreement, at any time hereafter amended, and the plan and general fund thereby created, shall terminate when the last remaining participant shall have been paid in full all amounts to which he is entitled hereunder. 2. This agreement and the provisions thereof respecting the plan and the general fund created thereunder may be amended or modified at any time by action of the management, ratified by the council executive board, provided, however, that no amendment or modification shall divest any participant of any interest in the fund. 3. This agreement may be terminated at any time by the council, acting through its executive board or by convention action. In the event of such termination, the management shall forthwith convert into cash all investments and other assets of the fund and pay to each participant in cash such participant's distributive share as he would be entitled to if he withdrew. 11. Right to employment. This agreement and the plan thereby created do not give any employee any right to be retained in the services of the council, nor to assert any claim for any monies due from the council hereunder, except as have been specifically accrued to such employee under the terms of this agreement and the plan. 12. Devolution clause. This agreement and each of its terms shall be binding upon all the participants in the manner hereinafter provided, and their respective heirs, executors, administrators, and legal representatives, and the council and its successors and assignees. Chinese, I guess it's
Where discretionary powers have been granted to the management, these powers must always be exercised in a non-discriminatory manner. Witness whereof the participants shall from time to time execute, deliver to the council their respective acceptance of this agreement as provided in Article 4. The council has caused these present to be executed in its name by its duly authorized officers and its seal hereunto affix this blank, 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 Mississippi AFL-CIO Claude Ramsay.
But it was actually executed on June 25th.
25th.
All right, we have any discussion?
I'm satisfied with it.
I am too. Think the job very well done.
Had a
Well-
good lawyer once we got him off center.
Wait a
Well,
second.
I figured that.
Once we got him where he could practice.
Yeah, well, the major problem is getting this thing put in shape where you wouldn't run afoul of the
Income tax.
income tax laws and so forth.
I believe he's covered it all now.
Yeah, if you notice, we even excluded, any trusteeship,
Right.
strictly a management committee. To stay away. Now, this is the thing. As the council paid in, if it was a trust, the people involved would have had to pay their portion of the income tax on that amount of money.
That's it.
It actually was not their money yet. And this is the little problem we ran into, came up with the diversion from any trustee or trusteeship. And each individual have a fund plus the council fund
So what it really amount
to
to?
match the money that each individual accumulates.
So it's Tom, Fund, Carolyn, Paul, Diane, and the general fund will be council money paid in to match it.
Let me ask you this, has this account already been opened in the bank?
She's been,
We're piling up the money. We
been
got
deducted,
raking
been
it
waiting
up.
on Robbie to get up here to work out the office workers
to get all
contract, the end of the thing, you gotta get all those signatures.
Still like Marvin, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, didn't you mail them tomorrow like you did me?
No, I hadn't got around to it, he was late,
Well, I think we ought to get a motion in the minutes, document, officially,
I move that, the plan recently read be adopted and be the official document of the severance pay agreement be the official document of the, for the Mississippi AFL-CIO Council.
Second of them.
Second.
Second, my brother Robin. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I assume, brother Robbie, that you will, wanna work out some of the ramifications of this thing becoming part of the labor agreement with it.
Yeah, in other words, this would be a,
Out of here, I don't think it's a
It'll
problem,
be a very simple, short paragraph.
Just add a clause saying that they're entitled to participate or whatever.
Yeah, they can take either of two, courses, and we have one plan already in the agreement, they have a choice, but can only participate in one direction.
Okay, we'll try to get that. taken care of.
Another question, about opening an account or setting up the deposits. Do you have, a billing and loan, what I'm talking about, a reliable billing and loan association that normally pays a little higher interest than, just a bank rate interest? I'm trying to get every penny I can for the participants. I know at home we've got, the bank, I believe pays, 4.5%, and the, billing and loan, they pay, 4 3/4, I believe.
My thought's been all along that we use First Federal, that's.
Well,
Yeah, that's what you're talking
yeah,
about,
that's,
so.
that's what I'm talking about. I mean, you
Probably
get-
the most stable we've got in this area. There's one or two more that might pay a little more, but there's been some of them that's,
Well, I'm talking about a
been
stable
too
one.
stable in their operation, as I understand it. Been a little problem.
You don't wanna get to where you're taking a risk like.
Well, they'll put their deposits as insured, just like a bank anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Up to 15,000.
I don't think
Individual.
there's a question about it.
each account, I guess, is the way to say it.
people think more counts in this world.
Well, let's see, we got several other items here, we wanna get into. Let's talk about the financial statement, Carolyn. The Executive Committee, advised us at one of our last meetings, one of our meetings since the convention, that they would like, a financial statement. And, she has been working on the financial statement, and has got one ready for you. And she'd like to find out if it's in detail enough, number one, I think, in the calendar. You ought to pick that up and go over it, look it over and see if this is about what you want. If not, we need to find out exactly what it is you think ought to be in there. And we want to find out also if you want this on a quarterly basis or 6 months is enough. We run into a lot of problems here, so I'll let her explain that to you.
Well, it's just the way that our books have always been set up, that it's, a little complicated as far as getting receipts to balance it. It balances in the books, but then you gotta make a statement out of it, and he worked all this out before he got it come out. So, but anyway, I think once you got it set up, it wouldn't be as complicated. Our withholding taxes is what makes it doesn't necessarily, it's not as easy to reflect the cash that's in the bank. It doesn't actually show you the cash balance.
Part of it's money we'll help but not paid, I understand. But this looks sufficient to me. It gives us where we started, and what was taken in, what was spent, and what our new balance is, and this is the main item here interested in.
Well, that's, and then she's got an explanation on the back.
This is similar to what the audit committee has been doing every 2 years.
I think the reason the question was raised was not about any particular item of expense, but just that sometimes we made decisions involving money without knowing how much we had.
Well, this was the item behind it, I know.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So you can see here, our balance apparently decreased about $3,500 in this period.
We still have not
So,
paid out our servants.
Right. So, any money decision we make, we have to realize we only got $5,469 to make it with. This was on this point I had for raising.
Well, and it was a good question, good point too. I think, is this about what you think, you want in the statement? Well, we can do it one of two ways now. If you'd like to have it, you think you can do it on a quarterly basis, Calvin?
I think I can do it.
Huh?
It'll take a little while to get it. It'll take a day or two, but we can work it out. They may not give you exactly.
Well, what I was
A week
thinking about,
afterwards,
Well,
I mean,
we'll try to get it out with the quarters.
Following the quarters.
We'll get it out with the quarterly standing of affiliates, so we can send it to you at the same time we send that to you if you'd like. Okay? Now, there's another thing here that we want an expression out of you folks on. I think you pretty well put it in our hands already, but still a few things that have developed. We're gonna have to make a decision about our next convention, where you want it held. We need some guidance on this thing, because the way these things, these conventions are booked, the hotels will be booked if we don't make arrangements before long.
Are we talking about, convention next year?
1970. Yeah, after next.
You're not talking about Coke convention?
No, not regular. We won't have one next year.
Wild Coke convention, 3 more years.
My only thought, Claude, is, and I know there may be other people that feel the same way, Jackson, of course, is more centrally located as far as travel for the delegates. But everybody I've talked to is getting a little tired of that Heidelberg every day.
That's right.
Well, we feel the same way.
Their service and their
Well, you
rooms and
think
their
you-
charges have just changed so much that I'm not sure it's feasible to permanently think about using them. I'm thinking about changing after this meeting I'm having tomorrow. I don't know if I'll ever have another at Heidelberg.
Well, you see, they're the only remaining hotel, and they're trying to book everything they can.
Yeah, but then they don't give you any service, either.
Right. And the fact that they are the only hotel, I guess they feel they can take advantage of people. See, this is what I mean.
There was some talk, at the last convention that I heard, there was some question about whether or not there was, available facilities in Meridian. Do you know?
I don't think so, maybe. I'll tell you.
I don't know, I'm just asking a question.
I'll tell you what I'm basing that on. Now, I understand, and the best I can tell by passing the place, there is a room over there at that, Nelwood Court, large enough. Just the room is not all, it's necessary to pull off the convention, because you do not have the facilities through which you can hook up to take the thing. Just a PA system is not enough. We had you remember we carried the Coke convention law, I had to get not necessarily an electrician, but a man experienced in that kind of business, and carry him down there and get him to hook that thing up so we could record the proceedings. And it's most difficult to operate or try to operate in a place, like that, where you really don't have the facilities. That's one thing you gotta say about the Heidelberg, the way they're fixed up, insofar as you're recording your proceedings, your communication system is no better in the state. But really, I don't think, and then another thing, I'm told that along the area there in Meridian where this place is located, where all of your motel facilities are, that they're gonna do awful lot of work on the highways.
They already started, they're digging it up.
And it would be all torn up, and the chances are 1970 it would be torn up.
Fact,
I'd like to go
like they're gonna do some sort of an overhead.
I just proposing a question.
But I just don't think that the facilities are there. Matter of fact, I'm sure they're not to carry on a convention like we.
You wouldn't have the meeting rooms there available, you'd have to scatter out about among 10 motels possibly.
Well, outside of Jackson, then about the only logical place would be the coast.
About the only thing other than Vicksburg. Of course, you all know what the situation is there. You got the auditorium way off to one side, away from all of your, you don't really have any, there's few committee rooms in the building, but, it's really not the most.
We thought one time of having it on the weekend, it might work out cheaper for the locals on the weekend on the coast.
Got 2 hotels that wants us down there real bad. I've been talking to them about the school recently, and of course the Edgewater Gulf and the Buena Vista, they're anxious for us. They've got all kind of facilities.
In fact, the people up in the northern part of the state would like to go down there. They're the ones you have to think about.
That's true, they travel so far, some of them would travel 500 miles to get there. I really hadn't discussed it with them, well, not with my group, but.
How about you,
I will be meeting with them tomorrow, and I can't bring it up.
Feel them out a little bit on this thing and see, what their attitude is. We'll be governed by what looks like the people wanna do for us, we're concerned here. But I think when you narrow it down, it's gotta be Jackson or the coast, if you're gonna get the problem.
I would say true. In Meridian, they're gonna go overhead with Ada there about that red hot truck stop. They're already building some big cement abutments, looks like 20 feet high. That whole thing's gonna be elevated apparently.
Well, I wasn't proposing to go there, I just asked a question as to what the availability was.
There's one other thing that, I think we need to consider in connection with this is the legislative banquet, based on what we heard, what it seemed to be a success. I think if we was gonna try that again, it'd be mandatory.
It'd have to be here.
I don't think there's any choice there.
In that respect, yeah, but then, what I'm thinking about, from looking at the experience of this legislature, is it would get, full value out of it.
I think the thing we probably need to think about is, the next elected legislature.
Yeah, 'cause this same one will still be in session next time we meet.
It'll be the same one, and, probably the convention after this next one, we might even wanna have a legislative conference. the very outset and invite those guys out and start on them early. I mean, this is the type of thing I'm thinking about.
Have the similar deal, but have it as a
Right.
legislative conference,
Have a
begin with the
conference
legislature,
and
place
not-
it in
not
the
have a
middle when they
convention.
bogged it down, yeah.
Right, just call our delegates in just like a convention, have a conference, have a banquet that night, and, do it early, one day affair.
I tell you something that we just experienced in our international convention in Washington this year. It's the first time that we've ever had it. On the night that we had our banquet, just an hour before banquet time, we had a legislative reception. And of course, the people who came by invitation. I mean, and as far as Mississippi is concerned, we only invited one, and that's Sonny from Montgomery from Reading. We only invited one of our legislators, and it could be governed. I mean, if we decided on something like that, it proved out pretty nice. I mean, just for an hour, and they had some cocktails and all.
This thing we had, one of the best things we've ever
Yeah,
done.
that's
We really went over, the fellows over there really, appreciate it. Got a lot of very good compliments from people that came. And if we have another one, there'll be a lot more attend this one than was this last one.
Because you got the publicity.
Yeah, right, they got the word. Well, if it's all right with the committee then, we'll ask Brother Jackson to feel his people out, and the rest of you can do the same. It's got membership back up the state and around. And let us know within the next couple of weeks as to what, you find out, and Tom and I then will go ahead and try to make the arrangement. Frankly, I'd like to go to the coast with the thing. It's been a good while since we was down. I think probably our people would like to go down there again and get some seafood.
Well, I'll speak around for CLA. We'll have as many delegates on the, to go to the coast from North Mississippi as we would come to Jackson.
Will you have it in the off-season time, would you say? They have a season, when the season rate went on?
Well, we can check the rates and see what the rates are.
I think your season rates will
Yeah,
come
rate
effective
is in
around
winter,
May,
winter,
probably.
Is that when it's
Around May,
prior to that?
prior to that, the out of season.
I'll see. We'll check all this out.
You recall, we had the school like to be on a visit last year, we got pretty good rates, you remember, that was in November.
What I've been wondering, if the Heidelberg management really understood that some big group was gonna quit using them, would this influence them to do any better?
Might do it.
I don't know.
Tom's been on them pretty strong.
You know,
I've talked to them and they just sort of, they listen, but they're looking to see what somebody else wants the whole time. You
They might do like Dumas.
Might like it.
close it down.
Dumas Mill.
Oh, yeah.
Close it down,
Yeah.
sell the
Is
building.
anybody using the new auditorium yet for meetings, and staying elsewhere?
State convention's the only thing that I know has been held out, Democratic.
Long-haired conference.
See, the Heidelberg's gonna charging more for their rooms than some of the better motels
Yeah, they're
around
going
here.
up on their rooms, so.
I tell you, the attitude the Heidelberg exhibits, and I can't
You can
feature
say
any of
San
that.
Holiday Inn cheaper. for
Their
it.
attitude is this: as many organizations as there are in this state, and even some regional organizations
don't
are
make
meeting
sense.
there. The attitude is, well, by George, if you don't like our rates, there's 2 or 3 more people that'll come in if we
Yeah,
lose.
they got so much business it don't make no
They
difference.
don't care, it don't amount to anything anymore.
I heard a convention.
Well,
itself
though, if it
advertised
starts
the other
dwindling
day, and
off,
I can't
though,
think of it.
one following the other one might
Was it out
have
at,
changed the
uh,
attitude.
Wasn't it out of South Keys, so?
I'll tell you one thing, man.
Primo have a new facility out there.
Well, I think they've got a limited facility.
Luncheons and banquet big facilities and all, so.
If I'm not mistaken, they said that it was, they could accommodate up to 400 people.
Who said that?
That'd be the one.
Convention facility
Out of
that
this
was
North Gate
advertised.
thing,
Yeah, I believe it
Golden
was.
Horse,
Yeah, I believe it was.
I'll meet down there sometime.
We can check it out. See.
only thing about them, they
This
belong
is-
to the Americans Preservation of White Trash, and John Birch Society, not everything else you can think of. I ain't tell you some old Primo belong to Americans Preservation of White Race, these 2/3 non-white.
He don't know it.
They
Well-
more than that.
Well, if y'all will let us know something, we'll proceed in the next couple of weeks as soon as we hear from you. And I'll put a copy of a letter from President Grubbs from Mississippi Southern University before you concerning the clergy economic education conference held up here in Norfolk County.
Yeah.
You know, I run up and made the first day, but due to the fact the legislature's in session, wasn't able to go back. It was very successful and it was very well attended, and they are expecting to have similar conferences and want our continued participation. And he asked me, he says, we need your advice. Tell me whether to continue offering the clergy conference. Please plan to join us for August 28th luncheon. An enclosed card is furnished for your convenience in notifying us for planning purposes. Got the enclosure here, it's just a form to fill out. You know what I'm talking about. I'd like, if possible, to get some of you to attend this thing along with me. I guess probably you'd be able to go with you, Tom.
Yeah.
And would any of the rest of you be interested in going?
Oh, Jack go, he's right in Jackson, it'd be easier for him, and he's interested in this project.
Sure.
Very worthwhile, I'll tell you.
What'd
you say?
If I can, I'd be glad to.
I think it'd be fine if all three of you here in Jackson, and
Sound like you might get a free meal, sound like you might get a free lunch out.
Wednesday, get a free meal. Let's see, where did you say it's gonna be at?
Downtown.
Downtown. So Jack, I'll send you and Tom and myself in. The three of us will attend. Okay? And I'll try to remind you of it. Now this other.
Pretty hard, some of us got up off of land.
Yeah. Be a little bit, might be a little late.
I'm not trying to confuse you now on economic education, but we've got two different projects on economic education going here, and both of them are dealing with the same subject, but they're dealing with two separate
topics.
No, two separate groups of people. One is the clergy, of course, and the other one here is involving everybody in all segments of the community. If you look on the back, you'll see the officers and who they're associated with. You notice the gentleman just above me on there?
Yeah. Owen Cooper, I don't know how in the world you and him managed to get on the same
Well, he won't come with
organization.
He ain't never made a meeting.
He had.
He won't either.
He's never been to the first meeting. But most of the rest of them have been pretty regular attenders.
see our boy Scott from Southern Bell's there.
Yeah.
W.L. Rigby. I went to high school on
Yeah, looks like pretty good group.
Well, this is one thing
Alex McKay.
that all segments of the community can agree on, and that's
It's one of your buddies, too.
is the system. We all believe in the system, you know. Now, they worked up a budget for this, which entails a full-time director and some other expenses. I'll give you a few minutes to look that over, because it's going to involve some expenditure of some money if he participates.
Total of $18,000, okay.
This
Finishes up on the back, Jim.
No, $35,000.
Now they've got pledges from people all over the states, you know, and it's not going to cost anybody a whole lot of money. He brought over here and left with me contributors to the Arkansas Council on Economic Education, and I've been thumbing through it to see about what look like some of our labor organizations might have, contributed, and I noticed that quite a few have. And, I believe if I remember right, the Arkansas AFL-CIO contributed $250. They got contributions from banks, all kinds of businesses, individual labor organizations, and what have you. In view of the fact that we've got at the present time that we are pushing this Department of Industrial Relations at Mississippi State, asking our local unions to contribute to this, I think it would probably be best not to embark on another program here for funds from the locals, but that we might think about making a contribution out of this office for the time being. We've got some money in this legislative fund that we could think about, instead of taking it out of the general fund, contribute about $250 out of that, I think. What do you think, Tom? I think this probably be the best place for the money to spend that. We've got this off the record. I've got $3,000 out of the Humphrey people recently. This is above what we already had in there. We'll get into that one later on. This is a very good program. It's a long range thing, really. What it's really designed to do is to teach basic economics in the schools and get our kids familiar with the system and how it operates. It's tragic, really, according to the best information that we can find, the number of high school graduates we got in all over the country that don't have any knowledge of how the system operates. That's right. And if they teach the system, you know, as it's supposed to be, then they're going to also have to teach how collective bargaining affects it. You see?
Well, the simple factor that turned thinking and allowing the educational system here to consider such a program as we are entering into now at the university, certainly reflects that in the thinking of the special interest group. And either that or our powers are weakened one over the state, or both.
Yeah. I've got quite a few of these folders, by the way, if some of you like to have some to carry back with you. We will be probably later on, get out a communication to the locals. See if there's any.
I'd say most any dollar that we spend that can educate people to the system is a dollar well spent. Because as Claude just said, there's people graduating from high school every day right now that don't have any more knowledge of the thing, and they'll boy down on the street. That's true.
Well, I accept every speaking engagement that I get in these schools, colleges and high schools. I was out here at one of the high schools a couple of months ago before an economic class.
I think that.
And I'm going to go out to Jackson State next week.
Claude, do you think our finances could stand the $250 that Arkansas?
Yeah.
Well, I so moved.
Okay, all right.
Second the motion.
Any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We'll understand we'll take it out of the special fund.
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's see, we've got a number of other things now. At one of our recent meetings, the executive committee instructed the officers to shop around and see if we could find a building location and so forth, and we've done that. And we've got some reports to give you, here this afternoon, and probably we'll want to take you all over and show you the location of the piece of property before you get out of here. Callan's spent quite a bit of time, trying to find vacant lots and what have you, and finally located one over here. It's not too far from the Capitol.
We
That's for
wanted to
sale.
go to the shopping center for the officers.
Between the funeral home and the cemetery.
It was the consensus, you know, that most of our business ties in with the legislature.
That's
that
true.
We should try to get as close to the Capitol as possible if it wasn't too expensive. Have you got that plat? That's right, it's right up this street, Lamar, on the other side of the Sun and Sand. And there where it makes that curve. It puts it just a little over a block from the Capitol
I know where
itself.
you're talking
There's
about.
some closer, but we don't have the money.
Oh, there's been one in there.
You'd have to be a banker to buy it. Of course, the longer you wait, the more true that's gonna be too, the value is just
Yeah,
dropping
that's
every
it.
day.
Where is the where is that, plot,
Is that
Oh,
part of
yeah,
the building?
You wanna look at the plot first?
Yeah,
Well, everybody's got a copy of it, if I can find it. Yeah, everybody, see if you hadn't got a copy of it.
No, I didn't see that.
Did
I
you
don't
make
think
a copy?
everybody got a copy of the plat.
Okay.
No.
I don't think we got
I thought we had
You got the
several.
only one.
Okay,
Let's lay that
you,
Let's lay that one out
Just
now.
lay it down and we'll
here's
be
the
able
front
to
of
see
the
it.
thing. I don't think it makes sense without looking at it one at a time. This is
Now that-
Lamar
that
Street.
piece is
right
Lamar- that's
here.
Lamar
Street
Street
out
This is
here.
the front. Here is the downtowner, right down here, and here's a Woolfolk building, and then the Capitol.
Yeah.
That'll give you a general idea. This is the funeral home, and there's the graveyard.
Yeah.
This is, you see it, there's a cotton picking creek
Yeah.
running through here. It takes considerable work, you know, to concrete that over, you know,
Yeah.
pave it. All this looks like the jungles of no telling what right in here.
Yeah.
This part, a little old building sitting right there.
There's a lot of possibilities
That's
with that piece of property. It's big enough that you could actually rent part of it out for a parking lot or something like that if you wanted to.
It's over here.
Jack's been over there. He's going over there and took a look at it. Jack.
That's it as far as availability to the council.
Yeah, that's about it.
This can all,
Got a
this
little-
will
We
be
didn't check
paved,
the
you know,
outside here, 'cause y'all
leveled
been
out,
messed
put
up.
blacktop over
Yeah,
there,
we'll
make
check
a
this
parking
out.
lot.
Where is
Also
it,
this-
where is it, Tom?
The building is located right
But
here.
does the property go all this distance?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all
Yeah,
this
okay.
is the problem, but it's all the wilderness now, all out there.
Not just down to this line, I understand.
Yeah, I see, that's a
What's
church.
the, what's the furnished fee?
85 and 3/4 feet looks like. And 55 something 5 on the back.
See, it's an ungodly kind of
Down to
shape
here, and then
thing.
it goes another 32 or 3 feet down there.
Plus 13.
Plus 13, so you got 45, you got about 125 feet looks like. From
You-
here all the way around this other
You got
street.
enough room back in here for our parking purposes, back in here. And you'd have a pretty good sized piece of property here that you could rent out or sell or whatever you
Yeah.
wanted to do with it.
But the only building on is this little one
That
here.
little building
That's
there.
been tore down.
And it's not much building. We took a real close look at it,
Just about,
got an appraiser to go over there with us, and,
Just a hull.
just a hull, concrete block building, very cheaply constructed. It would, I think it'd just be a complete, loss. I don't think you do anything at all with it.
Have you priced that?
Over $40,000 for it.
The man thinks, a contractor we talked to, thinks we could get this little old building knocked down and hauled off for $500. Really, and the thing's not, it's really not worth the 500, tell you the truth, to us, on the ground, right. It's just poorly put up, just a hull.
What I thought we'd do while we had you guys in here is to go over and, take a look at it. And then if you want us to proceed further, we'll proceed then to see what kind of arrangements can be made to finance it. That includes purchasing the property and the building also.
Building also,
And then
yeah.
at our next meeting, we'll take some affirmative action. But we wanted y'all to see the property and give us some direction before we proceed any further. Callan and Brian and Tom and several other people's been working on some plans for a building along with this.
Cause we can't get any figure till we come up with what.
No.
better
Pass
advice.
this around, you see, take
We need
account of
some
this is
opinion
the
from
front,
y'all
yeah.
as to what's supposed to go into
That's
the building.
That's
All that
just a,
depends on
you know,
the product.
shot in the dark, really, we've found out it's
Well,
got
I
more
found
reason
it's
of
best to
8
leave the
feet
plans of the
deep
building,
than
the people's gonna work in it.
have enough room.
Well, but y'all have to, you know, it's the.
Or you proceed with the idea.
But it's-
Other than that, you'll have all kind of things you can't use.
No, we had all that, had all the concentrated on just what we
It's
Yeah.
gonna be too short, we're not gonna have enough work here. Now,
Right.
this is.
We haven't
this is what
thought about
I do,
anything
that's
else.
supposed to
It
keep
might be-
the section
Right, everything else worked out except your work here. You can't find no work for them.
So we think we'd have to go to 8.
Yeah, probably would.
Keeping storage.
But I mean, the thing that y'all would have to decide is what it's gonna be built with. This
Right,
goes
the
into the
structure.
cost.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Your materials does make a difference in the total cost.
Frankly, I think with the payment of the rent we pay here,
All this is storage.
The guy just
Parking
don't have
is
weight
gonna
that
save.
he might run
Plus,
35.
what we rent for the parking lot over there.
Just looking
I
to
think
see
it's
it.
more than pay
He was
the
just a draft.
notes.
We think we probably have to
Depends
go.
on what you have it built.
They can probably have to come another 8 feet
Depends how
further
much,
back here.
work he has to do on the lot to get it ready and whether he's gonna do that or somebody else is gonna do it.
We said we had to, of course, submit it to quite a few different contractors for
Right,
bids,
get
but we
bids,
can't
yeah.
even do that because we don't know what we want
No.
in it, and that's, we're stumped right now.
What it cost you to build that building you got down there?
That building, I'm trying to remember, we paid 10,000 for the lot, which was exceptional buy. And I believe we got around, 30,000 probably in the building, 29, 30,000, the way it's said. That's the concrete slabs out front and the paving on the back.
Well, I figure this building that's on my here is gonna run around $40,000, maybe about.
I would say the way you got it set up, it would, that
Time you
bad
got through
or
with the-
more.
With the lot and everything, you'd be pushing $90,000 to $100,000.
Let me ask
If
this
you're gonna
now,
pay
what-
40 for the lot, then you'd be 85 to 95,000.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Has any consideration been given to, of course, this is a one floor
Yeah.
thing. What the additional cost, would be, for a second floor on it? And lay it out in offices for rent?
Well, we kicked
Get
it
in-
around a little
get
bit.
into a
but
problem on
I
that.
lose your tax.
You'll
You
get
get into
lose
a problem
tax
now as far as your
exempt.
non-profit,
Right.
Yeah.
And then it'll cost you
organizations
more if you pay
concerned.
taxes.
It
and-
takes so much more, it costs so much more to do.
Right.
Well, yeah, it costs more to build, but,
What we settle for here, and of course, this, we subject to, direction from this committee, but as I view it with that plot of land you got there, we could rent that side over there for parking lots. See, there's gonna be a big demand for parking space over there before long when they
Yeah.
get those buildings finished, the state's building. They're parking all over that state property now, but there ain't gonna be no place for people to park. And there's a real demand for parking space in this town, and this is, it's fairly convenient.
And
When
this
you
would cost a lot to
consider
get
that,
it ready, yeah.
plus the amount of rent and parking that we pay here, you see, I think
It's safe.
that we could probably finance it without, an increase in per capita. I don't know, but all of this we'll have to get into. Now, I think you guys are gonna have to see the lot before you can make any decision.
What would happen though, Claude, on rent? Wouldn't that do the same thing to you as a building, where any money you
I'm
get?
talking about the money we pay
Yeah,
here.
but what you was talking about renting it over there for parking and using that money, wouldn't that also kill your tax exempt status?
I think what we'd have to do
Might.
would be, separate our property.
Yeah,
You'd have to do
Put the
something.
parking area in an incorporation
yeah,
and rent that.
yeah, probably so.
Well, in the first place, unless they change the laws of the state labor organization as such, can't write out on the property unless they're owned in a trusteeship. Or
are a corporation. Not all the laws, there may be some of them doing it, but, I formed a corporation to build that building I got.
Well, we had to do
Statewide corporation.
We had to do the same thing. I think
I think that's what you'll have to do.
All these meeting halls and all this.
We didn't have to.
You've got it set up probably under a trusteeship deal, but that's like a church. But I didn't really want to go that route, so I went the corporation route, formed an actual corporation, chartered by the state.
Built that hall down there, we had to form a corporation.
Other than that, you've got to go the trusteeship route, cause
Well, Jack, have you got, are you in a big push for time?
No.
How about the rest of it?
no, I've got time.
You gonna have to, we set this so you would have to come up again, I guess your
Good.
sister told
Yeah,
you
he
that.
told me, he left me a note, he's on vacation
You
this
need to
week.
get their ideas on, in regards to us, get a little further with the, so that after they've seen the plot, we'll already have it on record what they think as far as the bill. Then if it doesn't materialize, we can wait.
Well, I would only, suggest this, with the location and the, future development of the area, we're gonna have to stay within keeping of the community.
Well,
Which
why-
is gonna make it mandatory that we stay with masonry.
I would say.
But like tin again wouldn't look too good.
No,
setting down.
no, you'd have to have brick or something in that order.
Mhm.
Who owns the property now?
What's the fellow's name? Ferguson. Michelle is Hammond.
But you actually want something that'll stay there forever anyway without having to be so much repair done to it, you know.
His name on that runs old furniture.
I thought if we'd gone up there to look at it, we would, get you guys' opinion. I'd call Michelle up while you're in here and see what, how much time we got, whether the guy wants an option and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, if you're in here where we can take some action if it becomes necessary.
Well, I mean, that's, well, first thing that me, are we in a financial position to handle it, whether, what, how can we, swing a deal financially, handle it, and that's what I'm
You
saying.
have to get some bank to.
Well, what you'd have to do.
money and pay them notes.
Yeah, that's what we'd have to do is, you know, check it out with the bank or with the First Federal down here and see what kind of arrangements can be made over a long period of time. I'd say about 20 years, something like that, and find out what the payments would be, and then compare that with the amount of rent that we pay here.
Paying here and the car rentals,
Right.
car parking.
Right, that stuff.
And see how close you'd be.
Then we'd be in a position to make a decision. We really don't know right now, but this is the only way I can see that it could be
We'll
financed.
have to have a final dollar figure though before that, and then saving the loan will tell you what it is.
Right, we'd have to know, have a pretty good estimate on the building. We'd have to have the plans for the building. We'd have to get an estimate on the cost of the building. And carry all of this then in and see what arrangements can be made to finance it.
This building with the other things that she pointed out that you need, it could well cost you $50,000, Claude, as I see it. More than that, maybe, I don't know, but that's probably conservative.
Let me ask this question, is there,
40 by 3,200, we're gonna extend.
is there any
40 by
possibility
80
of
is what she's really
securing,
talking about.
is there any possibility of securing, a loan on a loan basis from the AFL-CIO?
There is that possibility with some of our units. Jack?
40 by 72.
40 by 52.
Yeah.
IBEW has got some kind of an arrangement where they, loan money out for projects such as this, haven't they?
The IO does, yeah. Yeah, they've got, quite a bit invested in, housing development.
Would you check this out and tell them what we got in mind and see if some kind of arrangement might be worked out through them? I don't think the National AFL-CIO itself has got any plans like this, but some of the, some of the internationals do have, and I know yours has went up because were involved in that Blue Manor thing.
I expect,
past school at that time.
ACWA does too, don't they, Jerry?
Not as such, some of the, ours is sort of a strange deal. You've got a bank in New York City, but they won't particularly loan local union money out of it to build halls with. They'd rather they do it on a local basis. I guess they would if it, got down to where there was no choice in the matter and you had a serious problem or something, but they'll refer you to your local bank rather than even the bank that they control in New York City.
Yeah.
Of course, we were lucky in my organization, we had enough to build our building in cash, we didn't have to have any notes on it.
Well, we'll just hold this in abeyance for a little while when we get over there. We got 2 or 3 other things here that we can take up with you.
Building with that many petitions is run easily, $15 square foot. I'm not a contractor, but I know how to figure it. With that masonry and all, and that many petitions, and that many fixtures, it'd be somewhere in that range. So it could easily cost you $50,000. And you lot 40, you're talking about $90,000.
I think we're talking in the neighborhood of $100,000, give or take a little either way. I think that's what it really gets down to. Well, we got you in here. I think we ought to talk a little bit about the current legislative situation and some of the problems we got, especially on this workers' compensation bill. I don't know if you got a chance to read the report.
Yeah, I read what
Yet or not. I reproduced stories in the Daily News a couple of weeks yesterday.
I read the same thing in the newspaper, I believe, similar,
This-
most of it, but.
This is a fairly, this story here explains that bill pretty good. It's
Yeah.
pretty, so I thought you'd be interested.
What was that reproduced from, the Clarion Ledger?
No, it's the Daily News yesterday's edition. Yeah.
I must have saw it in the Clarion Ledger.
Maybe
or
well,
something.
they might have carried it.
got this one, right?
Cause I read it in some paper, and I thought it was on Clarion Ledger, but it might not
This
be.
is the situation, you know, we've spent months over there and months before we could ever get anything out of committee. That includes this bill, the unemployment insurance bill, and of course we never have got House Bill 600 pried loose yet. It's still buried in the committee. But the bill, we got it in the House. They done a lot of fast footwork on us over there. They deliberately called this bill up on a Monday afternoon when some of our good friends were gone. And so I told the board, I said, well, we'll do a little what we can and clean it up a little bit, but pass it because of the monetary benefits, and then we'll get it to the Senate and we'll clean it up over there. And that's what we did. And they did a real fine job on that bill in the Senate and amended it in about 3 or 4 different ways. The independent contractor section, which was a real humdinger, which in my opinion was designed to take these people out here cutting wood for International Paper and Masonite, which they would have wound up without any coverage. This is who I think they were really shooting at, and of course some other groups. And
I talked to Perry myself several times about
yeah.
this.
And then the occupational disease section was cleaned up considerably, and what it amounts to now is that occupational disease, it's not defined in the law, but occupational, a person that contracts an occupational disease will be given the same coverage as an accident. It's really what it gets down to, and of course the commission and the courts will be left with discretionary powers in this thing as they are now. Now the apportionment section was another section that was cleaned up, Jack, considerably, where we think now that that's in pretty good shape, where the apportionment don't begin until the guys reach maximum recovery. Is really what it amounts to, instead of back at the time of the accident.
Well, they were close on us on that one.
Now, yesterday, and Robbie, we got trouble with our friend Ted Millett. I'm convinced, you see, on this one, that Ted's playing a game with us over there.
I mentioned that to you before.
Yeah. Now, he's the key to this one, as I mentioned in the report. He's chairman of the House Insurance Committee.
They haven't got their report this week.
I thought you had it in that envelope.
I think I did, no, I didn't.
I said you got
Which
it.
one, the legislative report? It was in
I
here.
don't think I had one for everybody.
There was one on
Yeah,
my
yeah,
stack,
I
I
got-
read it. It
I-
mentions Millet.
Well, anyhow, I'll give you a little more history of this thing. I found out, yesterday I was over there, I found out that Ted was gonna call this thing up in the House and move to invite conference
I had something.
from the Senate.
I had one in
See?
my stack.
I only had about 10 or 15 minutes when I found this out, so I went right away to some of our friends over there and told them what was happening, and that in my opinion, that the Senate version of that bill was about as good as we were gonna get, that I was afraid if that bill was put in a conference committee, you know, with the session dragging on and might wind up here any day now, when these money bills get out of the way, that I was afraid we'd lose the whole works, that I'd rather go ahead and pass it like it is. Well, with that few minutes to organize in, you know, and having to buck the committee chairman too, you didn't have much chance, but we give them a run for their money. Got this young fella Bolton, he done a real fine job from Biloxi down there. He's a real good boy. And 2 or 3 more of our friends over there, we depend on him. And they made a real fight of it. Final analysis, they voted to put it in conference, but there's about 38 or 40 votes to go along with the Senate amendments, which wasn't bad. Most people, you know, most legislators are reluctant to buck the committee. They prefer to go and stay with the committee. So Robbie, what I think you fellows need to do, when you get back down there, is to get some people and call on Mr. Millett and tell him and let him know in no uncertain terms that you are looking for him to get that bill out of conference. If that bill lies in conference, that you're gonna hold him responsible for it. Now, I've talked to Charlie Sullivan already, and he assures me that he'll give us a couple of good guys on the committee. And they'll get, as far as the Senate's concerned, that bill's gonna come out. And that means Ted is the key to the whole thing. Now, the bill, I think all of you understand what the bill does. It increases the weekly benefits to $40. That's a $5 increase. The maximum death to 15, that's from 12.5 to 15, and maximum total benefits to $17,000. Now, I had a real tough decision to make in here, you know, about whether to fight to increase the benefits further or not after the House passed the $40. Well, again, I felt that because of the time and the fact that this thing could blow any time, that if we made a fight in the Senate, which we could have probably increased it to 45 and maybe 18 on the maximum, maybe 16 on death, then we'd have had to got back to the House in another fight, and we'll probably lose it all. So we went with the 40, with the House passed version, the money items the House passed, and then cleaned up the bad language deal in these other areas. Now, the unemployment insurance bill at $40 has been sitting in the subcommittee in the House for, well, how long's it been? It's been a couple, 3 months now, I guess, since the thing was passed the Senate. And they've been holding up on that one to see what the Senate was going to do on workman's comp. They didn't want to pass the $40 and see workman's comp stay at 35. The Thigpen told me yesterday that his subcommittee had voted the bill out as the Senate passed it. And as soon as the Ways and Means Committee itself, this isn't Ways and Means, as soon as the Ways and Means Committee met, that they would give it a favorable report. So we hope that this happens within the next few days. But we're going to be darn lucky with this time, this thing running out like it is, if we get both those bills out. I may go in and get a copy of the House calendar. I'm going to show you guys. July the 17th, that's the Wednesday down there. This is the House calendar for Wednesday. There's 1, 2, 3, almost 4 pages of bills in conference committees.
just about everything that they've done over there.
There's conferences.
The House will pass one version, the Senate will come up and amend it, and then the House won't agree with the Senate amendments or vice versa, and so they have to set up a conference committee to work out the differences. And this is what's dragging this thing on, you see, such monkey business as this. Well, you can see all the business they've got. The general calendar, there's 31 items on the general calendar right now that need to be acted. James, I wished you would do something while you got your group in here. Suggest that they write W.A. Stevens a letter, your officers,
Sure.
and tell him you appreciate what he's been doing, especially on House Bill 600.
Sure.
He feels like that he hasn't received the encouragement I think that he ought to got. So it would help some if you'd get some of them to write him a few letters. He has been about as helpful as he could be over there, and he's one of the authors and sponsors of that bill.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's pretty well. Of course, I'm sure all of you have been keeping up with the financing situation. This is, again, is one of the things that's got the legislature bogged down. In fact, the two houses have had so much trouble in agreeing on how to finance the school teachers' pay program and the other programs. And the conferees finally got together, and they suppose the Senate had it up over there this morning. I don't know what they did with it, but they were working on the sales tax conference report this morning. That thing basically does this: it increases the state sales tax from 3.5% to 5%, with the cities being given a rebate of 1 cent, which means the increase the state will pick up will be a half cent. Then the income tax bill, the other bill, is the version I understand that they finally come up with is something similar to what the Senate did, where they lower the exemptions $1,000. I think it's where a married couple gets $7,000. I believe that's lowered down to $6,000, and the single from 5 to 4.
Is payroll deduction included in that bill?
Huh?
Is payroll deduction?
Well, this is what the hang-ups has been. They finally agreed, I understand. I haven't seen the conference report. They just brought that thing up over there late yesterday afternoon, and I haven't seen it. All I know is what I read in the paper and what one or two guys on the committee told me he thought that would be in it, see. Yes, there will be a payroll deduction if they adopt the conference report. Now, Beaudron has been bitterly opposed to it, and I understand that he's going to oppose it even over in the Senate when they bring the conference report up. So, frankly, I don't know what's going to happen yet. But anyhow, this basically is it. And if they resolve this, they'll have about $83 million in new money, which means that they can just about finance the teachers' pay program out of that, the increase and what have you. And when this is done, I look for the floodgates to open, and there'll be a real big rush to close the thing out, even though they got all this pending business. You know, that's the reason I'm so concerned about these two bills we're talking about, because they might well be left pending. That's the reason it's so important to get Ted to move that bill out of that conference committee as soon as possible. See? But this, you guys just don't know what a frustrating situation this has been this time for these people. And you know, and we've got the most progressive group of people we've ever had over there this time. We just can't get the stuff on the floor and get a vote.
Well,
Take this thing right here now. That bill passed 35 to 11. That gives you an indication of what we got in the Senate. And you know, and that was the smoothest operation you ever saw over the other day. Way they amended that bill and beat down every bit of opposition, and on final passage on 11 votes against it. On unemployment insurance in the Senate, we only had 4 votes against it. See?
And the same thing in the House, we can get the thing on the floor and get a vote. We got the votes and vote on it.
It's just a matter of getting it out there where people can vote on it, right?
That's it. The House committees are stacked. Something
With
off.
the old heads, huh?
Yeah, you see, the old guard they're not in control anymore, see? As far as the votes are concerned, see? But they have control of the committees. They have stacked those committees with the old guards. Every important committee, has got these people on them, they're stacked. Now in order to do this, they've had to put these guys on 6 or 8 different committees.
Yeah.
See?
Spread them out.
You go before a committee over there, and Jack's been over a time or two with us, you see the same faces on every blasted committee, don't you, Jack? Huh?
Right, chairman of every committee.
This fella Thigpen from Bolivar County, he's on the insurance committee, he's on the Ways and Means committee. He was chairman of the subcommittee that handled the unemployment insurance. He was on the committee and a subcommittee that handled the workman's compensation bill.
So you gotta go past him to get any of them.
This is the problem.
In other words, they're trying to outmaneuver so no, they can't outvote.
Well, I tell you, yes, this is it. This is exactly as old as the manufacturers are scared to death. They watch me like a hawk. Every move I make. And I'm afraid that they got our good friend Ted Millett in tow. Now, Ted might be honest about it. He says he's concerned about the occupational disease section.
Yeah, but then, I'll tell you something there, Claude, it, kinda shakes my, faith in Ted a little bit too, is, as you know, the Millett's are the agents for our insurance program in the yard, our hospitalization plan. They are the agents down there on the plan and administer the plan. So back 1st of February, the damn hospital went up $4 a day on the room rent. Well, we jumped right straight up, me in particular. I raised more hell about that and then down, and we got a meeting with the supervisors and the directors of the hospital, so I'm out there, and was getting Lester Tuck on a hell of a hot seat. And here come Tracy then in one of their meetings there one day and proposed that we make a subcommittee, pick a subcommittee out of the trustees there to audit the books of the hospital and see where all this money was going. Well, we agreed to do that and appointed the subcommittee to make a study and audit the books and report back to the trustees. Well, that's where the damn thing died. Tom Millett is on that committee.
Well, I talked to Merle about this, I went right to see Merle when I told him what's going on. I told him, I said, Merle, if this bill dies, it's gonna be Ted Millett's fault. He says, well, he needs some opposition. I said, he's damn sure gonna get it if this bill dies. And Merle told me he'd go to work on it himself. And of course, I talked with Marvin and old man Everett as well. And Marvin will do what he can, but he ain't gonna listen to nobody but the people who put him in office to take him out. And he knows who put him in there that first time. They come in without opposition this time. This might
That's where
this might be part of the problem, see? Like he didn't have any opposition. But Ted's always been pretty good. And he could be honest about this thing, but to save my soul, I don't see how, and I listened to all the debate and all the argument over there, I don't see how anybody is going to be able to define and spell out occupational disease. And this is what he's concerned about. How are you going to do it?
You can't.
There ain't no way of doing it.
Of course, this is an old trick.
Everybody's writing on it all the time,
Ever since the enactment, they have tried to spell it out. Well, anytime you spell out anything, everything else is excluded.
That's right.
Well, you got to
This
remember this
is
on
what the
Ted
insurance
also.
companies has wanted, and employer groups wanted for years and years.
Well,
to spell out a few if we get the rest.
again, you see, the thing don't make a lot of sense because I've talked with, what's this guy's name with that represents this insurance group over there, hangs around the legislature quite a bit. Cullick or something like that.
What?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Cullick or something like that. That's not the exact name. But anyhow, I sat down yesterday and had a talk with him about this bill, and he tells me that his group will go with this bill like it is. So they're not bucking it.
Well, that's what Emmy's fixing to say.
The manufacturers want to kill it, you see. But when they amended the independent contractor section, you know, this is what I think they were really after. You know, when that was done, and when we cleaned up some of the other language, and they didn't like what was done on the apportionment side of it either. You know, well then they you know, they'd lost what they were trying to do, so there wasn't anything much left in the bill as far as they're concerned but increased benefits, and they don't ever take us down by the increasing benefits. All they want to do is take something away from somebody. So now they're trying to kill the bill, and the bulletin sent out last week, now they're asking their people to get in touch with their representatives to vote against this bill.
That's what I'm saying to tell you. So you remember one thing, that Ted Millett makes his living with the insurance companies.
Yeah, but
And
again,
they're gonna
Rodney,
control
the
it.
insurance rep that told me yesterday they could go along with this bill like it is.
Well, that may be true too.
The insurance
but at the
company
same
doesn't
time,
care.
that your insurance, group and your manufacturers association, work hand in hand.
Well, that's what you usually find, but that's the reason I mentioned the fact that the insurance representative, the guy that handles the lobbying for him over there, told me yesterday that they had no objections to the bill. So it boils down to this, appears to me, that now that the manufacturers have lost what they were trying to do, they're gonna try to kill the bill because of the increased benefits.
Well, that's true too, but your insurance carrier doesn't necessarily, care what the rates or what,
No, cause he gonna set his
that's
premium
right, his
according.
It ain't gonna affect him anyhow. Yeah.
He's got his own answer to that.
Yeah. I give Supreme Court credit for a lot of this confusion on workman's
Yeah,
comp
well, they
right now,
are.
too.
Yeah.
Old Patterson came out with a decision, boy, that just on that apportionment
Yeah.
thoroughly confused the entire issue. In fact,
Yeah.
in his comments, he was confused himself.
Yeah.
But, they came back and offered an apology for that decision. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And said that
Well, I think
they
this-
would, from now on, they would start apportioning it with
Well, I
date
think,
of determination of disability.
well, this basically, this what this bill does here. I mean, it's clear as the air on this.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, when the guy reaches maximum, in other words,
Recuperation.
yeah, then apportionment begins on that date. But the way that we're trying to screw the thing around, it'd go back from the date of the occurrence, and if the guy had been drawing money here for a year or two, then he'd have to go dig up money and pay back. He'd be owing them money.
Just say that he was employed. In a previous injury, he received a disability of 40%, permanent total disability of 40%. Then, Patterson's decision wanted to go back and include or deduct, whichever you want to say, the 40% even for the total temporary period of time.
Or does he wanna take that off and say he wasn't due it cause it's already been allowed?
Right.
You'll never find.
Well, it's possible, we've got some 100% people that's working.
Sure.
You place them, they can perform a job.
Sure.
But just suppose he gets injured, he wouldn't even have his weekly benefits.
Wouldn't
come.
have any,
Well,
not if you deduct
Might
the
get
disability.
medical. He might get medical after.
But he's already 100.
Right. As far as monetary benefits,
That-
he wouldn't have an income, not even eligible to go sign up for unemployment insurance.
No, cause you gotta be able to work.
Right.
Well, I'll tell you frankly, we got our work cut out for us here in this next election. There's 2 or 3 guys that we're gonna have to really center on this
Sutton
time.
March
And
is
not,
one of 'em.
Sutton March is one of them, and this fellow Al Foster from Aberdeen's another. Now, that's the worst guy over there when it comes to voting. I never see anything to beat him. He voted against he didn't only vote against the unemployment insurance bill, he offered the amendment to cut it back to $36. And he was one of the few that fought the workman's comp bill over here the other day. And these are the kind of guys we're going to have to center our attention on this time. And the next thing we've got to do, and WA and these other boys are certainly recognizing it now, and we've got to come up with a decent guy Speaker of the House over there that'll give us a fair shake on these committees.
Yep.
If we get these two bills I'm talking about passed today, you can say we've had a real successful session over there as far as we're concerned, considering the odds and what we've had to do with it. You know, the manufacturers have got 4 full-time lobbyists over there, and they are spending a fortune. Well, we're limited in what we can do. We can't match these guys, and I ain't gonna try.
No.
See? But they got the place wrapped up over there. 4 full-time lobbyists, the manufacturers have had them in here since the family. Ain't no telling how many hotel bills these guys are taking care of over there. I know of 2 or 3 that they keep in their pockets. 2 or 3 of the keys over there, Buddy Newman and this fellow up here at Senatobia, Calicut, you know.
Well, I happen to have been present the central body when Ted Millett received any recommendation, and I happened to be the board that made the recommendation to the central body to recommend him for election.
That was the first time.
First time, that's correct.
So I think it's, you know, I think you're the guy really to call on, get Smitty or somebody to go with you, but impress on him the importance of this thing. Because we, you know, they pass these, I don't know whether they'll do it today or not. I told Bill Meyer there just before you all come in, the Senate was still in session, voted on half the floor then. They were working on the sales tax. Now the House, as I already told you, passed the income tax conference report yesterday afternoon late. And they're holding up now to see what the Senate does on the sales tax. Now if they get together here, say about Monday, and those 2 bills pass, there's gonna, well, in the highway program, it's in conference, but they're pretty close on that. When these 2 things are done, this thing will start popping just like that. About 2 more weeks and she'll all be over. And with the length of that calendar, as you can see it there, you know, if that bill's way down on that calendar, it might well never get to it. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Tom, y'all wanna take a break and get some coffee? Let's get this.
How much more we got?
See, we don't have, I don't think, too much, to take too much time. We can go through and then get the coffee and go down and look at the place. But I think we're gonna have to come back here if we look at that property, because I think we might have to take some action. I don't think y'all gonna wanna act till you've seen the property. Tom, you wanna talk to them a little bit about this Boilermaker thing in West Point?
Y'all recall, right after the convention, we talked a little about this Boilermakers Local 903 West Point. As you recall, for a number of years they had this little local there. They was paying the captain tax on 19 people. Well, they organized the whole Babcock-Wilcox thing, and their membership jumped up between 700 and 800. They had continued to pay on the 19 members, and I had been there and talked to them about it, and you all directed me to write them a letter, which I did, pointed out the section of the Constitution dealing with paying on the entire membership. I wrote this letter to the representative of the International Union that services the local. I haven't the list they heard from him. However, they continued to pay on the 19 until just a few days ago, and Ms. Phillips informed me this morning that recently we got a check for the months of April, May, and June for 150 members. Now they've gone from 19 up to 150, and she won't know what to do, and I told her, well, since the committee was going to meet this afternoon, I would just give you the facts and see what you all thought about it.
And of course, this standing, they was only through March, so they, you must have received.
We got from
Yeah.
And
It's April, May, and June that the check came in for. Now, based on what they've told me, they've got between 700 and 800 dues paying members.
Maybe most
I'm
of
not-
them live in Alabama.
I'm not talking about, you know, just people in the plant, but this is supposedly members. So,
Do we have any other local union in a similar situation?
well, not that we know of, Robbie. Now, there's no doubt that, several others that are not paying on, you know, the whole thing. But at least I put it this way, this is the only one that's paying on a small percentage, I would think, of their membership.
Well, I knew we used to have, that's the reason I asked.
Yeah, I know we had problems down past school with that Boilermakers local once when they was paying on about 2/3 of what they had, maybe a little less.
I don't think they even paid on that, man.
Now, it's possible, and again, I don't know this, I'm not taking their part or anything, it's possible they could have had a layoff or something, but I don't see how in the world they could drop from 700 down to 150.
But I
Somebody
would've
would
heard
know
about it,
something
we've got
about it,
local
yeah.
there, and I hadn't heard of any major layoff
Yeah.
at P&W.
You'll notice while we're on this subject here that we do have the two asterisks denotes
I don't know what
locals
was
more
happening.
than
I
the
don't
3
know what-
months.
I don't know
We've
what
got
happened.
several involved.
It's okay, I got your check for that.
Who did? I was gonna say, I didn't know what in the world happened there. 'Cause
We
that-
wouldn't-
Y'all say this is-
We wouldn't feel at
Yeah,
home
that's
within
all
our
come
half
up.
a dozen.
Yeah, come
Over
up
3
file.
months
I don't
at
know.
least.
I got
We got about a dozen
I don't know
here,
about
actually.
local, I don't know what's wrong with it.
But the
Who?
affiliation has been
Oh,
approved.
3511.
We picked up a couple of locals since you all were here last, down in Magnolia, Mississippi. We got the pump and sulfite.
It's gonna balance, it's not
And,
anymore, if the aluminum go out.
Yeah, and we also picked up I picked up RWDSU as a result of our Negro leadership meeting.
What's wrong with the aluminum workers in Gulfport?
Got new officers. I'm gonna call Case later on this afternoon and see if he can use his influence. He's not an officer anymore.
5 months, 4 months.
And, you know what? You'll notice AEV, we got 3511
Yeah,
here.
I noticed that.
Won't call Culliford and see
Yeah,
what
call
the deal
Culliford.
is.
Well, there's no, 3511, it's in there, they got a motion, and it's in their, it's in their bylaws, by George, that, no, it ain't, I'm sorry, I'm thinking about coach, but, I don't know what it
Pump and
was.
sulfite, local at most points.
They okay, they
Oh,
sent
that-
in, everybody's okay except Clarence rubber workers
We're working
and
on
aluminum workers.
What's wrong
We've
with Colorado
been-
trouble workers?
Well, they had a little problem up there, and I wrote to them, they had a
They
strike,
think
they was
it's
on
actually
strike
went
3 or
through
4
when?
weeks, Zach.
It's through.
I wrote to them and
Through
asked them
Jan.
what the deal was, pointed out to them at the time that during that strike, you know, the per capita could be
Exempt.
waived, exempt. Didn't even answer my letter.
You know, we've had to mark,
I don't know what.
We got a couple of bottle blower locals in
Yeah.
that condition.
I done the same thing with them, but they
They
didn't
no longer
even,
even on there, are they?
reply.
Had to mark them all
I think we'll eventually bring this rubber workers thing around through Ray. We'll, of course, Ray don't service them, in there, but,
Well, I ain't too concerned that when the director gets that report, he'll
Well,
go
they
to work
never
on
brought Vicksburg in, don't
it. The rubber workers,
Well, has the upholsters brought, Pontotoc Dean in?
Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
up today, they show in the rear here, but they're up to 110.
We got a new local in Tupelo we ought to be getting before long, the rubber workers group up there.
Yeah, Pennsylvania Tire?
The Pennsylvania
Yeah.
Tire, Finance, they negotiated an agreement there, so we ought to be.
another couple of months, we ought to hear from
Have
them.
a good group of people there.
Yeah. About time we begin to pick up a little bit, and everything looks pretty good, you know, bang, bang, there we go, we hit a snag somewhere. Boy, this is I tell you, it is one more pain to keep up with these locals. Some of them you just have to pull it out of, they just absolutely will not send it in, you you earn every penny of it.
Makes you wonder if management has the same problem.
I'll
What do you
tell
think,
you.
what do you guys think we ought to try to do about this? Nudge him along?
Well, they've made an
We changed them
improvement.
from 19 to 150, I'd keep borrowing them, I believe, is what happened.
You wouldn't advise us to send a check back.
I don't
No.
think so, I don't know.
What I thought
I'd
I
keep
thought I'd do here, if it's all right with y'all, if you wanna go ahead, you know, and accept it as is, right? I thought the first time I get in that section of the country, I'll try to get Wayne White, he's a pretty intelligent fellow, president of Oakland. Sit down and, you know, talk to him about this thing. I don't know if Lockwood ever got my letter, if he ever shared it. I felt that I should write it to him since he was a rep, see.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have sent a copy to White, but White not being in the labor movement no longer than he has, I didn't know what it might, you know, shake him up, do more harm than it would good. Sometimes you can do that. I thought I'd try to sit down with Wayne and explain this situation to him, and see if I could get him to, you know, use his influence maybe, bring this thing on up. I'll do what I can about the situation.
Just try to pick a legislature out of here, maybe spend a little more time in some of these areas, some of these problems.
Hey, we got a development down there in Jackson County, I'm gonna discuss with you before I get out of here.
Would you want a motion on that, Tom?
Well,
I don't think we're making a part of it.
We're not to be having nothing on the minutes there.
No.
And this in the situation that currently going on.
Goes by the Constitution.
we're all outside the
Yeah.
Constitution.
Well, actually, we don't know, you know, they could have to lay off.
We don't have first-hand knowledge, we've got
These
suspicions.
plans,
but-
right.
Well, my motion is just gonna be to pass the check. Continue to work on it.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the challenge, the Democratic Party challenge. Thanks. Been quite a few developments since we had the last committee meeting. And, we've had the state convention, I think, since then. And things didn't go as well as what they should have gone at the convention. There was some progress made, some areas, not as much as should have been made. And, the result of it all is that the challenge, is being prepared. And we're right in the middle as to what should we do. I've advised the group that, well, I sent y'all a copy of the letter that I wrote Ed Henry back there. Well, this was back in the month of June prior to the convention. He wanted a yes or no answer before June 21st. Based upon what I knew then and based upon what had already took place, you know, this was the action of the committee. Since that time, since the convention, they have been very insistent on us working with them. And I've let them know, you know, that we haven't took any official position, but I would sit in on the meetings, and we would assist them as much as we could. I don't know how many meetings I've been in on now. Started out here right after the convention. Tom sit in on one or two. We've had some real head-knocking contests, especially with the Freedom Democratic Party crowd. Went up to Greenville last Friday, had a 4.5 or 5 hour meeting up there, a rerun of the same kind of malarkey. Then down here Monday night we had another meeting, which was a real head knocker. I kept thinking in both meetings that the Freedom Democrat crowd would pull out and leave, which would help everybody, you know.
Yeah, well, them are part of it, it's gonna be pretty hard to put anything together that's gonna be sensible enough to be accepted, I
Well,
imagine, when they get there. But
well, now this is what everybody knows, and, you know, and of course with the large yacht in the thing, it makes it most difficult for us to think about participating. But if a challenge is gonna be mounted, there is gonna be a challenge, the attitude of the sensible people, the reasonable people like Hotting-Card and Ed Henry, and Charles Evers, I put him in this category.
Well, he said he wasn't gonna serve on it, so didn't
The
he, before he
challenge.
was elected?
He's going to.
Oh, he's gonna
part of
be in the challenge,
Oh, yeah,
right.
yeah. Then, if a challenge is gonna be carried, in the opinion of these people, and I agree with this, then the right people has to be in control of it. You see? Now,
What was, Everett's reason for not,
well, he
serving
didn't.
as a delegate elected
Well,
in
he
the regular
felt,
way?
he didn't, you know, he didn't
Felt
feel.
like he's being used.
Felt like he's being used.
Yeah, but at least this would've got him seated, and he could have something to say when he got there.
Yeah, well, I think his decision was hasty. I think there's a good possibility that, Dr. Mason, let me pass these minutes of that meeting the other night, I'll let you all read them, and you'll this will give you a pretty good idea about what's been going on.
Before we read those, I'd like to give you a little personal experience that I had.
Have you read this?
No, I haven't. How well the governor, John Bell, had, planned this thing. I went to my precinct convention, Tom. When I arrived there, not when I arrived there, I was the first one there. But, come along, pretty close behind me was, one of the governor's, boys. And, when he saw I was there, why, he reached over and got the telephone, and he called, another one of his buddies, and got him over there. Well, they had me outvoted 2-1, see. So it so happened that while before 10 o'clock, about 3 minutes to 10, why, one of the colored school teachers came in, and he and I teamed together, and two governor's boys teamed together.
So you had a tie vote.
So we had a tie vote. So we went down the line, each time we took a vote, we had a tie vote. Well, I didn't have all day to stay there, and I knew the other fellow did. He wasn't working for nobody, so I finally agreed to take the second place on the ticket. In other words, he was elected as a delegate to the county convention, and I was elected alternate delegate. So when we get to the county convention, then why they had the thing so steamrolled and so well oiled that one fellow gets up and just as soon as they call the thing to order, why one fellow gets up and he moves so and so. That so-and-so is a delegate to the state convention. Another fellow just jumps up just as soon as, it wasn't 2 seconds between the time he got through talking till the other fellow got up, and he says, I move that the nominations be closed and Mr. So-and-so be nominated by acclamation. See, just like that, see?
Well, that's where
they
had the state convention organized the same way, and of course, that's one reason that Evers, I think, decided he didn't want to. You ought to read this,
didn't any of the rest of it have
you ought to
it?
read these minutes here, and give you a pretty good idea about what, has been
Those
going
are not
on.
our minutes, by the way. They were
No,
taken and.
Danny Cupid took these minutes.
They were typed just like this here. But it didn't make sense.
When he's referring to districts here, do you talk about congressional
Yeah.
districts?
Yeah. Well, it's a tough situation to deal with, and
Not enough knowledge that it even exists. over the state, it'd certainly be a hand-picked situation at most.
The only hope anything is Everett, I guess, and Henry. But
Was, in, national party, have any interest, either group or any, what's your thinking or your opinion?
well, of course, the Humphrey people are very interested. Now, this is something that I want to review with you a little bit, but of course it all ties in together. I was contacted by the national office about serving on the Humphrey Labor Committee and accepted. I think I might have talked a little bit about this last meeting. We were approached by them. I don't know how you can turn them down. And since that time, a fellow by the name of John Hovey has been put in charge of the Humphrey campaign in the South, and I've been in constant communication with him, and they're looking at us for direction as to what they need to try to do. Now, when the thing blowed up here on the state convention, I agreed with Harding Carter that Humphrey had to issue that statement that he issued. Matter of fact, Carter prepared it along with the help of some us and other people. He didn't have no choice at that point. Now, we have been working or trying to work prior to the convention, I should say, that with Bidwell Adams, E.K. Collins, and Jack Travis, and try to bring about as good a representative group as possible in spite of the government. And Tom worked about 6 months on these workshops. We had 42 Negro delegates at this convention this time, which was a real accomplishment in itself. A lot of progress has been made. Jack has been cooperative, in spite of the governor. The governor I don't think he wants anybody to even go. I think it'd suit him just fine if the delegation wasn't seated. But there are going to be quite a few loyal Democrats at the convention, I understand. A lot of these people that have been named have said they're going to stay. I talked with Jack Travis this morning. He's on his way to Washington. Going to be talking to some people up there. I'm reluctant to just go all out in this challenge as long as there's a possibility of getting some kind of compromise worked out. The other thing that I'm concerned about becoming, as an outright part of this challenge, the situation on the Hill over there. And then, of course, what about our membership? Where will this thing set with them?
Both sides, then.
Yeah.
That's right.
And some in the middle.
We'll have some both ways.
Some straddle, yeah.
Would you guys like to go as a part of the challenge and delegation at the convention?
I've been to one of them as a challenge delegate.
You was back in 52, right?
52.
Yeah.
It's a real experience.
Well, I sure need some advice, fellas.
Well, I'm still of the same opinion that I've been on all along. George Ross is gonna kill Mississippi.
He gonna get a lot of votes.
He's gonna kill the state.
But now, I heard a man talking the other day. He was talking of the possibility of Wallace getting enough votes to throw this thing into the House of Representatives. And if he did, then
Mississippi's delegation is Democratic. I mean, on paper, I'm talking about. Now, where's Mississippi's one vote going in the House of Representatives when they've got to choose between a Republican and Wallace and the Democrat?
Well, as I understand it, this is far-fetched, and it's probably silly to bring it up, but as I understand it, if that happened, they really wouldn't even have to vote for any of the known candidates. The whole House of Representatives elect somebody wasn't even running.
Well, your federations this week has got a big write-up in it.
But getting back to this challenge thing, the experience I had before was this. Our delegation wasn't seated.
No.
But
Kept the other one there.
But we kept the other delegation there, and I've got the minutes that a little girl from Detroit News wrote. We squished her in two cartons of typewriter paper cartons right quick, and the table had long white tablecloths on it, and Hugh White was leading his delegation into a caucus, and we knew what room they was going to caucus in, and so she agreed to take the notes on a pad, and we put her in. She didn't weigh but 90 pounds, and we put her in a carton right quick and got her under the table in the caucus room, and one of the Hugh White's delegation, one of them got up and moved that we walk out. And another one got up and said, "Oh, hell, fellas, we can't walk out. Them SBs sitting up down in the gallery would be seated if we walked out." So,
yeah, I remember all that, but see, this one is quite different.
Yeah, but I mean,
quite different, this one is.
That's right.
This one is quite different. That time it was a matter of whether delegation
was loyal or not.
Loyal, and this time it's, well, you got this involved in it, about whether or not they're gonna support the nominees of the party.
Yeah, well, that was
part of it.
That was the challenge.
It's not just the racial implications altogether, there's a lot of other ramifications as well. This concerns me, whether they're willing to support the nominees about as much as anything else about it all, see.
Well, the one thing that concerns me, and maybe it shouldn't, but I find it very difficult, even though I'm as liberal as most people born and raised in the state, liberal, considerably more liberal than some. I just can't see labor getting in the same side with Lawrence Guillot. I think if we do, I don't think our membership, nor maybe a lot of people in the state's going to understand it.
Well, I have told them all that. I've told
I just don't understand how we can swallow that.
Well, I told them, well, don't think that I hadn't been concerned about it.
That's the one item I see that's outstanding that would trip us
I
up.
told
But still, it's in the newspaper every day right now that we are in the bag with it.
Yeah, but if we officially, and they
Yeah.
see you load on a bus with it, then
Yeah, that's right.
How's Evers and Henry standing together?
They fight the devil on it.
They
It's
fight
been
him
a
too.
constant fight all the way. And Evers is ready to vote him out. I told Carter on the phone yesterday, I said, well, I'm just gonna lay it out there for what it's worth, Hoddy. I said, with Guillot in this thing, it makes it virtually impossible for us to participate. I said, now, this guy's like waving a red flag in the face of our membership.
if it was a challenge delegation made up of loyal Democrats and the middle of the road civil rights movement, then I think we could buy that. But to include these left fringes and whatever they are, I declare.
Has anybody ever decided what they are?
You know.
I said, well, it's like Paul Pittman was by here the other day.
I don't see how we can do that.
Paul asked me, he said, well, ain't Guillot coming?
Might as well write Ralph Brown if we approve what he does.
I said, well, I don't know, but I said, if he's not, he's sure beating him out of dues money.
Yeah.
See, it's not this Giot, you got a bunch of people with him, this label, you got Victoria Gray and that whole group of people. Van Lou Hamer. They all right in that Freedom Democratic Party.
What does he say about them advocating people to boycott the convention with precincts and all that?
Well, I laid that all out for him in the meeting the other night before I walked out. You notice I walked out.
Yeah, notice it said you left, yeah.
He didn't see how mad I was when I left, though. But before I left, I laid her out the other way she really was, you know. I told him, I said, if there's anybody in this room ought to be demanding 50% of the delegation, it's the state AFL-CIO. I said, we put on the workshops. We underwrote the program, you know. We got 42 people in that convention, and I looked at Giat. I said, all this time, you wasn't doing a damn thing. You was advocating boycotting the precinct meeting. You tried to tell me he didn't. I said, now you come in here and you want 50% of the delegation. And I said, you might as well face up to it. When you get to Chicago, you're going to be hit in the face with this. This is going to be a liability, the fact that you didn't participate. And you ran candidates as independents and not in the primary.
Been ignoring the Democratic Party for 4 years.
Right. So how can we say that's a true loyal Democratic challenge with this whole segment in there? This is what I'm saying.
Well, I told Carter yesterday on the phone, and he's very concerned. You know, he says, well, if you guys don't participate, he says, I think I'll just go out and blow my brains out. And I told him, I said, well, we have an awful lot of things we have to take into consideration, you know. And I know as long as Giat, the FDP, is participating, I said that my crowd is, you know, they just don't believe they can buy it. And I'm tired of getting my brains kicked out when these news stories come out, you know, and AFL-CIO and FDP.
Yeah. That's all we need now, is to have a couple more headlines like that. We'll have a bunch of members disaffiliated.
Well, I don't know, it appears to me that maybe the best course of
About
action...
to swallow the civil rights thing, but to swallow FDP is a bigger bite, I'll tell you.
Well, you see, I'm looking at, what I'm thinking about is the November election.
That's right.
I think if we play this thing right, you know, come November, that we might be able to put together a pretty good force campaign for Humphrey.
I think so.
But if we participate in the challenge,
I think you're kidding.
there's going to be a lot of bad publicity come out of it.
Right.
We're not going to be able to work with these other white moderates and all that's going to be working for the party. This is the thing that's bothering me.
They ain't going to be with us if we've been involved in FDP.
So I don't know, it occurs to me about what I'm going to have to tell them, that we will assist them as we have been, as much as we can, but that we don't feel that we can participate in the challenge officially and attend as delegates. And they'll just have to like it or like it. And I'll just, best of my ability, explain the situation to them, that we are looking down the road at the November election. And the Negro community is not united on this, as a lot of them think.
No, I'm sure they're
not in favor of the challenge. They thought that they ought to go with what they had.
Well, that's the reason I couldn't understand Evers. He had been elected as an actual delegate that would be in the group. Seemed to me he could have done more good there.
Isn't there two other niggers on the...
Dr. Mason, Dr. Page.
We had Page.
Are they, what is their position now?
Well, I don't know. I think it's a good possibility that Mason might go. Page is caught in the middle. He's very concerned, just like I am, about the November election, that if this thing is goofed.
Well, you see, if they go up there, if the challenge delegation goes and tries to convince the Credentials Committee that they didn't have proper representation from Mississippi whenever it was elected and won't go, I'd say this would be a liability. They'll say, well, look, they were elected. If this guy don't serve, it's not my fault. That's what I'd do if I was on a Credentials Committee.
Well, Jack Travis wants
Exactly
me to
what I'd
call
do.
him tomorrow. Jack,
I say, how about this fellow
Jack is very
won't serve?
concerned. Jack
What's his
Travis is
problem?
very concerned. The Jack is gonna stand hitched. E.K. Collins is gonna stand hitched. I've already talked to a number of people that's gonna stand hitched. There's a lot of people, believe it or not, in this state that's willing to go out and go to work for you and Humphrey, not identified with us. I've talked to them.
Well, I know that.
And there is a possibility if Nixon pulls a big enough vote, if Wallace don't get them all in a three-way split, with the proper work done, we might be able to stay. There's an outside possibility. Now, I'm not saying it's,
Well, this thing of McCarthy, of course, I assume everybody thinks that Humphrey's gonna actually get the nomination, but you know, McCarthy's still doing an awful lot of work. And even within this state, they're just, I'm getting that stuff every day in the mail from McCarthy people, and they must be somewhere here, cause they keep sending me all kinds of literature, newspapers, and personal letters, and requests for donations, and.
I haven't received a piece of mail from, McCarthy's group here.
Boy, they're pouring it in the mouth, every day.
Based on, I'm on Humphrey's mailing list, but I'm not on,
I'm getting that too, but for some reason, I'm getting this McCarthy stuff. I
based
don't know
on
who
the
said it.
publicity of the statements that comes out of McCarthy count, made by him and his aides. Thing I'm worried about, I think they're gonna make a deliberate attempt in the convention to move the thing away from all the traditions. They're gonna try to tear the procedure by which they run the convention up.
Yeah.
I think here's what I'm afraid of. I think probably that Humphrey will walk off with the nomination, but I'm wondering if he'll have anything with him after they leave.
They'll tear it up.
I think the McCarthy crowd is bound and determined to tear the party up. And I'm afraid that after they leave there, the Democratic Party is gonna be split so bad until it's gonna be an impossibility for Humphrey or anybody else for that
Be
matter.
like it was out of the
To unite the
Republican
party.
convention and go.
I'm just afraid any Republican that's nominated is gonna be the next president of the United States.
It was, Humphrey, Lieutenant made a major speech in Memphis last night. And, prior to the speech, he had a news conference. And, he was asked a question about the governor of Tennessee, Ellington. And, he said, Mr. Humphrey likes Governor Ellington mighty well. And he might add to the ticket. In other words, he was talking about the vice presidential.
Well, the news this morning, EV said, on the Today program, between 7 and 9, that reliable sources out of the Humphrey camp had confirmed reports that Humphrey had asked Senator Edward Kennedy to be his vice presidential running mate, and that they were waiting now on a reply from the senator's headquarters. That was this morning.
I don't believe he
And
did.
Humphrey had contacted Senator Kennedy.
Well, I don't think Kennedy would say.
I don't either.
I think it's wrong. I think it's foolish, unwise for Humphrey to do that. I think some of them nuts in
Well,
the Kennedy camp are
Why
gonna fight
don't we recess and go down and look
Humphrey
at
all
it?
over.
Well,
Huh?
yeah,
You doing all that with us?
I had time to think about it.
See you tomorrow, Saturday. See y'all, you gonna spend the night?
Frankly, I don't know,
No, I'm going back home if, we get through by 5 o'clock, I'm going home. I say if we get through by 5 o'clock, I'm going back.
Quarter after 3, I will be through with that. Yeah. What I was wondering about is we'll be
How
able to
about-
leave out decided to spend.
How about, if you don't mind, just let me give you babies and you.
Getting back to this other thing,
Huh?
oh yeah, that's that tape, Jack Travis program is on, Face the State. Yeah, tape of it, I wanna play it, you know what?
Channel
Yeah,
12.
This group thinks they might wanna, get equal time. Anyhow, back to this challenging thing, the only thing that I know to do, frankly, play it by ear, and, if Giat and them happens to pull out, then I'll consult with you guys, about what direction you think we'll go, but I agree with you 100%. As long as he's in it, I don't, I mean, we just, you know.
We got too much to lose and too little to
That's right,
gain.
you know, I don't mind sticking my neck out in some of these
Right.
things, when I can see where we making progress, where something can be accomplished,
But you wouldn't have but one way to go there, and that's
This
backwards.
this is all a liability.
That's right.
There's nothing good can come out of it.
And it could hurt our chances in the actual election in November anyway.
Right.
It hurts your chances over here
So,
on the hill
if
too.
that's agreeable with you guys, that's the way we'll leave that.
Right.
Now, what about the lot over there? The only thing that I think that, we can do here this afternoon, if you guys think it's worth getting into, if you like the location, if you think the price is reasonable, and we can proceed to, come up with some building plans, get an estimate on cost, then check with some of the financial institutions and find out what arrangements can be made to finance it, get all this information, and then call another meeting in the committee and make a decision at that time as to what we actually want to do.
I think that'd be wise.
That's all we can do, I think, right?
I'll tell you one thing I would get a cost run on, Claude, that ditch, is gonna cost a lot more than it looks like it will to cover that thing over.
Yeah.
Cause at the top end of that thing, nearly 20 feet wide, and if you
Right.
have to go down there with a concrete apron on each side and a slab across the top, the length of that property, that's gonna be a pretty good sized figure.
Well, you wouldn't only have to come across the top, but you'd
You
have
gotta
to have
put
one
something
bottom.
under-
You'd
right.
have to have one in the bottom
Right.
also.
Yeah.
But, I'm looking at that and just from observation on it there, and the size
It's a
of
good
it, what's
location.
proposed there, actually, you wouldn't have to interfere with the ditch at all, hell, leave the darn thing like it is.
That's what Michelle said, he said, if you put the culverts in there, the city will pay for the labor.
Yeah, well, what I'm talking about, though,
Well,
you
you
put the
wouldn't have to
building up
do
there.
that right now.
You could put the building up without it, there's no question, but he was talking about smoothing the back for
Yeah.
parking and all. And that ditch does angle and gets very near the street, you wouldn't have much parking without it, I don't think.
No, that, and except across the ditch there. on the
Then
other side
even
there.
in its present form, I'm not so sure but what that ditch don't flood. Cause all four of them storm sewers in that street empties
I asked
into
the
it.
guy, and he said that, I
one
forget how
time,
long he'd
I
been there, it was only one time
Yeah.
that the water had really
It looked
got.
like it would be possible because them big wide storm sewers, there's four of them emptying right into that ditch there on that
It
street.
drains in from 3 ways.
Right, and it drains in from them 3 hills, it looked like it would be possible for you to have a problem there with water.
Yeah.
Well, you say the
no.
city had plans though to revise
Yeah.
the culvert there.
I'm talking about the money on the thing, and Jack's gonna check into the possibility of,
What arrangements can be made
Yeah.
through them for financing something like this. Yeah, we'll get all this information. We'll
it's possible that
investigate.
you might get money cheaper in that direction.
Yeah, it's a good possibility.
I imagine any bank's gonna charge you 6 to 7%, probably 6.5, at least 6 3/4.
Yeah. Well, what do you guys think about this?
Oh, as far as the
Property
location,
and
I
the
think
price.
it's ideal,
What do you think
and,
about
I don't know Jackson property values that well, but I'd say that big a lot, that close to downtown, you wouldn't get it very much cheaper.
North State Street's 70,000.
And I'd tell you this, I would say he's probably already sold it for that, but everybody's scared of that ditch that's looked at it, imagine.
Well, he hasn't had it on the market.
You know.
We're the first ones that's looked at
And
it.
he's dumped a lot of dirt in there now that
Yeah.
wasn't there before, and without that dirt, it might have looked worse.
Well, while you guys were looking around, while you guys were looking around, I had a little chat with him about how much time he would allow us.
Yeah.
And I believe he'll allow us enough time to do what we need to do. I told him that we'd try to come up with the next couple of months, told him what all we had to do.
But if you really plan to cover over that ditch, then I'd get somebody to look at it before you talk to any
Yeah,
bank,
there's
cause that's
Some
gonna,
estimate on that.
I'll tell you now, that's gonna add up considerable figure to your money. That much concrete.
Might only hit him up to cover that ditch as part of the deal with it.
Well, all you do there, in that case like that, in my opinion, you say it's a year price of the lot.
That's all you do.
The price of
So
coverage,
you're the
right.
final analysis, pay it.
But according to property in this area, that is not a bad price.
No, I wouldn't think that's fair.
What, you checked on some of those others, what was it? Huh?
Full of around 50 by 180.
$700 a square foot on,
Yeah.
on State Street.
Square foot, you mean linear foot?
Front foot, they don't set it with square.
Front
Was it biased?
Front foot, that's what they go by, the foot next to the street of the road,
Yeah.
front foot.
Front foot.
One 100 feet wide be $70,000 bucks.
Yeah.
So that'd be out, of course.
We found that out real fast.
So you want us to go ahead and investigate all of these?
I think so,
Hey,
but
get this.
any guy that would build you a building, he would be making you a bid on the basis of the lot being suitable to put the building on, and it'd
Yeah.
take a lot of work. If you include that in the price of building, the price will go up considerably.
Any questions?
I imagine that, there's some people in business, here that, does that kind of work, that.
Oh, they could go out and tell you.
They go out and give you an estimate on what it would cost to
They
put.
can tell you within $150
Yeah,
what it
yeah,
costs.
that's
They'd get
right.
that close to it on that sort of project.
So we'll proceed then, and, now.
You want
the
a
building, Mike?
motion to that effect?
Yes.
I would move then that, this executive committee give you authority to proceed, and, when you have the, figures, call the committee into, session again for final determination.
Good. Second?
I'll say.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried and so ordered. So we'll get to work on it now. About the building, you want us to continue like we've been doing here on a one-story building just for the council, or
I think so,
want to investigate other possibilities?
if you go into a two-story building, Claude, you have to put so much in your foundation of your first floor that you'll find that second story will cost you a lot more than you thought it would.
And then you run into the tax
Right.
problem.
Yeah.
down there.
That's right.
You rent part of it
Because
out.
there's so much weight, so you gotta go down so much deeper and all, and
Be
you put
better
out.
to confine the thing just to an office space. you know.
What I would do is, with that big a lot, build a one-story building, and have it built in such a way, if you need the expansion, you could add to that building,
Yeah,
rather than to go upstairs, cause
Yeah.
once you go on top,
yeah,
you got another problem.
yeah, okay.
One other thing I would suggest, before you get too far into it too, I'd also have somebody check with the city and see what their regulations would be on that ditch, what you'd have to do according to them.
Well, we'll check all this out too along.
Cause they got regulations on
All
that.
right, we'll check all this
It
out.
might be if they'd accept a real big culvert in there, it might be if we bought the pipe that they'd put it in there, see.
They will in
instead of-
Hattiesburg, if you get the pipe, they'll set it for you and cement together. And then your contractor can push your dirt in on it. This is just a 40-minute job, this problem. But
We
In lieutenant governor's race, because I remember when Gordon got out all over the state 4 years ago and held up the county, signed the right to work bill. I don't think he merits endorsing the recommendation either. I think there, again, we put the facts on the table and conclude. But we are certainly not in the position of guaranteeing to our people the action of either one of these candidates. But we are saying on the basis of what the record is, that our conclusion is that the election of this man for governor, this man for lieutenant governor would be in the best interest of the people of Mississippi. This is our opinion, not our guarantee.
Well, we haven't called on the secretary treasurer yet. He hasn't yet had a opportunity to have his say. Would you like to have the floor this time, Brother Knight?
Yes, sir, I've got a few things that I'd like to mention, most of them have been mentioned. First, I wanna say that I agree with Bert. It's very distasteful to even think about supporting the Republican Party or any candidate of the Republican Party. But we find ourselves in this position here with an election coming up November the 5th. And as has been stated in this group so many times, we are so disgusted with what has happened in this state during this administration. We've been victimized to such an extent that we are down to the place now where we've got to do something about the situation. as best with what we've got to do with, the best job we can. Now there's something that hasn't been mentioned here this morning about this so-called Democratic nominee. I expect I know that guy better probably than anybody else in this room, having been raised, and I'm not bragging about this, 4 or 5 pea patches over from him. Now this guy has never been a success at anything. He finished law school at Ole Miss. He has never went into a courtroom, including Justice of Peace Court, and tried a case. Why, I don't know this. He served by appointment for 3 years as the Assistant U.S. District Attorney for the southern part of the state of Mississippi. And of course he got his political experience running over the state trying to elect his daddy governor. And as all of you know, on the 3rd shot, the old man made it. Now he's felt like all of this time that the people of Mississippi owed him the election as governor of this state simply because his daddy was once governor. He is, and of course this is rather blunt statements here, but we're in closed section. He is dishonest completely now. And I'm not just talking about as a public official and because of the crowd he's connected with. I'm talking about Paul Johnson Jr. is dishonest with his fellow townsmen, his neighbors down there. He has never been in a position that people in Forrest County could depend on him for anything. He owes people he will not pay. Why they don't expose him, I'll never know. They would expose him, I suppose, if they thought it would do any good. He has, several people has threatened him in the last 6 months. He tells them, go ahead and sue me. When you get through, you'll be the one embarrassed, and I won't. I don't know how he manages this, but so much for this. This guy is a lightweight. He's not capable of being governor of Mississippi. And as Dan so well put it, he has insulted the labor movement in that he's not us, but the people we represent. He hadn't met with us. He won't talk about it. He wants to meet in the dark. I told him 4 years ago in his office in Hattiesburg, after he was elected lieutenant governor, I went in to extend my congratulations. Told him that certainly we would cooperate with him in any way. He told me he didn't like the word cope. I asked him what he meant. He didn't know. I told him what it was. And I told him, I says, Paul, you'll never meet with labor or the duly elected representatives of labor in this state without you meet with the state cope committee, because that is the people duly elected to do so. And without this, you'll never meet with them. Well, he spoke to me one time in this 4 years, which I don't care. I'm not complaining about that. Now, let's go just a little further. Since this guy, and this is the thing that disturbs me, and it has a long-range effect they're going to have on all of the people of Mississippi. There's one of the most vicious attempts being made right here under our noses to intimidate the good people of the state of Mississippi and coerce them and pressure them into supporting this guy and his gang, this Ross Barnett, this Bill Simmons crowd, into electing this guy, governor of the state of Mississippi, that has ever come across the face of the Mississippi soil. People, these local officials, we get it every day from one source or another. Every Democratic nominee, from constable to the office of governor, have been contacted in one way or another. And some of them threatened, some of them pressured, one way or another. They are using every gimmick that they can possibly use to put the pressure on these people that have been nominated in the Democratic primary to get out here and peddle this guy's propaganda. That's exactly what they're up to. We have never seen the lack of dirty, filthy carrying on that is going on in the state of Mississippi right now. So I think that we need to consider this. I'm not making a speech for Rubel Phillips here, but this is some things I think we need to think about, forgetting all the personalities and the parties. But it's going on like you have never seen in the state of Mississippi right now to help barnstorm this guy and this bunch of rabble-rousers into this leadership of the state of Mississippi for the next 4 years and completely finish, if it hadn't already been finished, ruining the state of Mississippi, not saying about the labor movement. Now, we got a guy here that, from all appearances, running on the Republican ticket, even though he says he's for Goldwater. We know this. We got a guy running for governor on the Republican ticket. And from all indications, from the record, the past record as a public official, his record is much better than Paul Johnson. And that's not saying a lot about him, sir. Here's a guy that's not afraid to come out and identify himself with the conservative group. Here's a guy that's in the broad open daylight as compared to this other snake that is working with all of the cutthroats, but yet he calls himself a stinking Democrat. Now, I'm just trying to draw you a comparison here between the two guys that we got left to make a choice between. And anything you can tell on Paul Johnson is so. If it's not, he'll make it so before midnight. Rubel Phillips may be a bank robber. He may be a thief. He may be a Goldwater Republican. But ladies and gentlemen, he's a head and shoulders above Paul Johnson.
I think there's a meeting over there in the next room. I don't know where it is.
We got a choice to make. We got a choice to make. Is what I'm trying to say. I know you all got the interest of the labor movement at heart. We all have. This is a serious thing. But now is the time when we got to consider not just what's going on today, or whether Phillips is going to vote for Goldwater, whether Paul Johnson's going to try to carry our state to Harry Bird again, or to some other bunch of dogs. At the same time, we got a choice to make. And I'm thoroughly convinced. And again, I'll agree with Bert that it's distasteful, it's a bitter taste to think about the possibility of recommending or to even say that the election of a guy on the Republican ticket would probably be in the interest of the people of Mississippi. But I'll have to, and of course I don't remember the exact words Dan used in this conclusion part of this statement. But I would have, knowing all of this, the choice, the fact that we've got a choice to make between these two guys is narrowed down to this. I would have to go along with this proposal of giving the facts, and I think, to make it a little plainer, that Johnson ought to strictly be torn apart in this report to the people. And I think, of course, that in this conclusion, that it ought to be thorough, worded, and very careful. And I don't know what those words are right now, but I would go along with a statement, stating the facts, what the record of the two, what we know, and then some conclusive statement that would say in some way, and again, I don't have no words in mind, that of the choice we got, Phillips is the best of the two. And that's not saying anything for him, strictly. And to say this, let me say this, Mr. President, I'll hurt. Back to this thing Marvin was studying about. Claude and I talked about that. I think that it'd be good to say in this statement somewhere, and again, I don't know where to put it or what, that this is strictly an election for governor of the state of Mississippi and is in no way to be construed as any support or opposition to any candidate for president of the United States in 1964. So that's Mr. Chairman, I guess.
Well, you can get that language.
Yeah.
You can get that type of language in proper form, and as you have roughly outlined,
responsibility of writing up the recommendations as has been discussed here and presented to our next board meeting prior to the state COPE committee meeting. And this will give us some time to formulate this document, and it's gonna take some time. We're gonna have to do a very good job on this thing. If you think this is what you would like to do, then, I will accept the motion in this direction, that this matter now be placed in the hands of the executive committee to formulate the statement to be presented to the next board meeting. Now, we'll have to allow again some time. Now, we've agreed to set the date on Saturday the 5th. We can set the date of that meeting in the afternoon of the 5th. And we'll say about 1 or 2 p.m. on the 5th of October. By the way, he's already checked with the hotel, and we can't get the roof in this hotel, so we can agree to set that date. 1 in the afternoon. All right, we can do that. We can call a meeting of the board in the morning. In the morning, our committee will then present to you the report as we've discussed it here along these lines, taking consideration of things that have been said. What do you think about handling it like that?
Chairman, I move that it be handled in fashion.
A motion is that this matter be referred to the executive committee to formulate a report to be considered by the next executive board meeting. In other words, we'll just recess this meeting. We won't adjourn it. We'll recess it until October the 5th, right? At say what time? 9:30? You fellas, out of ways, you'd rather have it a little later?
No earlier.
No earlier than 9:30 till 9:30
would be sufficient.
All right, 9:30 on October the 5th. And don't you really think this is the best thing to do with it? We get a report, something to place before the body now. We wanted to get all of you thinking you on this thing, and we put it before you, then you'll have something that you can really go on. You can amend it, you can reject it, we found it, make a final determination.
I wanna make one thing clear before we leave. Anything that I have said has not been any endorsement of Paul B. Johnson. I want everybody to know that.
I think we all realize
But
that.
I don't think we got any choice. That's my
Yeah.
personal opinion. I think one's just as bad as the other.
Well, let's see, the motion is now that this matter be referred to the executive committee, formulate the report to be placed before the board meeting on the 5th. And we'll try to set that at 9:30. Did we get a second?
I'll second.
You'll second the motion?
Claude, does that eliminate then the COPE meeting?
No. This report will be made to the board, and then the board will take action, and their report then will be made to the state COPE committee at the meeting in the afternoon
For the same day.
of the same
Yeah,
day.
in the morning.
We'll meet in the morning. We'll present our report to the full board. Then the board will do what they want to with it, I assume. And then that report then from this group will go to the meeting in the afternoon at 1 o'clock.
Well, I got confused a little bit there on the executive committee.
Well, executive
And the
committee,
executive board and then the COPE.
well, the executive
It's
committee
still
will,
two, not
the
three
5
meetings.
people will sit down and try to work this document up, this report up, present to the board meeting on the 9:30, of the 5th of October. Then we in turn will report to the state COPE meeting in the afternoon. I think this is the only thing we do with that right now. All right, we have a motion and a second to that effect. Do we have any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, it's almost 12 o'clock. We've got 1 or 2 items that I think we need to bring up here at this meeting, and the rest of it can wait until our next meeting. Number 1, we have attempted, well, as a matter of fact, we have, with the approval of this group, set the date for the next convention of the state council. You know, you got this accommodation problem in hotels. We found out that they were filling them up fast, so we thought we ought to do something about this. We made some, we done some contact work here in this hotel and checked around some of the rest of them. And we find that matter of fact, we've made tentative reservations in this hotel for these dates. That's May the 25th, 6th, and 7th. That's Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? So I'd like to bring this matter before you now at this time for consideration, where we'll know if you want this date, then 26th and 7th of May.
25th.
At the Heidelberg here, yes, in Jackson.
What days of the week is that coming on?
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
First of the week.
Yeah. The best time we can get. They're awfully gowned up as far as hotel accommodations. We thought about the weekend along the lines that we talked about, but they got the weekends filled up. And anyhow, if you remember, a lot of our state groups like to meet prior to the convention. You got a problem here, you know what I mean? Various associations like to meet on the weekend prior to it. What's your?
I make a
Any
motion
on
that, we accept the committee's recommendation.
Second. Do we have any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. Now, I suspect that some of you would like to get out of here rather soon, and due to the fact that we're just gonna recess this meeting, come back October the 5th, and, again, I'll say that some of these things we wanted to bring up can be later side, but I feel like that we should at least have a short report and probably review the legislative elections and so forth that we've just come through. And hear from Brother Knight, maybe some of the problems in connecting this while we're together. So at this time, I'm gonna ask him to give you a short report on this matter. I understand he's got some, written reports, copies of reports he'd like to pass out to you anyhow, so I'm gonna ask him to do that at this time.
This is some minutes for everybody.
Now, this will be probably the last thing we'll have to take up, and if you like, we'll just stay here and get this finished, and then take these other things up when we come back.
Don't get those back, don't get the bottom ones, Mr. Taylor, they might need
Those, reports on the above paper that Carolyn is handing to you, now you'll notice is copies of my reports to National Coach Director Al Barton on the first and the second primaries. Now, the first one on top, you notice it doesn't indicate first primary, but the other one does, but it is on the first primary election. Of course, I went back, if you'll notice, beginning just a little further back toward the beginning of the program on that first report. And then I tried to bring him on up as best I could in just a very few minutes. And the report, particularly that first one, is not as well as I'd have liked to have had it, but at this particular time, we, you know, the election returns in the first primary were rather slow coming in from some of the counties, and they were having an AFL-CIO Executive Council meeting, and Al, of course, was going to this, and he wanted a report to carry with him. So I just kind of jerked that one together, mailed it to his home, special delivery air mail, in order that he could have it with him when he reported to the AFL-CIO Executive Council, which he's responsible. Then, of course, I had a little more time on the other one, and it's strictly the second one deals strictly with the, as you will know, just the second primary election. And for the benefit of those of you that particular central body officers, of course, there's some on the board here that occupies that position too, but there's still another report which was made up from these two that the presidents and the secretaries of the central body will get as soon as I get a chance to mail them out. Of course, I went into, as you will know when you have time to read those, a little about the governor's race and the cliques and the clans and whatnot. Pointed out to him there that
position in Democratic primary for Lieutenant Governor finally made the grade. And that out of 5 candidates for the lesser statewide offices that we recommended, 4 was elected the first primary, and the other one, the 5th one, was elected in the second primary. So our batting average wasn't too bad on the other statewide offices. Now in the races for the legislature, and of course in the, I'm skipping the few district offices. As you'll remember, we caucused at the convention on these offices of Highway Commission, Public Service Commission. Some of these people didn't respond to our questionnaires, and others were late and whatnot, so we taken position in 2 or 3 of those races, and 2 of these people were elected, 1 was defeated. Now the races for the legislature, we actively supported 66 candidates, as you will note there. And of the 66, 41, we thought 41 was elected, and by the way, I'm sure some of you, well, you from Jackson County will note this, that we were counted out of the 41st one. It's now down to 40. One of our fellows in Jackson County had won, I believe, my right brother Galot by 49 votes, and they had a recount, and now he's been defeated by what, 12?
12 votes,
Well,
yeah.
what situation?
I might add to that Guy Krebs, which was one of the representatives here at one time, he made a good strong run. We knew that at the beginning there that he was a hard man to beat. But Millette beat him 49 votes. So he come up with a recount last Tuesday. And on the recount, Krebs beat the man that we endorsed by 12 votes.
Well, is that the end of the line?
That's official, but I don't know whether it'll be the end of the line or not. I understand that the reason why those votes were counted out because the people voting did not make the right kind of mark on the ticket. Some of them blanked the thing out, the block, blanked it all out. And then on down there, they put an X, and further down the man made a straight line to his name. Yeah. And that was.
So they threw all those out now, that's made the difference. Anyway, that leaves our figures at 40 wins and 26 defeats of the 66 candidates. Now there were a few others in some of the more remote areas out of the way of central body activity that in a roundabout way that we kind of half supported that won. Of course, there's a number of areas, and here is a real discouraging thing. We had 7 union members running for legislative posts, and of the total of 7, only 2 were elected and 5 were defeated. Of course, one of those that unfortunate group is our own Jim Clark down there. Now this is one of the areas we were most surprised. And of course, over in Meridian, Margaret Hicks will recall the statements I made one night over there in Meridian after the first primary. Ed John, member of the woodworkers over there, had served well for 4 years. He was defeated. Jim Clark was defeated in a county like Jones County. Of all places, Jones and Lauderdale County. Now this is what I say, that Jim Clark's defeat in the most of the cause of this, and particularly to Ed John's defeat, can be attributed to the non-affiliation of some big local unions in these areas, because these members of these locals did not get the mail. We don't have their names on their dresses badge plates. We cannot afford to do this for the unaffiliated, as you all know, because of the tremendous expense involved. I think this is a good example, and you'll note in one of those reports, Al, that I mentioned that the affiliation is still a problem. And believe me, this showed up in particular these areas. In Jones County, you've got one local union with 3,300 members. Now, don't get me wrong, all 3,300 of them don't live in Jones County. Over in Meridian, as Margaret well knows, Ed Jolly's own local union is not affiliated with the council, and here we've lost his services. Not only
labor, but the people of Mississippi has lost that man's services in the legislature because we had no way of communicating with his own local as well as some other local. We failed to elect Jim Clark down there because of the fact that this local is large local. There's some other things, as Jim will agree, but this is the one thing to me that can be pointed to as there's a reason for these boys' defeat. So we still got this problem of affiliation. But considering everything, as I pointed out in that report, considering all of the hardships and the stumbling blocks that we have, and the fact that the affiliation is as poor as it is, in particular some of these areas, I think that the people done mighty good. And I want to right here, I want to express my appreciation, and I'm sure that of Claude, to you, executive board members, vice presidents, and to those presidents of central bodies that are here, because that meant for you people working in the various areas, and this couldn't have been done. Now, as you know, we, Claude personally went to Washington at the outset of this campaign, simply because the fact that we had a good opportunity as a result of the reapportionment of the legislature. We felt we had the best opportunity we'd ever had to bring some new faces and to bring some fair and impartial people to the legislature. He went to Washington. He got with Al Barkin. He got with some other people in National AFL-CIO office and laid the cards on the table and told them that we needed funds and we needed them bad if we were to make any sign to accomplish anything in this election down. Told them what our aims was in this thing, particularly that we were going to particularly concentrate on the races for the legislature. Well, these people being interested in our welfare down here, knowing the problems we've got, went to work on various international units. And as a result of this trip by Claude to Washington and the maneuvering that started taking place, we received $13,650 from international units affiliated, and of course including a $5,000 contribution from AFL-CIO to be used in this effort. Now, up to August the 26th of this $13,650, we had used $7,922.87 in this campaign. Now, of course, this included contributions to these various candidates. And there again, we acted in every case as best as we knew how. We put every dollar that we felt that the budget, the very limited budget, would stand into every race as fair and impartial as we knew how. We got $5,727.13 left, or did have this several $100 more going out of that. We still have at least $5,000. What I mean by that, we had some paper and some printing to pay for after these figures were taken here. We still have roughly, and we knew in all probability that we would have some pretty serious contests in some areas for the legislative seats in the general election. By the way, there's 11 counties. Now, and in all of these, they're not serious contests, but there are several counties where the contest for the legislature in this general election could turn out to be rather serious. We realize this. So we have approximately $5,000 left in this fund that we've kept separate from the general fund. And I think you know that we won't have any problem finding a place to put this, because there's several places in all probability in the legislative races where we're going to have to spend a little more money on some of our real good people that have been nominated in a Democratic primary. And of course, the things we've been talking about here today, in all probability, it's gonna take another statewide mayor. And this takes several dollars in postage, paper, things like this. So, and now if there's any question that any of you would like to ask me about the report or about this money, I'll be happy to answer it as I know how. But I'll say again that with everything, even though we had these very discouraging things to happen, in some areas we were badly disappointed. Overall, the results show some sign of progress. We just haven't got enough, we haven't been at it long enough, and it comes right back to the affiliation. If these international unions, these local unions ever wake up to the fact that their future, the future of their members, depends on what this state council can do, particularly in political action. And of course, when you talk about political action, then legislative action comes next. But if they ever wake up to the fact that their future of their local unions right here in Mississippi is going to depend on what this council does, and maybe they'll start to work. But I think with the cooperation of everybody that we have on the other side, for instance, right here in Hines County, we all know that it was very discouraging when they began to announce. I told somebody we had the biggest bunch of rejects running for the legislature I was told. What a crap. But you know, we come through, and that is, of course, one of our real good people is faced with Republican opposition right here in Hines County. But we come through with at least 2 or 3 people, wouldn't you say, Brother Bowers, that's better than we thought we'd ever wind up with.
Well, let me say in the beginning, that a lot of the people that were supported by labor, especially by central labor unions, and of course these legislators were chosen by the central labor unions, were, in my opinion, far from real favorable people as far as labor's concerned. I think probably they did the best they could. They took the best of the crop, but still wasn't very good. So we had some good people that were defeated. I think probably we made some progress, but I don't think that we should get cocky, because I don't think it was very much. And it goes back to your what you stated about the affiliations. And by the way, I don't suppose you have the records with you, and you couldn't tell what progress we're making along that line. But I would like to say this. I'm having some opposition in my union on that question, and you know, my dedicated assessment came in a little bit later than it ever has before, and it was caused by that opposition. But I happen to have foresight, and I say I because I was the one that did it. Back in the very beginning of this thing, to see that this probably might develop, so I had it, I saw that it was put in our bylaws that we do affiliate and remain affiliated with the AFL-CIO, or rather the Labor Council was then. So this opposition this time couldn't prevail because it would have been in violation of our bylaws. But those things can be changed, and we've got a bylaws committee appointed now to study some changes, and I'm going to do everything I can to keep that from coming out. But now I don't know how I'm going to prevail, and that same thing's true in a lot of other locals. This labor movement, in my opinion, in Mississippi is in a serious condition. You people up the head, maybe you know more about it than I do, but I get around a lot.
Know about how serious it is?
know about how serious it is. And I don't know what the answer is, but, we're not doing the job somewhere along the line. I don't wanna blame anybody. Maybe I'm more to blame than anybody else, I don't know. I'm just facing facts. And until we get this labor movement on their toes and sell them on the, this program of progress, for instance. When it first started, well, we sold them pretty well on it, but they're not too well sold on it in some areas now. So I don't know what the answer is, but I don't think we're doing the job we should, and I don't think we did the job we should have done in the elections. Even though we did, I agree, make some progress. I have to agree with that. But we've got, now let me say this one other thing. You're talking about your labor candidates, your people from organized labor that ran. And about the reason for their defeat being primarily because of non-affiliation. I guess probably you're right there. But I also know that there's a lot of labor members that don't vote for these labor candidates because there's a lot of jealousy within the labor movement itself. And you people at the head don't get in on that too much, I'm sure. People don't tell you like they do lay members. And I think probably that has a whole lot to do with these labor people not being. We've had some of our members run for little offices, and some of our own members said, I wouldn't vote for him if he was running for dog catcher, and so on and so on. Just jealousy. And then another thing, a lot of us are not qualified to vote.
There you go.
Well, let me add a little bit to what Tom says here, and I'm going to give you the floor here. What we wanted to try to get across to you here with this report to show you what progress, if any, had been made, what had been done more than anything else. And in spite of the fact that we did lose some of our better members of the legislature, from an overall point of view, we are in better shape than we were in 1960. There will be the legislature will be better, we think, next year than it was in 1960. And I can say this to you, looking at the makeup of the Senate, that I think that we're in very good shape, and the Senate in particular. Now, we're going to have to wait and see what we got in the House. We really don't know yet just how good a shape we are in the House. But I do believe that in the Senate, with the good fellows we've got, the lawyers that were elected to the Senate, that we will be in a position, if nothing else, to stop some of this bad legislation in some of the committees. I'm convinced of this myself, and we did concentrate in this particular area, as some of you know. And I certainly appreciate the job that was done in those areas, and there was a tremendous job done in some areas in this state by the central bodies, and by George, they should be given the credit for it. You take Brother Nikase's area, for instance, down there, where they picked up 6 the boys rolled up their sleeves and went to work in that thing, and they came out of it. If I remember right, you got 4 House seats out of 6 in Harrison. You got the one in Stone, he was re-elected. You elected your senator in the first round. Jackson County, the situation was about the same. Now, Tom pointed out to you the root of the problem, and it's the lack of communication with the membership. If you don't have the names and the addresses, if you don't have the affiliation, you can't reach the people. Now, the people have told us in the areas where they've got the communication, yes, we've got a few like you're talking about. By far and large, 90 to 95% of the members follow your recommendation. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have happened as it did in Harrison and Jackson counties. Therefore, we have got to concentrate on this affiliation problem if this program is going to be effective in the future. That's the reason we wanted to point this out to you before we adjourn this meeting. Now, we have made some progress on this affiliation with some of the smaller groups. And the Boilermakers, a group that we lost, because they had increased the per capita tax to the International Union, took all that money, they couldn't get a dues increase through, had to drop out. I've been advised by that group that they have voted the dues increase, which will become effective October the 1st, and we can't expect that large group back in the organization after this happens. And this might be of interest to you, that I participated in a program before the Jewish Labor Committee this past weekend at Unity House. I was on a panel discussion, and I accepted this invitation with the thought in mind that maybe I could do something to impress upon the minds of some of the people in this organization the importance of doing what they could on this affiliation thing. The amalgamated clothing worker problem in particular was of interest there. And I can report to you, as a result of that participation, that I was advised by the general counsel of that organization, who was there and sit in and listen to the panel discussion, that he's going back and also some other members of the group and see if something can't be worked out to get this group back in. I think you'll be interested in this. I think that within a reasonable period of time, it probably will have this group back. The other large group, of course, is the woodworkers. Now, we've got Marguerite Hicks with us now. Maybe she can convince those people in Meridian and so forth to do what they can to get in the organization. Except get some meetings set up and maybe we can go over and talk to them again. We've been working on this thing.
I think we will
But
get
this
along.
is the crux of the problem.
I think we will get along better with both the group in Meridian and Law because we're trying to get in new candidates for office and trying to work it that way. We couldn't get any way with the old way, so we're trying to split that, what we termed as dictatorship in the offices.
Oh, you mean
And
the
so
people
we've gone that way to work on them.
going to work on the people that's running the union, so to
That's
speak.
running the union because they just wouldn't talk to us about affiliation. And so we've gone around the other way and trying to work by electing different offices. Maybe we can bring it in that way. But we can't. We just got a lot of covers, I guess.
Well, we just have to keep plugging at it. This is the money's job. Now, the money end of the thing. Tom won't mention that to you. Had we had the $40,000 that we allocated in the proposed budget when we adopted the program, had we had that money available 6 months or 8 months prior to the Democratic primaries, where we would have had the opportunity to went out into the field and talk to people about running for office and say, now we've got $400 or $500 we can contribute towards your campaign expenses. Had we been in that position, you wouldn't recognize the legislature when they come to Jackson on January. But we had to go beg for some money at the last minute in order to try to do something in the UCs. We concentrated in those areas. We had to prorate and budget the money and break it down and spend so much in the first primary, so much in the second, reserve some for the general election. That's what we tried to do. We took a little bit of money and got a lot of mileage out of it. You fellas know what we're talking about. We still got some obligation. We still got some campaign expenses to pick up that we haven't picked up yet. But with that little dab that we had, I think Brother Powell will have to agree that there was considerable progress made, and most of it resulted by the sweat and the toil of the local people. That's what we can say. All right, Marvin, you want to say that?
It occurs to me that if what I'm about to suggest hadn't been done, it should be done. And that is that Brother Knight's evaluation here should also go to the respective international unions that made this financial contribution, along with AFL-CIO
That has
and
been
COPE,
done.
as well as the amalgamated clothing workers.
That has been done. A more condensed form of this report has been a 2-page report analyzing this thing, the results and so forth, has been compiled by Brother Knight, and letters to these people have already been sent out with the report in it. Brother Nikkei?
I got a question that CLU delegates want to know. First is which central union come out the best in this campaign?
Which central body?
Yeah.
Well, I would say, just offhand, that it would lie between yours and the Jackson County group. They got one counted out. They thought they'd batted 1,000 over there. And if you know, noticed they had a recount, and maybe Brother Galat can tell us about the results of that thing, but I see where one of the candidates, he has already told him while I was out on the phone. Well, anyhow, they had batted 1,000 up until that point. In other words, they lost one candidate in the first primary. This might have been reported to you. They turned around and recommended a guy in the runoff in the second primary, and he won. We won't go into that with you, but had they not lost this man on the recount, they would have actually batted 1,000 in Jackson County. Of course, you know what your situation is. You only lost 2 House seats out of 7, no, maybe 8. You had 3 counties there.
2 out of 6.
Well, I mean just Harrison, but you had Stone. You see,
Yeah.
you won the Stone County seat. Strickland was reelected. What did happen in Hancock?
Hancock, we won the Senate and lost Lattimore.
All right, so you see that's the situation. You've got more seats involved than they had in Jackson. They of course, with your help, you had the one county out of this 4-county senatorial district where Pitts was reelected. So was Jackson County involved in this, and so was Jones County. That one senatorial district with about 3 or 4 central bodies involved. But that's it. That's the general picture. A real good job was done on the coast. That's what it amounts to.
And the next question is they would like to know if they think it would be advisable to go to these 2 people in Harrison County that we didn't endorse and sit down and talk the situation over with them. And if it would be advisable to go ahead and screen the Republican candidates for these 2 seats. And then reconsider and publicly announce in the paper, endorse who we're going to support in the general election. I'm talking about in the county level.
Well, I think so. I think if you're asking my advice on it, I would certainly recommend you do this. Screen these 2 that you didn't recommend.
And we have already screened them, you see.
You want to talk with them again and explain to them now that in the future, whatever you do will depend upon the record they make. Certainly you're not going to lose anything here. And you might want to, of course you want to screen the Republicans anyhow, you might want to recommend a Republican, you can't tell.
They have opposition, right? These 2 has Republican
They got
opposition.
2 Republicans down there.
That I don't know yet. But I do know we have one in post 2. Of course, we won that post, you know.
This points up better than anything else, the importance of building a 2-party system. Now, you had 2 guys, 2 Democrats, that you didn't endorse, you got nominated. Now you got some leverage on them because you got Republican candidates in there. If you didn't have Republican candidates, they could tell you to lose.
I agree.
Well, listen, it's 12:30. You want to, this is a business now that we felt it was needed to be brought up at this meeting since we were going to recess until October the 5th. These other matters we have can be taken up at that time. So
well, one more thing.
This, when we finish this will be it. We'll go to lunch.
In all fairness to the CLU of the state, of all different ones, in all fairness to them, now we have taken this position in Harrison County. We have decided that we are really going to work into this court end of it. In all fairness to them, we have decided that we're going to be amongst the top 3. So that means we're going to work.
Well, you're already up there.
Well, we're going to stay up there.
Stay up there. Well, you've done an excellent job. Might say for the benefit of those of you here that those 2 counties did something that might be worth considering in the future. This would apply in Jones, certainly. Kind of like that, and maybe even Lauderdale. A sample ballot with the recommended candidates in bold letters for the next ballot. And that ballot was distributed all over the county, not just in the hands of the members of the trade union in those areas. And there was a terrific demand within the community, in particular in Harrison County, for those ballots. I helped them with it, carried to the printer and hauled them around for them and all that stuff. And I know what the situation was. They printed 10,000 the first round. Matter of fact, the first printing was 6. They run out, we had to run down and get 4 more thousand. When the second primary, they printed 20,000 at the outset. They put out 20,000 sample ballots, got them all over that county, right, Brother Nicholas?
Right.
They did the same thing in Jacksonville.
It's amazing to know the people that belong to the laboring group that are not in labor unions were demanding those things more so than our people.
That's true. That's really happened. That's really happened. That's right.
Now, I've had people to call me and tell me to bring them some by. They'd want 4 or 5, for some of their friends. And in distributing these things around these rallies.
Yeah.
I took it upon myself to watch them. You give one of them a ballot, and he'd read it, look at it, and he'd fold it up and put it in his pocket. There were very few of them that were thrown on the ground. They'd take them with them.
I've often said our recommendations have just as much weight outside of labor as they do inside of organized.
To be honest with
Small
you, I
businessmen.
think
I have more.
more. Yeah, just to be honest with you.
Some groups, that's true.
In small businessmen, it has a lot of pull,
Yeah.
especially small business.
Now,
You want it, Jim? You want the floor, Jim?
Go ahead. One particular guy, he didn't belong to the union, and I offered him one. He looked at it. He says, I don't want this. So I asked him why. And he got to tell me. And I just told him, I said, well, now to be frank with you, the question we asked these candidates concerns you, it don't concern us, because we get it over the bargaining table. We are trying to help you. And then we got in a long discussion. When I got through, he said, give me half a dozen.
Yeah?
No, I just like to make a short statement. Now, of course, I was defeated in Jones County, but I'd like to make this statement. It was not on the labor issue. As you know, we have rallies in Jones County like a lot of these others. Well, we rotate who speaks first. Well, I started off at the bottom of the list. The first rally we had, the fellow that won got up and explained how his father was a member of organized labor and how much he thought of organized labor, but he didn't go completely into detail. The next rally, my other opponent got up and he took the questionnaire that the central body gave, and on most all those points, like a State Department of Labor, he come out publicly for it. So by the time I got there, I couldn't even make a labor speech. So it was not a labor issue in my campaign, it was just more or less who had the most relatives is what it boiled down to. So, that was not the reason for my defeat was organized labor, you can rest assured of that.
But the communications would have helped.
The communications would have helped, but like I say, I have good, even with my opponent that won, I have good communications with the fellow. Now, I don't know whether I can do anything with him except on labor issues. He's a member of the John Birch Society, a leader, and he's a former leader of the Patriotic American Youth. But now, when it comes down to strictly a labor issue, I think I can pretty well handle it. And I made it a point to be, I was there, I congratulated him before he knew he had won. And so, I went around and because I wanted this contact. Also, we had one union member that was elected by a strong majority. He's got a perfect vote record as far as labor is concerned. The other one, the central body did not recommend in the other race, but they leaned towards the fellow that was in there. But he had made one mistake. He had voted for the right to work law, and nothing that the Labor Council could do could save him. Of course, he repented and confessed, but that didn't help him. I mean, he was gone, and it was nothing that could to save him. Now, the fellow that's taking his place, the hard part about it is under the thumb of the president of the Chamber of Commerce. But people were not voting for him; they were voting against this fellow that voted for the right to work law. And you couldn't explain to them, in other words, they just saw that one point. The man had a good voting record outside of that one time, for workman's comp and everything else. But it killed him. That started his downfall, and it was no saving. So, actually, it was no anti-labor vote in Jones County. In the senatorial race, of course, they got the one that they recommended.
Well, let me ask you all something now. We took care of the business. We can take care of this meeting. Would you like to have lunch and come by the office and fill out vouchers, those of you that want to fill them out now? What would you like to do recess now till October the 5th, have lunch and say, Tom, be over at the office. What do you say, Tom? Within about an hour.
It's 20 minutes to 1, yeah, well,
About 1:30?
1:30.
Right. Well, I'm gonna ask the executive committee to stay here for a minute, we'll make a decision.
Claude, there's one question I want to ask you. Now, you're going to get a letter out to the CLUs in regards to this meeting?
Yes.
Now, I would like to know, because when I get back, I'm gonna call Roddy.
Yeah.
I'll get with our people now, we won't have a
Yeah.
meeting before that time. Now, that meeting is set for Saturday, October the 5th.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that's when.
Our executive board will meet at 9:30 that morning.
This board will meet at 9:30, the morning of the 5th. The state code committee meeting will meet at 1 o'clock. 1, and we think, might ought to say 1:30. Is 1 too early? We
Well, it'd be 1:30 when you start.
All right, let's say 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock at the state code meeting, and those of you that are in the CLU groups can go ahead and advise them of this. And we'll consider you being on notice of the October 5th meeting, and we will send you out a reminder a few days before the meeting, just reminding you of the executive board meeting here at 9:30, morning of the 5th. Then we'll get the notices out, of course, to the central bodies. In the meantime, you can advise those in your ears along that line, okay?
I will do that.
And
Yes.
all of you please impress on some of you are yourselves central body officers, but all of you impress on these central body officers the importance of being at this meeting.
Yes, that's true. We got a matter here that we made a note here, we better take action on before we adjourn, yes. That's the matter of making the wide chair ladies official delegates to this, to that state code meeting. We have a motion to that effect?
I'll second.
Motion is that the chair ladies of the women's activity groups be given full delegate status to the state code meeting. You having a discussion on that motion?
That's the chair lady just on the council, not a local unit.
Yeah, of the council, of the central bodies, that's understood. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried, so ordered. Well, if we have nothing else to bring up before the meeting, we'll stand recess, not adjourn, we'll stand recess until October the 5th, 9:30 a.m. We'll try to have it in the same hall.